Chapter 2757. Nobody will rescue you. Who is it? How dare you attack the Heavenly Blood Alliance's main lair? An angry howl filled the entire sky before a huge amount of people came skimming out from the Heavenly Blood Alliance's main lair. The three people leading the way were Heavenly Blood Alliance's three grand ultimate gods. The person who yelled aloud was the Heavenly Blood Alliance Master, who was a high-level grand ultimate god. The Heavenly Blood Alliance Master looked with unprecedented anger at the person who activated the elusive Saberlight. That's Grand Ultimate God Ju Xian? The Heavenly Blood Alliance Master's facial expression darkened. He knew who Grand Ultimate God Ju Xian was, but the Heavenly Blood Alliance had never offended that Grand Ultimate God. However, Grand Ultimate God Ju Xian was attacking the Heavenly Blood Alliance's main territory at that moment. The Crimson Magic Formation trembled violently but soon calmed down. However, the elusive Saberlight had already dispersed. It didn't break? Grand Ultimate God Ju Xin's facial expression slightly changed, but he took action once again. Clank. It was still an extremely elusive and scary Saberlight that was much larger and stronger than the previous. The Saberlight once again hit on the Crimson Magic Formation, with the only difference being the Crimson Magic Formation looked as though it was going to break. This is bad. The Heavenly Blood Alliance Master's facial expression darkened as he noticed the Crimson Magic Formation had reached its limit. Finally, the entire Crimson Magic Formation could not endure the Saberlight's horrendous strength and immediately fell apart. Once the Magic Formation had fallen, the entire Heavenly Blood Alliance's lair was exposed in the open. Grand Ultimate God Ju Xian, good work. A hearty laugh sounded as Jian Wushuang and the others skimmed over from the void they were located before landing beside Grand Ultimate God Ju Xian. These people, Heavenly Blood Alliance Master, only noticed Jian Wushuang and the others at that moment. Old Snake, and Ing, Lan Junju, and the person standing in the middle is Su Han of the Sword Alliance? The Heavenly Blood Alliance Master narrowed his eyes. He recognized all those people standing in front of him and realized that Jian Wushuang was the person leading them. Alliance Master Su Han, there seemed to be no grudges between Heavenly Blood Alliance and Sword Alliance. What is the meaning of you bringing people here and destroying the Heavenly Blood Alliance's important formation? The Heavenly Blood Alliance Master looked at Jian Wushuang with cold eyes. Haha, there's nothing special. I'm just taking a leisure walk at your Heavenly Blood Alliance and wiping it out while I'm doing that, said Jian Wushuang with a soft smile. Wipe out our Heavenly Blood Alliance? The Heavenly Blood Alliance Master's facial expression darkened. The Heavenly Blood Alliance's many experts also had angry expressions on their faces. However, right at that moment, boom! An explosion sound accompanied by a wave of strong divine power could be felt exploding directly from below them before sounds of angry yells from some experts could be heard. The Heavenly Blood Alliance Master immediately looked toward the source of the sound, only narrowed his eyes by what he witnessed. The spatial passage had been destroyed? The Heavenly Blood Alliance Master's facial expression darkened greatly. At the same time, an overpowering aura wave also came skimming forward. It was a dirty and sloppy old man. The divine power coming off the sloppy old man had already reached the peak of a high-level Grand Ultimate God. Strange old Tong, it's you. The Heavenly Blood Alliance Master and those many experts from the Heavenly Blood Alliance gritted their teeth as they said that. The Heavenly Blood Alliance was secretly supported by the Divine Demon Sect, with many of their experts originating from the Divine Demon Sect. The hatred between Strange Old Tong and the Divine Demon Sect was written very deeply in their blood. Heavenly Blood Alliance Master, it's been a long time. I wish you well. Strange Old Tong smiled coldly as he stared at the Heavenly Blood Alliance Master. We're in huge trouble. The Heavenly Blood Alliance Master had a darkened expression on his face. Although the Heavenly Blood Alliance was one of the first-rated forces, they only had 3 Grand Ultimate Gods, with him being the only high-level Grand Ultimate God. However, the company that Jian Wushuang brought over apart from himself were a total of 4 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods and 1 primary-level Grand Ultimate God, which all of them were extremely strong. It was absolutely easy for such a lineup to wipe out their members purely with higher combat power. Apart from that, the spatial passage had been destroyed by the strange old Tong. Even if he immediately sent a message to the Divine Demon Sect, they would not be able to immediately send help. The Heavenly Blood Alliance's situation was really worrisome. Alliance Master Su Han, it looks like your Sword Alliance has really made up your mind to take action against my Heavenly Blood Alliance? The Heavenly Blood Alliance Master stared at Jian Wushuang with a cold look in his eyes. Of course, why would I gather such a big group of people if that isn't the case? Said Jian Wushuang while smiling. Alliance Master Su Han, I'm sure you are kept in the dark on the true origins of Heavenly Blood Alliance? Heavenly Blood Alliance is supported by the Divine Demon Sect. If you dare take action against us, the Divine Demon Sect will do their best to wipe out the Sword Alliance, yelled the Heavenly Blood Alliance Master with a deep voice. Haha, are you trying to scare me with the Divine Demon Sect? Jian Wushuang could not help but scoff. I certainly knew about the background of your Heavenly Blood Alliance before deciding to take action against you. So what about the Divine Demon Sect? I'm taking action against the Divine Demon Sect. Heavenly Blood Alliance Master, listen carefully. The Heavenly Blood Alliance will be wiped out today, and nobody will be able to save you. I mean by what I've said. Jian Wushuang's cold voice could be heard throughout the entire Heavenly Blood City. The Heavenly Blood Alliance experts' facial expressions darkened when they heard that. Everyone, take action. Don't let all three grand ultimate gods of the Heavenly Blood Alliance go, and kill all of those high-level experts. As for the others, kill those who fought back, ordered Jian Wushuang. Zhu Xian, Old Snake, and Ing, Lan Junju, and Old Tong who were behind him looked at each other before taking action. Boom, 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 boom. 5 extremely strong auras immediately exploded as war instantly broke out. There's hope as long as we are still alive. Let's escape. The Heavenly Blood Alliance Master immediately made his decision and exchanged looks with both primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods behind him before turning around to escape. They knew there was a huge power difference between both parties. The three of them did not have any room to retaliate if they engaged, so they could only escape. As experts in the Grand Ultimate God level, they were really good at protecting their lives such that even a Grand Ultimate God more powerful than them would fail to make them stay if they really wanted to escape. If they escaped at that moment and the Divine Demon Sect immediately took action after all that, they could easily have their revenge. Jian Wushuang and the others standing in front of them, including the Sword Alliance, would be completely wiped away after that. However, Jian Wushuang had been thinking about preventing them from escaping since early on. Therefore, the moment those three were prepared to make a move, great amount of golden light streams immediately extended. The golden light stream's expansion speed was so much faster compared to those three grand ultimate gods' escaping speed that those streams covered a great area of the void in the blink of an eye, which also engulfed those three grand ultimate gods. A golden light domain immediately expanded and suppressed them. At the same time, the 10,000-foot-tall golden god shadow had already risen behind Jian Wushuang as he pointed his finger and formed the prison of punishment. Chapter 2758. The Fury Divine Demon Secta, humongous golden prison, also appeared out of thin air and sealed up the entire void. Both the golden light domain and prison of punishment had superimposed. Rumble. The three Heavenly Blood Alliance experts who frenziedly escaped immediately felt a strong suppression. Around 20% to 30% of their power had been directly suppressed, with the most crucial point being a huge decrease in their speed. This domain, D*M in it. We're in huge trouble. Those three's facial expressions were extremely dark as they immediately tried every means to escape from the domain. However, they were stuck in the extremely strong golden prison, and it was almost impossible for them to break the golden prison. Therefore, those three did not even have any opportunities to escape before all 5 of them, Old Tong, Zhu Xian, Old Snake, and Ing, and Lan Junju, attacked them. Leave the Heavenly Blood Alliance Master to me, said Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian coldly, as he directly went after the Heavenly Blood Alliance Master. The remaining 4 glanced at each other speechlessly. Moments later, Both primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods were killed by those 4 people. As for the Heavenly Blood Alliance Master, he had a heated fight with Grand Ultimate God Ju Xian, which resulted in him being completely crushed by Grand Ultimate God Ju Xian from the beginning of the fight. He was originally not as strong as Grand Ultimate God Ju Xian and could not even use 80% of his power as he had been suppressed by the domains. Hence, he naturally did not have any strength to fight back, and soon enough, Grand Ultimate God Ju Xian found his opportunity to directly kill him. Grand Ultimate God Ju Xian, how does it feel to personally kill a high-level Grand Ultimate God? Jian Wushuang looked toward Grand Ultimate God Ju Xian with interest. The Heavenly Blood Alliance is really weak as they were suppressed by the domains. They don't even qualify for me to take action. What feelings should I have for killing him? Grand Ultimate God Ju Xian had a cold expression on his face. Jian Wushuang could not help but smile when he heard that. He could see that Grand Ultimate God Ju Xian had just become a high-level Grand Ultimate God, and that was the reason he rushed to fight against the Heavenly Blood Alliance Master, as he wanted to test his strength by going against an opponent. However, the Heavenly Blood Alliance Master was too weak and failed to achieve his requirements. Alliance Master Su Han, all 3 Grand Ultimate Gods, and the Heavenly Blood Alliance's upper echelons had been wiped out. The remaining Heaven Ultimate Gods had started escaping. I don't think you need me to chase after them, right? Old Tong looked over. The Grand Ultimate Gods present had lofty positions. It was nothing for them to kill those Grand Ultimate Gods, including those part of the Heavenly Blood Alliance's core. However, they normally would not lower themselves to chasing after ordinary Heaven Ultimate Gods. No need for that. Leave the remaining issues to the Divine Sword Army. Jian Wushuang smiled. What we need to do now is prepare to withstand the Divine Demon Sect's wrath. Old Tong, Ju Xian, and the others had serious expressions on their faces when they heard that. Although wiping out the Heavenly Blood Alliance was nothing, was different when it came to the Divine Demon Sect. It's public knowledge that the Heavenly Blood Alliance was secretly supported by the Divine Demon Sect and considered as the Divine Demon Sect's assistant. Now that the Heavenly Blood Alliance had been wiped out and we've killed all 3 Grand Ultimate Gods, this meant we've wiped out the Divine Demon Sect's support. The Divine Demon Sect will be furious and take revenge against us in a crazed manner, said Grand Ultimate God Ju Xian. Alliance Master Su Han, are you really sure you can contend against the Divine Demon Sect? And Ing could not help but look over. Sure. How could I dare take action against the Heavenly Blood Alliance if I didn't have absolute confidence? Won't that be suicidal? Jian Wushuang smiled and looked at the people around him. Don't worry, all of you can leave at any time if we can't fight against the Divine Demon Sect by then. After Jian Wushuang said those words, only then did those Grand Ultimate Gods nodded in relief. If there aren't any accidents, the Divine Demon Sect will immediately take action. They might even come at us with all they have and we'll be waiting for them here. Jian Wushuang smiled with absolute confidence on his face. At that very moment in the Divine Demon Sect, just as Jian Wushuang anticipated, the Divine Demon Sect was in a wave of rage when they caught the news that the Sword Alliance had taken action against the Heavenly Blood Alliance and killed all 3 Grand Ultimate Gods, including the Heavenly Blood Alliance Master. Sword Alliance. What an alliance! A middle-aged man in purplish golden armor had a cold expression on his face as he slapped his hand down and turned the throne into powder with his strong divine power. The middle-aged man stood up with a flame of anger burning crazily in his eyes. The middle-aged man in purplish gold armor was none other than the sect master of the Divine Demon Sect, Dong Shun. As the Divine Demon Sect master, Dong Shun was also a powerful peak Grand Ultimate God. In front of Dong Shun, several figures with a strong aura were standing there. They were the Divine Demon Sect's pinnacle experts, but their expressions were extremely cold at that moment. The Sword Alliance dared take action when they knew we supported the Heavenly Blood Alliance. They are so daring that they wiped out the entire alliance. The Heavenly Blood Alliance was built from us spending lots of resources on them. All 3 Grand Ultimate Gods, including the Heavenly Blood Alliance Master, originated from our Divine Demon Sect, who had always been the Divine Demon Sect's main strength. It's a huge loss to us now that they are dead, and the Heavenly Blood Alliance has been destroyed. If we don't do anything after suffering such losses, our divine demon sect will become a joke in the eyes of every force in the Danyang continent. That's right. We should directly take action and destroy the entire Sword Alliance. We shall shred Su Han into pieces. We shall not let go of those who were involved, Ju Xian, Strange Old Tong, and Ing, Lan Junju, and Old Snake. Kill, kill, kill. Every pinnacle expert of the Divine Demon Sect was filled with killing intent. The majority of the Divine Demon Sect's experts in the Divine Demon Sect were personally brought up individually and had an extremely strong sense of belonging toward the Divine Demon Sect. Those experts in the Divine Demon Sect had deep feelings of camaraderie among one another, with some were even fellow disciples of the same teacher. All three Grand Ultimate Gods, including the Heavenly Blood Alliance Master that Jian Wushuang and the others killed, had many close friends in the Divine Demon Sect. The Divine Demon Sect Master had an overpowering killing intent surging through his body at that moment. Where are Su Han and the others? Dongshin asked. Based on the news we received, they stayed in the Heavenly Blood City and did not leave. It looks like they are waiting for those from the Sword Alliance to come and take over the Heavenly Blood City, answered a Grand Ultimate God standing beneath him. Chapter 2759. War. Knowing that the Divine Demon Sect will retaliate after he destroys the Heavenly Blood Alliance, how dare he remain in the Heavenly Blood City? Su Han is obviously waiting for us. Well, I'm dying to find out the potential of this young Sword Alliance that has only been around for decades. Let's go to the Heavenly Blood Alliance. Dong Shun gave an order for all the Divine Demon Sect experts to immediately set off. The Divine Sword Army had arrived in the Heavenly Blood City to solidify their power by expelling any remaining influence of the Heavenly Blood Alliance in the city. Jian Wushuang and the others were standing in the void above the Heavenly Blood City, waiting patiently. The people from the Divine Demon Sect should arrive at any time now. Jian Wushuang smiled. He was looking forward to it excitedly. It only took a few decades for Sword Alliance to grow from a third-rated force since its creation and expand to what it was at that instance. Sword Alliance was finally about to face off the top forces in Danyang continent. I hope the experts from Divine Demon Sect that are coming will not let me down, Jian Wushuang muttered. Strange Old Tong, Grand Ultimate God Ju Xian, and the others stood beside Jian Wushuang with solemn expressions. They were somehow fearful of the Divine Demon Sect. Suddenly, a few more black spots appeared out of thin air in the distant void. Those black spots were magnifying at a speed visible to the naked eye. In no time, those black spots appeared completely in front of Jian Wushuang and the others. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 9 figures came into the picture. Each of those 9 figures was diffusing an extremely tyrannical breath of aura. The weakest among them were the 5 primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods. There were 3 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods. The last person was the middle-aged Peak Grand Ultimate God, Dong Shun. He had a handsome and impassive face, and he was wearing a purpley gold armor. 9 Grand Ultimate Gods? The faces of Grand Ultimate God Ju Xian and Strange Old Tong sank at the sight of those 9 figures. As one of the top forces in Danyang continent, Divine Demon Sect did not seem to have many Grand Ultimate Gods. There were no more than 10 Grand Ultimate Gods. However, that was the information known by the public. Any of those forces with deep roots and influence had private swarms hidden in the dark, away from the eyes and knowledge of the public. Divine Demon Sect was no exception. Therefore, Divine Demon Sect certainly had more than 10 peak Grand Ultimate Gods under their wings. That explained the strong lineup of 9 Grand Ultimate Gods in Divine Demon Sect even after Jian Wushuang and his men killed the 3 Grand Ultimate Gods in Heavenly Blood Alliance. So, they have 9 Grand Ultimate Gods. The 5 primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods and 3 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods are relatively easy to deal with, but the Divine Demon Sect Master is a peak Grand Ultimate God after all. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed slightly. Dong Shun, long time no see. A cold voice sounded. It was Strange Old Tong. Strange Old Tong had grievances with Divine Demon Sect, and therefore, Dong Shun was no stranger to Strange Old Tong. Dong Shun had personally gone on a chase to kill Strange Old Tong before, but he did not succeed. Strange Old Tong, They'll sort out the grievances between us later. Dong Shun glanced at strange old Tong before landing his cold gaze on Jian Wushuang. Are you Su Han from the Sword Alliance? Yes, it's me. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. A mere primary level grand ultimate god who created a powerful sword alliance within such a short time. I must admit that you've done very well, said Dong Shin coldly. Thanks for the compliment. These are just some small tactics that are not worth mentioning at all, Jian Wushuang replied with a smile. You are modest. Dong Shin stared at Jian Wushuang. However, no matter what tactics you have up your sleeves, you should never do anything to Heavenly Blood Alliance and never ever aim at my divine demon sect. All of you here today won't be able to walk out of here alive. Get started. Spare no one. Dong Shin waved his hand. Behind him, the 3 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods and 5 primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods made a move instantly. When those 8 Grand Ultimate Gods struck at the same time, a gush of horrific aura enveloped the area in an instant. Alliance Master Su Han, we will do our best to resist these 8 people, but if Dong Shan comes in later, you will have to figure out your own way to parry him off, said strange old Tong before the 5 Grand Ultimate Gods from Sword Alliance made a move. Although there were only 5 Grand Ultimate Gods from Sword Alliance, strange old Tong, Grand Ultimate God Ju Xin, strange old Snake, Mr. and Ing and Lan Junju, they had 4 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods. Besides strange old Tong and Grand Ultimate God Ju Xin, who were both exceptionally formidable high-level Grand Ultimate Gods, strange old Snake, Mr. and Ing, and Lan Junju were also extremely powerful. Those 5 Grand Ultimate Gods struck at the same time, fighting against 8 opponents fearlessly. Boom, 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 boom. A series of loud and crisp noises broke out when the experts from the 2 camps fought. The entire void was instantly filled with violent divine power. Neither Jian Wushuang nor Dong Shan made a shot. They were just looking calmly at the battlefield from the peripheral. Strange old Tong was the most dazzling fighter with his wonderful combat power. He had alone confronted an equally outstanding high-level Grand Ultimate God from Divine Demon Sect, completely suppressing and overpowering his opponent. Grand Ultimate God Ju Xin, who was previously recognized as the top primary-level Grand Ultimate God, had broken through in his combat power, and he was no inferior to strange old Tong. He had simultaneously contended with 2 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods from Divine Demon Sect. He was against 2 people, yet he managed to maintain a stalemate with his opponents. In other words, 3 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods from Divine Demon Sect were feuding with strange old Tong and Grand Ultimate God Ju Xin, where the Sword Alliance party enjoyed the advantage. Strange old Snake and Mr. Ning, the 2 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods, and Lan Junju, the powerful primary-level Grand Ultimate God, kept the other 5 primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods from Divine Demon Sect under control. Dong Shun frowned slightly. He did not expect that the combat power from the Sword Alliance Grand Ultimate Gods would be so impressive. Weren't Grand Ultimate God Ju Xin, Strange Old Snake, and Mr. Ning primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods? When did they break through and reach the high-level Grand Ultimate God realm? Dong Shun was astonished. Though he was astonished, he was not too worried after all. When Divine Demon Sect was obviously at an absolute disadvantage on the battlefield, whoosh, 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 3 figures suddenly emerged from the surrounding void. There were 1 high-level Grand Ultimate God and 2 primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods. They were extremely powerful, especially the high-level Grand Ultimate God. He had fiery red hair and wore a fiery red robe. He looked like a ball of raging flame. His breath of aura was extremely tyrannical, and his strength was almost comparable with strange old Tong. Chapter 2760. Outstanding Combat Power. He's Fiery Cloud Demon Master. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes as his eyes were locked on the fiery red-haired old man, who looked like a fireball. Jian Wushuang knew Fiery Cloud Demon Master because he was among the list of experts. Jian Wushuang wished to send a recruitment invitation with the Huangji Golden Pill. There were 3 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods in the list of experts given by Strange Old Snake, one of whom was Strange Old Tong. Of the 2 remaining, one had disappeared for many years without a trace, whereas the other one was Fiery Cloud Demon Master, who had also suddenly disappeared many years ago. No one knew his whereabouts, but from what Jian Wushuang could see at that instance, Fiery Cloud Demon Master had obviously joined Divine Demon Sect. Fiery Cloud Demon Master is also an exceptionally powerful high-level Grand Ultimate God. Even if he fights one-on-one with Strange Old Tong, it doesn't seem possible for Strange Old Tong Lao to defeat him in a short time. With him coming into the battlefield alongside two primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods, we're probably not in an optimistic situation, Jian Wushuang murmured. Indeed, the tide on the battlefield had completely been reversed after Fiery Cloud Demon Master and his two members joined the battlefield. Sword Alliance used to be suppressing the 8 Divine Demon Sect Grand Ultimate Gods, but when Divine Demon Sect presented 11 Grand Ultimate Gods at once with Fiery Cloud Demon Master among them, Sword Alliance fell from the advantage position and faced severe disadvantage. Alliance Master Su Han, show what you've got quickly, otherwise we will lose any time. Lan Junju shouted sternly. Among the Sword Alliance Grand Ultimate Gods, Lan Junju was the only primary-level Grand Ultimate God. Hence, she was facing greater pressure. Lan Junju naturally felt helpless as she was facing 3 primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods alone. Jian Wushuang acknowledged the situation with a nod and immediately waved his hand. 3 figures appeared instantly in the void. Those 3 figures were lifeless. 2 of the figures were in copper-colored tone, and the last one had a silver-colored surface. They were the silver-armored corpse puppet and 2 bronze-armored corpse puppets that Jian Wushuang had in control. When those 3 corpse puppets appeared, they attracted a lot of attention from the surroundings. Soon, someone recognized the 3 corpse puppets. They're corpse puppets. Judging from their aura, they're very powerful corpse puppets. Alliance Master Su Han has control over these powerful corpse puppets? No wonder he dares to challenge Divine Demon Sect. As expected, Alliance Master Su Han has a certain amount of support. Those Sword Alliance Grand Ultimate Gods felt a sense of relief. Go on. Jian Wushuang pointed at a distance. Then, the silver-armored corpse puppet and the 2 bronze-armored corpse puppets immediately discharged powerful aura and dashed into the battlefield. The silver-armored corpse puppet had combat power equivalent to a top-notch high-level Grand Ultimate God, whereas the bronze-armored corpse puppets ranked the same as an ordinary high-level Grand Ultimate God. The situation on the battlefield was flipped around once again after 3 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods joined the battle. Is this your support? The Divine Demon Sect Master, Dong Shun, looked across the battlefield at Jian Wushuang. 1 silver-armored corpse puppet, 2 bronze-armored corpse puppets, Strange Old Tong, Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xin who had just broken through to reach the level of a high-level Grand Ultimate God, Strange Old Snake, Mr. Ning, and finally, Lan Junju. Your Sword Alliance is indeed no less than any top forces in terms of combat power. No wonder you dare to go against us, the Divine Demon Sect. Su Han, I regret that I had not wiped the Sword Alliance out when it had just emerged as a first-rated force, and before it was firmly entrenched in power. Sword Alliance was vulnerable then. Dong Shun's eyes were cold. You're right. If Divine Demon Sect or any of the top forces had attacked Sword Alliance then, we would not be able to resist at all. Unfortunately, you were all too aloof and tried to maintain the status quo of Danyang continent. None of you were interested in going into a war, and that gave me enough time to build the Sword Alliance. That being said, Divine Demon Sect has missed the best opportunity to destroy Sword Alliance, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. I missed the best opportunity indeed, so this time around, I must completely destroy your Sword Alliance by all means, so that the equilibrium in Danyang continent can be restored. Dong Shun's voice was cold. Su Han, I admit that your Sword Alliance has risen very fast, and you have gathered such a powerful lineup of Grand Ultimate Gods in such a short period of time. You certainly have wonderful methods, but it is a pity that you have underestimated us, the Divine Demon Sect. The reason why Divine Demon Sect has become one of the top forces in Danyang continent, and it remained strong for so many years, was not only because of our profound background and the many powerful Grand Ultimate Gods we have. The most important thing was that the Divine Demon Sect has the strongest combat power in Danyang Holy Domain. Dong Shun's eyes were gleaming when he said that. Dong Shun, are you referring to yourself as the strongest combat power? Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently. Dong Shun nodded slightly, admitting that he was the one. There was no other undying saint from the Danyang Holy Domain since the passing of Crimson Stone Saint. That made the Peak Grand Ultimate God possessing the strongest combat power in Danyang Holy Domain. In addition, there were only a handful of Peak Grand Ultimate Gods in Danyang Holy Domain. Among them, Nanwu Palace, Divine Demon Sect, Life and Death Tower, and Donggang Clan. The four top forces had one each. Dongshun was the one from Divine Demon Sect. Under the leadership of a Peak Grand Ultimate God, Divine Demon Sect was qualified to be called one of the top forces. That explained why Dongshun was not too bothered even though the Divine Demon Sect Grand Ultimate Gods were at an absolute disadvantage in the confrontation with Sword Alliance Grand Ultimate Gods. He had the strongest combat power, and he had yet to participate in the battle. However, he would very soon join the battle. Suhan, you haven't fought against a Peak Grand Ultimate God, so you'd never know how terrible a Peak Grand Ultimate God is. Do you think it's enough to be able to compete against and overpower the Divine Demon Sect primary level and high-level Grand Ultimate Gods? That, I tell you, is ridiculous. Dongshin sneered. While he was speaking, the astounding breath of divine power that far surpassed everyone else in his body was woken up like an aroused dragon. On the battlefield, the Grand Ultimate Gods from the two camps shivered when they sensed the breath of divine power. The Divine Demon Sect Grand Ultimate Gods were overjoyed. They knew that their sect master, Dongshun, would take the shot himself. A Peak Grand Ultimate God who also had the highest combat power in the Danyang Holy Domain was about to take the shot personally. The faces of the Sword Alliance Grand Ultimate Gods were a bit ugly. They had no chance against Dongshun, and they could only rely on whether Jian Wushuang had prepared for the counterattack. What worried them was that if Jian Wushuang had enough to resist Dongshan. Chapter 2761. Counting on you, Su Han. Go to hell. Dongshan's eyes glow with murderous intent. Boom. Dongshan's killing intent exploded alongside his terrifying aura as he charged forward at Jian Wushuang. His power violently shook the void that he went past. He passed through the center of the battlefield to the other side. The two parties that were fighting fiercely retreated to the side in horror. Even the strongest fighter of all, Strange Old Tong, was extremely terrified of Dongshan. Strange Old Tong saw Dongshan skim past, and he dared not to stop it. Dongshan was not hindered in any way, so he appeared in front of Jian Wushuang in just a blink of an eye. Dongshan knew very well that Jian Wushuang was the Sword Alliance leader and the mastermind of the event. Strange Old Tong, Grand Ultimate God Ju Xin, and the others were only taking orders from him. Even the corpse puppets were under Jian Wushuang's control. Dongshan believed that as long as he defeated and killed Jian Wushuang, the nasty situation could be resolved easily. However, when Dongshan waved the giant axe in his hand to have Jian Wushuang responded with a wave. Buzz. A dazzling stream of golden light lit up. A tall and burly figure emerged instantly. The tall and burly figure was holding a battle saber. He emanated a shocking wave of aura as his sword thrust forward for a brutal slash. The battle saber collided with Dongshan's giant axe. Boom! The tall and burly figure was thrashed far away, and Dongshan too was slightly shaken up by the momentum. He regained his footing after staggered 3 steps back. Dongshan raised his head to check out who the opponent was after he stabilized himself. Is that a gold-armored corpse puppet? Dongshan's eyes shrank sharply in astonishment. The experts from the two camps that were engaged in a brawl around the battlefield were in a state of frenzy. That's a gold-armored corpse puppet. It turned out to be a gold-armored corpse puppet. Oh gosh, not only is he controlling a silver-armored corpse puppet and 2 bronze-armored corpse puppets, but he is also controlling a gold-armored corpse puppet. A gold-armored corpse puppet is equivalent to the combat power of a Peak Grand Ultimate God. The experts from both camps were amazed. Peak Grand Ultimate Gods were scarce in Danyang continent. Each of the top forces had only one, whereby Crimson Stone Fort had Sewer and Yunshan. Who would have thought Jian Wushuang, a primary level Grand Ultimate God, would have a gold-armored corpse puppet at his beck and call? The experts finally knew why Jian Wushuang had so much confidence, and that he dared to make an onslaught upon Divine Demon Sect. You have a gold-armored corpse puppet? Dong Shun stared wide-eyed at Jian Wushuang. Dong Shun, do you think him a fool? If I don't have any confidence in battling against you, I would never launch an attack on Divine Demon Sect. I got the gold-armored corpse puppet by chance a while ago. He happens to have reached the combat power of a peak grand ultimate god, so I shall let him be your opponent. Jian Wushuang sneered and immediately commanded the gold-armored corpse puppet next to him, "Kill him!" The gold-armored corpse puppet did not hesitate. He instantly turned into a golden stream of light and attacked Dong Shun. The gold-armored corpse puppet perfectly displayed the combat power of a peak grand ultimate god. Dong Shun's expression was cold. His body rose and his breath of aura soared to a whole new level. Initially, he only had a giant axe in one of his hands, but then, a giant axe appeared in his other hand. Each of his hands holding a giant axe, his combat power climbed to its limit. Attack! Dong Shun bellowed and strode out for a strike. An overwhelming gush of divine aura dispersed in the void and fought fiercely with the gold-armored corpse puppet. The fierce battle only took a moment, and the two sides only collided several times. Swoosh! The gold-armored corpse puppet was smashed miserably. Then again, the gold-armored corpse puppet had a tough corpse puppet figure. Though its divine body was smashed, it did not suffer much damage. The message was clear, though, that the gold-armored corpse puppet was no match for Dong Shun. Haha, you think a gold-armored corpse puppet can compete with me head-on? What a joke. Dong Shun laughed arrogantly. His breath of aura was horrifying. He was violent like a peerless brutish beast. The gold-armored corpse puppet had no wisdom, and after pulling himself up to his feet, he launched another attack on Dong Shun. It did not take long before he was smashed again. The gold-armored corpse puppet was just a corpse puppet indeed. Although he has the combat power of a peak grand ultimate god, and he knows how to use some of the techniques he practiced during his lifetime, his true combat power is only average among the peak grand ultimate gods. Whereas, Dong Shun, he has been a peak grand ultimate god for years. His divine power, techniques, and even his treasures and divine weapons are above the gold-armored corpse puppet. I'm not surprised that the gold-armored corpse puppet is not his match. Jian Wushuang squinted slightly while his gaze traveled around the battlefield. Dong Shun was temporarily occupied by the gold-armored corpse puppet, and he could not extend help to his people. The Sword Alliance had an absolute advantage over the fight between the rest of the Grand Ultimate Gods, but it did not seem to be a huge advantage. The Sword Alliance's Grand Ultimate Gods faced difficulties to nab a chance to kill several of the Divine Demon Sect Grand Ultimate Gods. The situation would be nasty for Sword Alliance when Dong Shun defeated the gold-armored corpse puppet and joined the rest of the battle. The situation could in fact be very awful for Sword Alliance. It seems that I have to help them out, Jian Wushuang murmured as he roused the 7 Stars secret technique. As soon as the 7 Stars secret technique was performed, his realm moved up by another level and his divine power soared. Buzz! An immense amount of golden divine power began to condense behind him, and in the blink of an eye, a golden emperor who was 10,000 feet tall had appeared behind him. The golden emperor was extremely domineering. He stood tall and overlooked everything in the world down below. He was terrorizing. At the same time, on the surface of his body, a layer of dark golden armor slowly emerged. 7 Stars secret technique, Divine God of Punishment, and 9 Sparkle Star armor had been performed at the same time. Jian Wushuang's combat power had risen to its limit. However, he did not immediately make a move. Instead, he flipped his hand and took out a bronze mirror. The bronze mirror was the golden feather phantom mirror. Jian Wushuang was using his mind to control. Buzz! A large amount of golden light instantly diffused and covered the entire battlefield in front of him in a jiffy. In addition, the surging golden divine power ocean swept frantically, and on Jian Wushuang's dark golden armor over his body, a domain formed. A sky-shattering sword intent was produced when his 100,000 miles of perfect sword world came into place. Golden light domain, prison of punishment, star armor domain, sword world. The 4 domain oppression methods had been put to use all at one go. Jian Wushuang stood right at the core of the golden divine power, while the golden emperor behind him overlooked everything in the world. Then, Jian Wushuang slowly stretched out his palm and pumped his fist at the void ahead. For domain oppression methods superimposed. Oppression. Chapter 2762. Domain Oppression, Wipeout. Rumble. The terrifying oppressive power of the four domains combined instantly went into effect. Back in the secret realm, Jin Wushuang at the same level of cultivation realm had only used the Prison of Punishment, Star Armor domain, and Sword World domain oppression methods. The triple oppression was able to suppress Saber Master's strength by 20 to 30%. He had since then gained a new technique, the Golden Light domain. The four-domain oppression worked in a frenzied manner. It was working well, even on the many divine demon sect grand ultimate gods that were targeted. The oppressive effect was simply astonishing. This is, the divine demon sect grand ultimate gods were horrified. Oh no, my strength has been suppressed by 50%. A primary level grand ultimate god exclaimed. The primary level grand ultimate god's strength ranked at the bottom among the experts on the battlefield. Under the circumstance when his strength was suppressed by 50%, any high-level grand ultimate god from Sword Alliance could take the advantage to fire a shot at him, and that would be enough to seriously injure him if not kill him directly. I'm also being suppressed by as much as 30%. How can this domain be so powerful? The few divine demon sect high-level grand ultimate gods were also extremely furious. The primary level grand ultimate god strength was suppressed by 50%, whereas theirs by 30%. The strongest among all, the peak grand ultimate god, Dongshun, was also being suppressed by the domain oppression. He was shocked. Even my strength is being suppressed by 10%? Dongshun cried in disbelief. The stronger the opponent's strength, the weaker the suppression effect. Jin Wushuang's domain oppression extended to the entire battlefield on the divine demon sect experts. Yet a peak grand ultimate god, Dongshun, was suppressed by nearly 10%. Does it mean that if Jin Wushuang put the oppression on me alone, my strength could possibly be suppressed by at least 20%? Just how strong is his domain oppression? The strength of divine demon sect experts had been suppressed by the domain oppression, but none of the Sword Alliance experts was affected in any way. Swoosh! The gold-armored corpse puppet fired another shot, and the battle saber in his hand slashed without mercy at the same level of power he imposed before. Dong Shun's expression sank. The giant axes in his hand fell off his grips. The two collided with each other and caused an explosion of terrifying power. As a result, the gold-armored corpse puppet was sent flying, but Dong Shun only retreated a few steps back. Damn it! Dong Shun's gaze turned gloomy. He had an absolute advantage over the gold-armored corpse puppet, but after his strength was suppressed by the domain oppression, he only had 90% of strength left at work. He could sense the difference when he fought with the gold-armored corpse puppet again. Though he still overpowered the gold-armored corpse puppet, it was not as easy as before. If that was what Dongshun was feeling, the other divine demon sect grand ultimate gods were in a worse situation. Attack! Kill them! Strange Old Tong, Grand Ultimate God Ju Xin, Strange Old Snake, Mr. and Ing, Lan Junju, and the corpse puppets were not affected in the slightest. They naturally would not miss the once-in-lifetime opportunity. They went all out trying to kill the divine demon sect experts. The divine demon sect grand ultimate gods were in a mess. They flustered. In addition, after the domain oppression was in action, Jin Wushuang, who had been standing in the void outside the battlefield doing nothing, flipped his hand to summon his Blood Mountain sword. Let's start killing. Jin Wushuang wore a cold grin as he launched himself into the battlefield. He did not go to Dongshun. Dongshun was extremely powerful, so it was almost impossible for Jin Wushuang to kill him. Jin Wushuang's strategy was to just allow the gold-armored corpse puppet to keep Dongshun busy, so he had no chance to free himself up and assist the other divine demon sect grand ultimate gods. Jin Wushuang was aiming for the divine demon sect primary level and high-level grand ultimate gods. His figure was zooming around like an agile phantom at his fastest speed. He appeared in the center of the battlefield and his gaze was immediately locked on a divine demon sect primary level grand ultimate god right in front of him. Strange Old Snake, seize the opportunity. Jin Wushuang shouted. Strange Old Snake was startled and a little stunned. Jian Wushuang pointed with his finger, and a gush of space-time law power erupted. The divine demon, sect primary level grand ultimate god who was fleeing froze in place. His body and expression froze as if space-time was at a complete standstill. The weird scene surprised strange old snake, and he immediately understood what Jian Wushuang was saying. He was the first grand ultimate god to be Jian Wushuang's follower, and he once saw Jian Wushuang beheaded FOE. He was familiar with the method to freeze space-time. Without any hesitation, strange old snake took a step forward and fired a shot at lightning speed. The divine demon sect primary level grand ultimate god who was trapped in the frozen space-time was killed by strange old snake before he could recover his senses. He was the first grand ultimate god who was slain. Jian Wushuang slashed his sword across the other side after helping strange old snake to kill the first grand ultimate god. Mr. and Ing, Jian Wushuang shouted. There were two primary level grand ultimate gods who were fighting against Mr. and Ing, but they did not survive Jian Wushuang's finger-pointing heavenly technique. Although Mr. and Ing did not know what exactly was the technique, he took action and killed both of the primary level grand ultimate gods. In just an instant, without firing an attack at any of the opponents, Jian Wushuang had killed 3 primary level grand ultimate gods easily by cooperating with strange old snake and Mr. and Ing using the finger-pointing heavenly technique. That made the divine demon sect experts who had been panicking because of the domain oppression even more petrified. Run. Run away quickly. It's weird. What exactly is that? 3 primary level grand ultimate gods were beheaded in just a jiffy. At this rate, I'm afraid that all of us will be beheaded soon. Quick, run away from this domain. Sorrowful and terrified lamentation echoed in all directions. The divine demon sect primary level grand ultimate gods had completely lost their intent to fight, and they began fleeing for their lives. Bastards! Dong Shun was furious when he saw what was happening, but he did not stop any of them from leaving. He knew that divine demon sect had lost the battle. It was a miserable defeat. Their losses would be greater if they insisted on carrying on fighting. The Sword Alliance experts and the corpse puppets were chasing after the divine demon sect experts that were escaping. Jian Wushuang was among the crowd. His gaze once again landed on that one person. Chapter 2763. Vanquished Jian Wushuang had his eyes on an old man with fiery red hair who looked like a ball of flame. The man was Fiery Cloud Demon Master. Fiery Cloud Demon Master was outstanding among the high-level Grand Ultimate Gods. Killing him was like killing 3 primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods. Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian. Jian Wushuang yelled. Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian was fighting against Fiery Cloud Demon Master, and the silver-armored corpse puppet was nearby. Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian responded immediately to Jian Wushuang's cue. He turned around and saw Jian Wushuang had his finger out pointing at the distance. Buzz. The space-time power dispersed. He was again performing the finger-pointing heavenly technique. Damn it. It was to Fiery Cloud Demon Master dismay to find Jian Wushuang stretched out his hand and pointed toward him. Fiery Cloud Demon Master desperately wanted to dodge away. Unfortunately, a finger-pointing heavenly technique was an unusually overbearing technique. It had the space-time around Fiery Cloud Demon Master under control, and running away was not an option available to him. In an instant, Fiery Cloud Demon Master and the space-time around him became stagnated. However, Fiery Cloud Demon Master was extremely powerful. Jian Wushuang's finger-pointing heavenly technique had only managed to freeze him for a short moment. It was such a brief moment, yet Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian and the silver-armored corpse puppet caught hold of it. Whoosh! A dazzling saber light instantly cut in a violent sweeping stroke on Fiery Cloud Demon Master's head. The silver-armored corpse puppet had bright silver light flashing. Its body transformed into an ancient ferocious beast and popped up behind Fiery Cloud Demon Master. Its palm wide opened, like a fierce beast's claws, went down on Fiery Cloud Demon Master. The space-time around Fiery Cloud Demon Master was back to normal, and he immediately noticed the 2 horrible attacking moves coming in both in front of and behind him. Shocked, Fiery Cloud Demon Master immediately ignited a conflagration, and at the same time, both his arms stretched in opposite directions, trying to resist the attacks targeting him. He had no time to perform fancy defensive moves, so he was relying on his palms and parrying off the attacks. Bang! Bang! Two loud booming sounds were heard, followed by Fiery Cloud Demon Master being shaken up. He felt a sweet taste in the mouth as he spouted out blood. His face turned pale and his breath of aura wilted instantly. He was obviously seriously injured. He was lucky, considering that he only suffered a serious injury instead of being beheaded. Having survived the destructive attacks, Fiery Cloud Demon Master desperately wanted to pull himself further away from Grand Ultimate God Ju Xian and the silver-armored corpse puppet. Suddenly, a phantom-like figure appeared next to him unexpectedly. "You are?" Fiery Cloud Demon Master spotted the figure from the corner of his eyes. The figure was wearing a golden robe and holding a long sword in his hand. Behind the figure was a 10,000 feet tall golden emperor. He was Jian Wushuang. *T. Fiery Cloud Demon Master went wide-eyed. Jian Wushuang brandished his sword. A beam of sword light emerged. The sword movement gave away a poignant and heartbreaking feeling. It was confounding yet mesmerizing to watch. Many experts who were fighting around the battlefield were attracted and fascinated by the sword light. They felt tipsy. It was slightly uncomfortable but dreamy and enjoyable. Space-time sword technique, 7th form, enchanted. As Jian Wushuang improved his grasp on the space-time law, his understanding of sword principles improved, and he had been seeking new breakthroughs in sword techniques. He had created the first 7 forms of space-time sword technique, and the 7th form was a huge breakthrough. Every single new form after the 7th form was extremely difficult. Jian Wushuang has created the enchanted form for decades, and he had yet to create the 8th form. Though it was the very same 7th form he performed decades ago, he managed to make it even more fascinating and unusually hard to be resisted. Its speed and power had also been greatly improved. Fiery Cloud Demon Master's eyes showed that he was baffled by such mesmerizing and beautiful sword light, and he seemed like he had fallen for the magical moment. However, his mind was fully aware of the situation, and he frantically wanted to do something to resist the fascinating sword attack. He wanted to resist the attack so bad. However, he just got lucky with Grand Ultimate God Ju Xian and the silver-armored corpse puppet, and he was running for his life. Jian Wushuang caught the perfect opportunity to fire the shot, while sealing off the path Fiery Cloud Demon Master was retreating. Fiery Cloud Demon Master was horrified to find himself unable to keep up with the speed of Jian Wushuang's sword. He knew he was too slow compared with that sword movement. He had no time to resist the sword attack. Finally, Chuck. The poignant sword light passed through Fiery Cloud Demon Master. He was covered with conflagration, but as the sword light passed by, the flame was put out instantly. His eyes dimmed as his breath of aura diminished. He was killed in just a jiffy. What a pity, Fiery Cloud Demon Master. If you did not choose to join Divine Demon Sect and wait for a little longer for me to send you an invitation, you would not die. You will also get a Huangji Golden Pill to attempt to break through to the Peak Grand Ultimate God Realm. Jian Wushuang sighed when he looked at the Fiery Cloud Demon Master's body. While Jian Wushuang slew Fiery Cloud Demon Master, the battles around him were also leaning in favor of one party. Most of the Divine Demon Sect Grand Ultimate Gods were defeated, and they were fleeing for their lives. Their strength was suppressed by the domain oppression and the terrifying golden prison around them. They had to first escape the golden prison that was extremely difficult for them. In just a few moments, in addition to the 3 primary level Grand Ultimate Gods and Fiery Cloud Demon Master who were killed with the help of Jian Wushuang, a high-level Grand Ultimate God and a primary level Grand Ultimate God were killed. 6 out of 12 Grand Ultimate Gods, including Dong Shun, who turned up from Divine Demon Sect, were beheaded. That was half of the manpower. And the killing was obviously still going on. Without warning, boom. A terrifying roar sounded abruptly. Far ahead up front, a hole was made through the extremely strong golden prison under the impact of majestic power, and the hole was growing larger. Dense cracks appeared quickly all over the golden prison, spreading like a spider web. Finally, the golden prison collapsed due to the impact. After that, a burly figure appeared. Chapter 2764. Nanwu Palace Master. He was a bulky, middle-aged man who wore a loose and luxurious robe with a dignified expression on his face. His hands were behind his back while he stood in the void and oversaw everything from the peak with cold eyes. Although all of those who stood in front of him were considered strong grand ultimate gods, they were no different from ordinary experts in the bulky middle-aged man's opinion. The most noticeable part about him was the divine power being released from him. The wave of divine power unleashed was really too strong. Although he was also a peak grand ultimate god, he was much stronger when compared to Dongshan. Their superiority was distinguishable simply by his wave of divine power, without the necessity for both of them to fight it out, as the bulky middle-aged man was far stronger than Dongshan. This is Nanwu Palace Master? Experts who were fighting furiously from the Sword Alliance and Divine Demon Sect were surprised when they saw that bulky middle-aged man. It's Nanwu Palace Master, the current publicly recognized #1 expert in the Danyang Holy Domain. He's actually here? The golden prison has been broken. Let's run. Quick. The remaining divine demon sects, grand ultimate gods, grabbed the opportunity to immediately escape into their surroundings at the same time the others were stunned. Jin Wushuang and the others had also stopped their attacks, while looking over to the bulky middle-aged man with a serious look in their eyes. As the saying goes, a big tree was a good shelter. The saying applies to a well-known person too. Nanwu Palace Master was after all the incumbent publicly acknowledged first-ranked expert in the Danyang Holy Domain. He was ranked first among the ultimate gods in Danyang Holy Domain. That fact could be noticeable from either the divine power he unleashed, which was one whole level higher than Dongshan, or his actions of breaking Jian Wushuang's golden prison with a simple attack. In short, he was an extremely strong person who nobody dared to ignore. Nanwu, Dongshan, standing in the void, had also seen Nanwu Palace Master's arrival. However, the gold-armored corpse puppet was still blocking him. Dongshan, this is the first time I've seen the Divine Demon Sect be in such an embarrassing situation. A first-rated force badly defeated a pinnacle force such as yourself, said Nanwu Palace Master in a relaxed manner, with his cold yet filled with a strong hint of dignity in his voice. Humph. It's easy for you to critique when you're at the sidelines. Do you think the Sword Alliance is merely a first-rated force? Dongshan asked with a solemn expression on his face. That's true. Nanwu Palace Master slightly nodded. His purpose for rushing over was because he received news that the Sword Alliance had wiped out the Heavenly Blood Alliance in a thunderous manner and almost caused all the experts from the Divine Demon Sect to come forth. His original purpose was to observe the Divine Demon Sect's true combat power, but did not expect to see such a great and almost unbelievable change in the battle. It was true that the Divine Demon Sect had sent every member they had with a total of 12 grand ultimate gods, and even Dongshan personally took action. However, the results were them being heavily defeated by the Sword Alliance in direct combat. In addition, he had been staying in a nearby void and was able to see the ongoing fierce battle in the Golden Prison, as his soul power was sufficiently strong to ignore the Golden Prison's blockade. Therefore, he was able to observe everything happening on the battlefield. The Sword Alliance's grand ultimate god-level combat power had greatly surprised even himself. The combination of all 5 grand ultimate gods that consisted of Strange Old Tong, Ju Xian, Old Snake, and Ing, Lan Junju, and even Jian Wushuang coupled together with a gold-armored corpse puppet, a silver-armored corpse puppet, and 2 bronze-armored corpse puppets. Such grand ultimate god-level combat power was really horrifying. Together with Jian Wushuang's suppressive domains that covered the entire area, only the Crimson Stone Fort and his Nanwu Palace among the 5 pinnacle forces in Danyang continent were capable of defending against such combat power. Sword Alliance. Nanwu Palace Master's facial expression slightly darkened when he looked over at Jian Wushuang with his sharp eyes. I've heard about how strong Alliance Master Su Han of the Sword Alliance was. You're undeniably a pinnacle genius that killed FOE, a primary level grand ultimate god, head-on while you were still a peak heaven ultimate god. Now that I've seen you today, you really are exceptional, said Nanwu Palace Master with a hint of certainty in his words. He saw the battle clearly with his own eyes. Although Jin Wushuang was only a primary level Grand Ultimate God and had not previously taken any action, his motions were capable of completely changing the situation. He started with activating his domains to suppress the entire battlefield and constricted every expert under the Divine Demon sect on the battlefield. His subsequent actions then killed 4 Grand Ultimate Gods in one go, while working together with the Sword Alliance's experts such that even the Fiery Cloud Demon Master was killed by him. Although such power was not a threat to him, it was enough to catch his attention. Jin Wushuang smiled humbly and asked, "Nanhua Palace Master, I've been looking forward to meeting you. What happened today is between the Sword Alliance and Divine Demon Sect. It has nothing to do with the Nanhua Palace, and I know that the Sword Alliance had never caused trouble with Nanhua Palace. I wonder why Nanhua Palace Master is here today?" Nanhua Palace Master was silent for a short while before speaking. Alliance Master Su Han. It's true there are no grudges between Nanhua Palace and Sword Alliance. The Nanhua Palace shouldn't have gotten involved in what's going on today. However, the Divine Demon Sect is one of the 5 pinnacle forces in the Danyang continent and carries great influence. It'll affect the pinnacle force's position once losses are too great, and will have a great impact on the situation in the Danyang continent. At that moment, the balance that we've tried so hard to maintain will be completely disrupted and might lead the Danyang continent into a chaotic state. Hence, I hope Alliance Master Su Han can stop whatever that's going on to give Nanhua Palace some face. What do you think? Nanhua Palace Master spoke in a gentle voice. Although he sounded casual, he gave off the suppressive aura of someone superior. Jin Wushuang and all the Sword Alliance's experts were able to feel extremely strong pressure coming from Nanhua Palace Master. Jin Wushuang knew that if he refused to stop and continued the battle, Nanhua Palace Master would personally take action. At that moment, battling Nanhua Palace Master was not something Jin Wushuang was completely confident about. I don't dare object now that Nanhua Palace Master has personally made this request. This battle shall end here. However, the Sword Alliance has taken over Heavenly Blood Alliance and nobody should ask us to relinquish it. I hope Nanhua Palace Master can understand this, said Jin Wushuang. That's for sure. The forces in the Danyang continent won't stop fighting against one another. Understandably, the Sword Alliance is powerful enough to take over 1 or 2 forces and control some territories. I believe Sect Master Dong Shun also thinks so too. Nanhua Palace Master glanced at Dong Shun. Dong Shun had an extremely darkened facial expression. He was not reconciled with the ongoings at that moment, but there was nothing he could do even if he was unhappy about it. He could see the situation in front of him. The Sword Alliance not weaker than the Divine Demon Sect when comparing their total strength, it was stronger instead. Chapter 2765. Almighty Rise. The Divine Demon Sect was definitely in a disadvantageous position when they encountered the Sword Alliance even during their prime. On the contrary, they would be directly struck down. After that huge battle, the Divine Demon Sect alone had lost 6 Grand Ultimate Gods, and when combined with those 3 from the Heavenly Blood Alliance that the Sword Alliance killed, they had lost a total of 9 Grand Ultimate Gods. It could be said that they suffered a great loss. They would have to consider themselves fortunate if the Sword Alliance did not continue taking action against the Divine Demon Sect under such circumstances. It was a joke for the Divine Demon Sect to think of retaliating against the Sword Alliance to snatch back the territories that once belonged to the Heavenly Blood Alliance and avenge their fallen experts. He even understood that if Nanhua Palace Master did not take action in time, the Divine Demon Sect would have lost even more experts. Alliance Master Su Han, "We'll make a move first since everything has been resolved," said Nanhua Palace Master before turning to leave. Dong Shun and the Divine Demon Sect's remaining Grand Ultimate Gods had dark expressions on their faces, especially Dong Shun, who was glancing at Jin Wushuang and the others coldly. Although he did not speak, Jin Wushuang could spot the torrential grudge in his look. After a few moments upon Nanhua Palace Master and the others' departure, "Everybody, has anybody suffered losses?" Jin Wushuang looked at the Grand Ultimate Gods around him. Old Tong, Ju Xian, Old Snake, and Ing, and Lan Junju looked at each other with smiles on their faces. Alliance Master Su Han, "There aren't many people who I admire throughout my entire life, but you have my admiration today. The Divine Demon sect had been dominating the Danyang continent for so many years and never suffered any losses even during their head-on fights against either the Crimson Stone Fort or Nanwu Palace. However, the Divine Demon sect had suffered such tremendous losses in the hands of Alliance Master Su Han and lost 9 grand ultimate gods. "I really admire your abilities," said Old Tong. Previously, he had a huge fallout with the Divine Demon sect, hence he was the happiest upon seeing the Divine Demon sect suffering great losses. Apart from holding such strong suppressing domains, you also had a gold armored corpse puppet, a silver armored corpse puppet, and 2 bronze armored corpse puppets. No wonder the Alliance Master was so confident to go into a head-on fight against the Divine Demon sect. It turns out you really can go against the Divine Demon sect. Ju Xian, and Ing, Lan Junju, and the others were happily chit-chatting among themselves. They were truly quite nervous and worried before their fight with the Divine Demon sect. It was the Divine Demon sect who had never been overthrown for years after all. However, they had never expected they would defeat the Divine Demon sect head-on with such overwhelming means. They never even dared to think about it before that moment. Jin Wushuang only smiled gently when he heard that. "Alliance Master, I don't think Dong Shun will just let this go based on his facial expression when he left," said Old Snake with a deep voice. Jin Wushuang slightly smiled. "I know. Although the Divine Demon sect is one of the Danyang continent's pinnacle forces with quite a stable foundation with many grand ultimate gods, we killed 9 of them. How can the Divine Demon sect put down such a great loss? However, the Sword Alliance isn't afraid of them regardless of the grudges the Divine Demon sect bears against us. In addition, the losses they suffer this time are so great that it's enough to affect their foundation and position. The Divine Demon sect will be struggling after this, and might even fall into a position with no hope of making a comeback if they aren't careful. In the end, there are many forces and experts who lust after the Divine Demon sect's position or have grudges against them. Jin Wushuang knew clearly that the Divine Demon sect must have accumulated quite many grudges throughout the years as one of the pinnacle forces. For example, Old Tong previously had a great grudge against the Divine Demon sect. There were certainly many experts like Old Tong in the Danyang continent who had grudges against the Divine Demon sect. Despite the many experts' grudges, the Divine Demon sect did not suffer any losses to their strength as they had many experts on top of also having Dong Shun personally overlooking matters, which was enough to shock everyone. However, the Divine Demon sect had lost 9 grand ultimate gods all at once that day. It was not easy to recover from such a great loss. It was a great opportunity for those experts or forces that held grudges against the Divine Demon sect to overturn them. It's a waste we did not completely stop Dong Shun in this battle, or the Divine Demon sect would have been done for, thought Jin Wushuang to himself. Dong Shun was the backbone and stabilizing force of the Divine Demon sect. Even though the Divine Demon sect lost a huge number of grand ultimate gods, they were still qualified to be considered as a pinnacle force as long as Dong Shun was still alive. However, the Divine Demon sect would be easily overturned if Dong Shun died, as they would lack the highest combat power deterrence. However, Jin Wushuang also understood it was not so easy to kill a peak grand ultimate god. At least he knew that he was unable to do so at the moment. In the battle just moments ago, he only managed to control the gold-armored corpse puppet to do its best at pestering Dong Shun under the suppressive assistance of the domains. It's normal for the Divine Demon sect to be unhappy, but the appearance of Nanwu Palace Master is beyond my expectation, said Jin Wushuang with a frown. He was prepared to face the Divine Demon sect, but did not expect to face Nanwu Palace. Nanwu Palace Master's appearance was indeed unexpected. Luckily, the Nanwu Palace did not directly take action against the Sword Alliance, and only asked us to stop to protect the Danyang continent's balance. It looks like Nanwu Palace doesn't want to cause a big stir, and place high importance toward the balance of forces in the Danyang continent. Jin Wushuang slightly narrowed his eyes and smirked weirdly. However, Nanwu Palace Master isn't aware that even without the Sword Alliance continuing our actions, it'll be difficult for the Divine Demon sect to stabilize their current situation based on the losses they suffered. The situation between forces in the Danyang continent will still enter a chaotic period. It isn't only because the divine demon sect is unable to stabilize their current situation with the losses they suffered, but the most important matter is the strong uprising of the Sword Alliance. The Sword Alliance is having a strong uprising this time, and will surely turn the Danyang continent upside down. The messier the Danyang continent becomes, the better it is for me. Old Tong, Zhu Xian, and the others who stood beside Jian Wushuang glanced at each other. They did not know Jian Wushuang's true aim, but had their pride as they had promised to fight for the Sword Alliance for 1,000 years. They would do their best no matter which forces the Sword Alliance went against during that period. The Sword Alliance had a great victory in the battle that day as they had wiped out the Divine Demon sect in a face-to-face battle and killed 9 of their grand ultimate gods. Once that news spread, they believed it would shake the entire Danyang continent and cause a wave of perilous reaction. The Sword Alliance's prestige would reach new heights within a short time. Unsurprisingly, it would lead to the birth of a new pinnacle force. Chapter 2766, A Great Shock. Jian Wushuang and his people previously wiped out the Heavenly Blood Alliance with overwhelming strength and killed 3 grand ultimate gods including the Heavenly Blood Alliance Master. The Divine Demon sect was furious and attacked with their full might. Nanwa Palace Master was not the only one who received news about the occurrence. Several other pinnacle forces and many first-rated forces, second-rated forces, and independent experts had also learned about it. There were many witnesses during the head-on fight between Divine Demon sect and Sword Alliance, which resulted in an immediate spread of the news. As Jian Wushuang and the others had anticipated, the news caused a stir in the entire Danyang continent. Once it spread, the forces and many experts in the Danyang continent were stunned. The Divine Demon sect sent their full force of 12 grand ultimate gods being personally led by the Divine Demon sect Master Dong Shun to clash head-on with the Sword Alliance, but was defeated. 6 of their grand ultimate gods were decapitated on the spot by the Sword Alliance. How's that possible? Is this a joke? After all, they are one of the pinnacle forces. This is inaccurate. It's inaccurate. I know about the Sword Alliance, and they had just been founded decades ago. The Alliance Master is Su Han, who's only a primary level grand ultimate god. Although he's a genius and killed FOE in a head-on battle while still a heaven ultimate god, it was rumored that his success had a certain level of embellishment in it. How could it be possible for the Sword Alliance to directly go against the Divine Demon sect and defeat them? It's impossible. I think it's impossible too. Different forces and experts felt it was impossible when they received the news with no one believing it. However, many saw the battle with some of them being extremely strong experts. There were even people who purposely recorded the battle with image tokens. Although these people did not know what happened to the Divine Demon sect's grand ultimate gods after they were trapped in the Golden Prison, the onlookers still recorded the subsequent events after Nanwa Palace Master destroyed the Golden Prison. Those image tokens soon spread widely across the Danyang continent. The experts could only accept the truth regardless of how unbelievable it was with the image tokens' existences. It's true? The Sword Alliance had truly defeated the Divine Demon sect? Oh my god, since when did strange Old Tong, Zhu Xian, Old Snake, and Ying, and Lan Junju join the Sword Alliance? And since when did Zhu Xian, Old Snake, and an Ying make a breakthrough to the high-level Grand Ultimate God realm? Look at those figures in the recording. Those are corpse puppets. Those 2 bronze-armored corpse puppets have the combat power of ordinary high-level Grand Ultimate Gods, while the silver-armored corpse puppet has a peak high-level Grand Ultimate God strength. However, those images even showed Alliance Master Su Han taking out a gold-armored corpse puppet which had the combat power of a peak Grand Ultimate God. No wonder they're capable of defeating the Divine Demon sect in a face-to-face battle. The Sword Alliance's upper echelons have such high combat power? All questions were thrown out the window when they saw the occurrence from those mirror images. The Sword Alliance's battle array was horrifying and truly had the capability of directly defeating the Divine Demon sect. At that moment, all of them understood that the Divine Demon sect's defeat was justifiable and their remaining Grand Ultimate Gods might not be able to leave peacefully were it not for Nanwu Palace Master's interference at the end. Apart from that, two other matters arose after the news was verified. Firstly, the Divine Demon sect was badly affected by the battle. The Divine Demon sect had lost a total of 9 grand ultimate gods in the battle when taking into consideration of those 3 Heavenly Blood Alliance's grand ultimate gods that were killed. It had to be highlighted that the Divine Demon sect had a limited number of grand ultimate gods. Losing 9 of them meant they were left with a small number, which drastically decreased their upper echelon's combat power. Such events had brought excitement to many forces in the Danyang continent. Some of the experts who had grudges against the Divine Demon sect were also eager to take action. In the past, the Divine Demon sect was extremely strong and acted extremely domineeringly. Hence, those experts dared not offend them even though they had triggered many of those experts. However, the Divine Demon sect had suffered such a huge change at that moment, and those experts would not forget to hit them with another blow. Secondly, the Sword Alliance had directly defeated the Divine Demon sect. The Sword Alliance's overpowering strength had shocked those forces and experts. Hence, a rumor had been started in the Danyang continent that the Sword Alliance would be replacing the Divine Demon sect and become a new pinnacle force. Apart from that, even if the Divine Demon sect was able to maintain itself due to Dong Shun's support and their profound heritage, the Sword Alliance's rise was certain. It was because the Sword Alliance already had the strength of a pinnacle force. Although the Sword Alliance did not have a true peak grand ultimate god, they had a gold-armored corpse puppet supporting them as their highest-level combat power. Such a fact was further verified with their capabilities of directly defeating the Divine Demon sect during the grand ultimate god-level battle. As for those lower-level members being led by the Sword Alliance, every force had received news that the Sword Alliance also had an army known as the Divine Sword Army, consisted of 500 heaven ultimate gods that was formed at a great cost and having extremely high combat powers. It could be said that Jian Wushuang had already possessed sufficient strength. It was estimated that the difference between the current Sword Alliance and a pinnacle force was having sufficient territories and profound heritages. However, obsolete strength was required to obtain territories and profound heritage, but that was not an issue as one could also plunder others for them. Therefore, the Sword Alliance undisputedly would become a new pinnacle force in the Danyang continent. In a dimly lit hall, there was no lighting or any ornaments, but only a huge round table in the middle. At that moment, 3 obscure figures formed around the round table. Those 3 obscure figures were only consciousness incarnations, and not the real bodies, as they did not have any power but were only capable of conversing. "Why isn't Dong Shan here?" An evil voice resounded from an evil-looking old man who was completely covered under a black robe. The evil-looking elder had green eyes and looked extremely ghastly. However, he had a great identity. There were 5 pinnacle forces in the Danyang continent, and that evil-looking elder was the Life and Death Tower Master. The Divine Demon sect had met with such a huge change and suffered losing 9 grand ultimate gods alongside a great blow to their prestige. Many forces and experts now have their eyes fixated on the Divine Demon sect. Hence, Dongshan is extremely busy doing his Divine Demon sect master responsibilities right now. How could he have the time to come over here? A gentle voice could be heard from the only woman among those 3 people. She was an old lady with gray hair and had spots all over her face, looking extremely worn out. The Dongfang clan masters had always been women. The gray-haired old lady was the clan master of Dongfang clan at that moment. Chapter 2767. Outer Realm. Apart from those 2, a bulky middle-aged man with a strict face was also sitting by the round table. The bulky middle-aged man in a loose yet expensive-looking robe was the publicly recognized most powerful expert in the Danyang continent, Nanwu Palace Master. Nanwu Palace Master, Life and Death Tower Master, and the Dongfang Clan Master. 3 of the 5 pinnacle forces leaders in the Danyang continent had gathered there. Honorable leaders, I'm sure you know the reason I invited you here today? Nanwu Palace Master looked at the others around him. The evil-looking elder, the Life and Death Tower Master, laughed weirdly. Of course, we definitely need to revise our plans now that such a huge incident has occurred. The gray-haired old lady, also known as the Dongfang Clan Master, asked, I never imagined the Divine Demon sect was so weak. How could they be defeated in a head-on battle against the Sword Alliance? An alliance that had just been formed recently. Don't underestimate the Sword Alliance. Both of you would be foolish to think that it was a pure coincidence for the Sword Alliance to defeat the Divine Demon Sect, said Nanwu Palace Master in a low voice. Nanwu, what do you mean by this? The Life and Death Tower Master looked at him. Nanwu, you also took action during the battle and knew most about the Sword Alliance. Tell us about them if you know, said Dongfang Clan Master. It's true that I saw the entire battle with my own eyes. The Sword Alliance isn't weak and is truly slightly stronger than the Divine Demon Sect. I'm guessing that only Nanwu Palace is stronger than the Sword Alliance among our 4 pinnacle forces, while both of your forces are almost at a similar level to the Sword Alliance, said Nanwu Palace Master. Are they really that strong? The Life and Death Tower Master and Dongfang Clan Master's facial expressions darkened. They saw from the mirror images that the Sword Alliance had quite strong combat powers. However, it was quite unconvincing to say the Sword Alliance was well matched with both their forces. Nanwu Palace Master said with a serious tone, you only saw images of the battle but did not participate in it. The Sword Alliance had such an upper hand in the battle isn't only because the Sword Alliance has a group of grand ultimate gods with high combat power. Another major reason is the Sword Alliance Master Su Han. Don't underestimate Su Han. Although he only has the power of a primary level grand ultimate god, he has extremely strong skills and exceptionally strong domains. Many of the Divine Demon Sect's grand ultimate gods were greatly suppressed when it was activated, causing their combat power to be greatly reduced. Even a peak grand ultimate god such as Dong Shun was greatly suppressed. These are the results of his domains when covering the entire battlefield. If he focused on only suppressing an individual, the domain suppression would be even stronger. The Life and Death Tower Master and Dongfang Clan Master were stunned when they heard that. They realized that Nanwu Palace Master had a high evaluation of Su Han's domains. Su Han's skills in domain control must be extremely good for the Nanwu Palace Master to give him such high praise. Su Han's skills and the Sword Alliance's strength are only some of the factors. The real issue we should be afraid of is the Sword Alliance's background, said Nanwu Palace Master all of a sudden. Background? The Life and Death Tower Master and Dongfang Clan Master were stunned. The Sword Alliance had risen at such a fast pace within only a couple of decades, while Su Han is just a primary level grand ultimate god who isn't really strong. How can he create such a strong Sword Alliance capable of competing against the pinnacle forces by himself in such a short time? Nanwu Palace Master seriously raised his doubts. You mean that Su Han has people secretly supporting him? Dongfang Clan Master slightly narrowed her eyes. That's right. According to the news I received, the Sword Alliance already started building its own army when it was founded. Apart from that, the reason their strength grew so profoundly is that the Sword Alliance has a large number of resources. They gave much better offers, 2 to 3 times more compared to those offered by ordinary first-rated forces, to the experts they gathered. The reason so many experts are willing to join the Sword Alliance is because of their exceptional offers, and is the reason the Sword Alliance manages to grow rapidly within such a short period. However, where did all these resources come from? It can't be Su Han who obtained them by himself, right? Nanwu Palace Master asked. The Life and Death Tower Master and Dongfang Clan Master also nodded in agreement after hearing Nanwu Palace Master's conjunction. It was true that Su Han only had the strength of an ordinary peak heaven ultimate god when he first gained a reputation in the Danyang continent. The number of resources he owned when compared to his strength obviously meant somebody was secretly supporting him. However, who could be capable, or should we say, who would spend so much resources to raise the Sword Alliance to become a pinnacle force? Could it be the Crimson Stone Fort? The Life and Death Tower Master had a cold look in his eyes. However, Nanwu Palace Master directly shook his head. It can't be the Crimson Stone Fort. If it's the Crimson Stone Fort during its peak period when they had the Crimson Stone Saint supporting them, they might still be capable of supporting the rise of a pinnacle force. However, I'm sure you know of the current situation in the Crimson Stone Fort. They have such serious internal fights amongst their factions and suffer a huge consumption of assorted resources. Even Yun Shan, the person who's in charge of various resources in the Crimson Stone Fort and the most wealthy among them all, isn't capable of supporting the rise of a pinnacle force. It's difficult for them to even support a single first-rated force. Apart from that, all of us know the temperament of strange old Tong, Ju Xian, and Ing, and Lan Junju. The current Crimson Stone Fort isn't capable of coming up with better terms to move them. However, these people are obeying Sword Alliance's Su Han right now. The Dongfang clan master suddenly asked, if it isn't the Crimson Stone Fort, who else is capable of supporting the Sword Alliance? Could it be somebody from the Outer Realm? Outer Realm? The Life and Death Tower master also narrowed his eyes. Nanwu Palace master's facial expression turned cold. Nobody among the local forces in the Danyang Holy Domain is capable of raising a pinnacle force. There's a huge possibility that the Sword Alliance's supporter is a force from the Outer Realm. The Life and Death Tower Master and Dongfang Clan Master's facial expression darkened after they heard that. The Outer Realm. The Danyang Holy Domain was only one of the many realms within the 9 realms of Golden Crow. There were 8 other realms around them on top of the Danyang Holy Domain. Among those 8 realms, some of the realms were bigger and wider than the Danyang Holy Domain, which naturally meant they had more experts. Even the weakest realm was comparable to the Danyang Holy Domain, and there were without a doubt some extremely strong forces in those other 8 realms. The remaining 8 realms differ from the Danyang Holy Domain, as they still have undying saints supporting them. The forces they controlled were extremely powerful. Chapter 2768. Silent Acquiescence. It was not difficult for forces from the other 8 realms who had undying saints supporting them to raise a pinnacle force in the Danyang Holy Domain. If a pinnacle force from the Outer Realm is secretly supporting the Sword Alliance is true, the Sword Alliance is of great threat to us. The Life and Death Tower Master had a cold look in his eyes. Yes, the Danyang Holy Domain has been at an absolute disadvantage since Crimson Stone Saint's passing. The current infiltration of Outer Realm's pinnacle forces must be aimed at taking over the entire Danyang Holy Domain. We should take action right now and wipe out the Sword Alliance while it still hasn't stabilized its position to be safe, said the Dongfang clan master. Nanwu Palace master frowned. It's true that we should immediately take action under normal circumstances. However, matters are different right now. I've received news that the Crimson Stone Fort recently has been rather eventful and all the factions are preparing to take action. It seems Sabermaster, who once controlled one of the factions, has fallen. The Life and Death Tower Master said, I've also heard about this, but it's just a rumor with no way for us to confirm if Sabermaster had truly fallen. However, the situation in Crimson Stone Fort has indeed been rather eventful recently. It looks like Crimson Stone Fort's factions will completely fall out with a really huge battle about to happen. Their huge battle is the opportunity we've been longing for a long time. Nanwu Palace Master had a cold expression on his face. That's why it's unsuitable for us to take action right now. It can be said that the Sword Alliance has risen at the perfect timing, as it happens to be when there'll be some huge shifts happening in the Crimson Stone Fort. We cannot focus on the Sword Alliance if we aim to complete our long-term goals of completely overthrowing the Crimson Stone Fort. Both the Life and Death Tower Master and Dongfang Clan Master's brows slightly furrowed. It was true that the Sword Alliance had appeared at the perfect timing. The Sword Alliance appeared when the opportunity they craved for since long ago finally arrived. Under such circumstances, they had to focus themselves on the Crimson Stone Fort and use all the time they had to prepare themselves so that they could obtain their heart's desires when the huge changes occurred in the Crimson Stone Fort. However, if the 3 of them unite and go against the Sword Alliance at that moment, putting aside the fact that the Sword Alliance was supported by Outer Realm forces which already made it difficult to take action against them, they would also need to expose many of their last resorts which greatly reduce their strength if they really plan to overthrow the Sword Alliance. In addition, Crimson Stone Fort would have more opportunities to prepare themselves. As such, it would mean that they would not have the absolute upper hand when going against the Crimson Stone Fort thereafter. There's nothing we can do as we can only either overthrow the Crimson Stone Fort or the Sword Alliance. I suggest we take action against the Crimson Stone Fort first. The Life and Death Tower Master slightly narrowed his eyes as he spoke in a low voice. In the end, the Sword Alliance is still a young force and their total strength won't be as domineeringly strong. Even if they are secretly supported by Outer Realm forces, it won't be so easy for those outside forces to infiltrate us, as this is still the Danyang Holy Domain. The most they can do is supply some resources. The Sword Alliance has grown to its current capacity, which makes it almost impossible for them to further drastically increase their strength. All we need to do is send someone to keep an eye on the Sword Alliance's movements and stay alert. I too agree. It won't be too late to take action against the Sword Alliance after everything. The most important matter right now is to go against the Crimson Stone Fort. The three of us have been waiting and laying low for so many years, just for such a great opportunity to overthrow the Crimson Stone Fort. Now that the opportunity is here, we cannot get distracted by a mere Sword Alliance, added Dongfang Clan Master with a serious tone. Nanhua, what do you think? Both the Life and Death Tower Master and Dongfang Clan Master looked over at Nanwu Palace Master. Nanwu Palace Master smiled softly. I'll support it since both of you have made your decision. According to the news Nanwu Palace received, the current Crimson Stone Fort is a titan bowstring that any slight movement will trigger into a full-blown battle. It won't be long before that happens, and the entire Crimson Stone Fort will be in complete chaos at that time. I'm sure it'll only take several decades, or perhaps even less than 40 years for a great battle to completely erupt in the Crimson Stone Fort. We shall put up with the Sword Alliance during this period, and unite to wipe them out after we've gotten rid of the Crimson Stone Fort. All right. Both the Life and Death Tower Master and Dongfang Clan Master also seriously nodded. The three of them came to a mutual understanding after the brief discussion and slowly left the place. The Sword Alliance's rise was inevitable. It was proven that the Sword Alliance had become a pinnacle force following Nanwar Palace, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang Clan silence. The Sword Alliance then started sweeping through the lands and easily gained control over the many territories that once belonged to the Heavenly Blood Alliance. Several forces that were located in between were also ruthlessly wiped out by the Sword Alliance at the same time to unite the Sword Alliance's original territory and those that belonged to the Heavenly Blood Alliance. The Sword Alliance's territory grew enormously after those forces' territories had fallen into the Sword Alliance's hands, and soon already surpassed the strength of a first-rated force, and were infinitely close to becoming a pinnacle force. In the Sword Alliance headquarters, the Sword Alliance had already taken over the Heavenly Blood Alliance and several second-rated forces' territories. However, Nanwa Palace, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang Clan didn't react at all. It seems like those three families have acknowledged the rise of the Sword Alliance and won't take action against us before they wipe out Crimson Stone Fort. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. He was able to guess those three pinnacle forces' plans. In the end, he had been keeping tabs with Yin Sewer and Palacekeeper Sijun, allowing him to understand Crimson Stone Fort's current situation well. Those three forces were focusing their energy on the Crimson Stone Fort and could not spare any time for him. It was exactly what the Sword Alliance wanted. Announce my orders. We no longer need to be scrupulous toward anybody starting today. Presumptuously wipe out the surrounding forces and take over as many forces as possible. As for those pinnacle forces, don't be afraid if their experts come forward. You're allowed to directly fight them off if possible, as I allow small fights, but remember not to corner them, ordered Jian Wushuang. Yes, Master. The Sword Alliance experts obediently received his order. Xiao Tiexin asked, Master, although the Sword Alliance can be counted as a pinnacle force right now, we haven't stabilized ourselves. Won't it be too over the top if we act so presumptuously? Those pinnacle forces won't allow us to expand so scrupulously, right? Jian Wushuang said, I'm sure they don't want to see that happen, but they definitely won't stop us. From the moment they decided to not take action against the Sword Alliance, means they have silently acknowledged the Sword Alliance can take over a huge piece of territory and become a pinnacle force. What I'm doing right now is pressuring these pinnacle forces. Chapter 2769. Got the Divine Elixir Pills, Pressure. Xiao Tiexin was puzzled. I want Nanwo Palace, Life and Death Tower and Dongfang Clan, and the already warned Divine Demon sect to know that my Sword Alliance is rising at an amazing speed and I have great ambitions to annex and expand. I want all of the top forces to feel that kind of pressure that I will take over them at just any time, Jian Wushuang explained. But why? Xiao Tianxin was still puzzled. Haha, it's very useful. You just can't see it yet. Anyway, you just do this according to my instructions. Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Yes. Xiao Tianxin stopped asking any more questions and quickly left. Jian Wushuang sat there alone with a gleam in his eyes. In sewer, I have put enough pressure on those top forces. It's up to you now. Although I will go all out to help you, you gotta show me what you've got a thing or two. You can't blame me if you're lousy yourself, Jian Wushuang mumbled. Jian Wushuang had done enough. He had severely ravaged Divine Demon Sect, grew Sword Alliance, and scared the other three top forces stiff. The top forces were chary of acting rashly. Under those circumstances, Sewer should have had enough time for preparation. Next, Sword Alliance expanded and grew its influence rapidly according to Jian Wushuang's plans and order. It was like a hungry beast subjugating the forces around them. Even the top forces were not spared. They were affected by Sword Alliance to a certain extent, and they have had contentions. Fortunately, the altercation did not lead to nasty fights. In the long run, Sword Alliance had asserted a certain amount of pressure on those top forces. Life and Death Tower, Dongfang Clan, the badly hit Divine Demon Sect, and even Nanwo Palace felt tremendous pressure from Sword Alliance. That area of growth did not require Jian Wushuang to put in any more effort. While his followers were at work carrying out his plans, he had been working diligently on improving his strength and perception of the laws and sword principles. He made colossal progress with the 2 Fengtian scrolls in his hand. 3 years went past in a blink of an eye. In the past 3 years, Sword Alliance had had frequent activities. On the other hand, the other top forces in Danyang Continent, including Crimson Stone Fort, seemed to be extremely calm. Everyone knew that something was brewing under the seemingly calm surface. One day, Jian Yi, the divine elixir pills you wanted has arrived. Palace Keeper sieged and sent a message. So soon? Jian Wushuang was over the moon when he got the news. 3 years ago, he handed the Holy Treasure level Battle Saber sword to Sewer, and he asked for 50,000 divine elixir pills in return. He thought that Sewer would need a longer time to deal with a Holy Treasure level Battle Saber, but it took only 3 years for Sewer to sell it off. Jian Wushuang immediately set off for Holy Palace. When he arrived at Sacred Palace, Jian Wushuang only spotted Palace Keeper Sijun. There was no sight of Sewer. Then again, it was normal. Tensions were brewing within the Crimson Stone Fort factions during the period of time, and all the factions were doing their best to be prepared. Sewer would have had a lot to deal with. Haha, Alliance Master Su Han, it's been a long time. Palace Keeper Sijun let out a hearty laugh when he saw Jian Wushuang. Palace Keeper Sijun, don't tease me, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. I dare not tease you. You are now the Sword Alliance Master, whereby the Sword Alliance is the top force in Danyang Continents. Even Divine Demon Sect has been defeated. I believe that even Fort Master can't afford to be smug and complacent around your achievement, Palace Keeper Sijun said, so as to butter up Jian Wushuang. Then, Palace Keeper Sijun got serious and took out an interspatial ring. Jian Yi, this is given to you by the Fort Master. Your Holy Treasure level battle sword was sold to an undying saint for 65,000 divine elixir pills. According to what you've asked before, Fort Master has given you 50,000 divine elixir pills and the price for your damaged pinnacle heavenly treasure battle armor. We've rounded it up to 53,000 divine elixir pills for you here. Jian Wushuang took the interspatial ring, and he made a careful count of the content with his soul power before nodding. Please help me to thank Fort Master for these. Fort Master is grateful for you. Palace Keeper Sijun smiled. Earlier, Fort Master had earned a small fortune and benefits from the 230 caddies royal blood gem you gave her. This time around, you have given her a greater amount of benefits with an extra of 15,000 divine elixir pills. They came in handy to provide sufficient resources. Major changes are about to take place in Crimson Stone Fort, and the Fort Master might not be so sure of her preparation without the blessing. From what I've heard, you are saying that your Fort Master is now very sure of how to deal with the situation. Jian Wushuang smiled. I can't say that we're very sure, but there is still a chance around 30 to 40%. This is just from the Fort Master's management. If Jian Yi and our Sword Alliance are willing to help each other at that time, then there is at least a certainty of preservation. 70% of it, said Palace Keeper Si Zhan. 30 to 40% is not a small amount of assurance. As for Sword Alliance, I will do my best to help out, Jian Wushuang said. That's good to hear. Palace Keeper Si Zhan was delighted. By the way, what's going on in Crimson Stone Fort? Jian Wushuang asked casually. Fortunately, although news came out that Saber Master has died, this piece of news has not been confirmed. Therefore, although there were some activities going on in the various factions of Crimson Stone Fort, they had yet to take any serious action. The factions are quietly accumulating and preparing their strength and power. Once the fuse is lighted, Crimson Stone Fort will be completely chaotic and wars will break out. No matter who wins the battle, Crimson Stone Fort would completely solve the never-ending disputes, said Palace Keeper Si Zhan. Then, I will go off first. If something happens in Crimson Stone Fort, just send me a message, Jian Wushuang said. Okay. Palace Keeper Si Zhan nodded slightly. Jian Wushuang left immediately. After returning to Sword Alliance, he immediately found a secret chamber and began to cultivate in seclusion. 53,000 divine holy pills added up with the few divine holy pills obtained and accumulated by Saber Master before. It should be enough to make my strength even greater. Jian Wushuang clasped his hands tight expectantly. Let's start. Immediately, Jian Wushuang closed his eyes and began to refine those divine elixir pills. Chapter 2770. 25 years' time began to pass slowly. The addition of 53,000 divine elixir pills to the 60,000 divine elixir pills Jian Wushuang had gotten from Saber Master, and the others made up to an immense bulk of divine elixir pills. It took an extremely long period of time to consume and refine all of those divine elixir pills. When all was done, Jian Wushuang's cultivation realm advanced another level as he wished. He had broken through from the high-level Grand Ultimate God Realm to Peak Grand Ultimate God Realm. His overall strength had skyrocketed again. After the breakthrough of his cultivation realm, Jian Wushuang continued to spend time in seclusion because there had been no major changes in Crimson Stone Fort. With 2 Feng Tian scrolls in his hand, his understanding of the laws and sword principles was progressing at an expeditious speed. Another 25 years had passed in a flash. In those 25 years, Sword Alliance had completely evolved into a top force in Danyang continent, and they did that by overpowering another top force. The Sword Alliance enjoyed a high status, surpassing Divine Demon Sect. In fact, Life and Death Tower and Dongfang Clan seemed to be a rank inferior to Sword Alliance. In the middle of a huge manor, the golden-robed Jian Wushuang stood with a sword in his hand above the clearing. His right hand was brandishing his sword. Buzz, 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 buzz. Multiple beams of sword light were produced. Each of those sword lights was extremely poignant and beautiful. The hazy sword light was fascinating to watch. The sword light could have easily captivated the opponent if he was fighting against someone. Space-time sword technique, 7th form, enchanted. Every single sword movement Jian Wushuang cast was from the enchanted form, but it had improved a great deal in power and speed as compared to his form more than 20 years ago. It was difficult to catch Jian Wushuang's shadow whenever he was performing the enchanted form. Perhaps, not even the high-level Grand Ultimate God could catch him. After a long time, Jian Wushuang finally stopped his hand's movements and the fascinating and beautiful sword light dissipated. Jian Wushuang retracted the sword and stood still, but his brows were furrowed. After more than 20 years of meditation, I have made considerable progress in my understanding of the space-time law and sword principles. I have also been continuously improving the enchanted form, and it has almost been perfected by me yet. I can't create the 8th form of space-time sword technique. Jian Wushuang felt a little helpless. Understanding of the laws grew more difficult in progress. Likewise with the understanding of sword principles. It was more difficult to create stronger tricks for sword techniques as one made progress. The 7th form was relatively easy when he created it, but after so many years, he still failed to create the 8th form. I probably can't rely on the understanding of the laws and sword principles to create the 8th form of sword technique. I might have to spar with opponents and gain insights from the battle, Jian Wushuang muttered. Suddenly buzz. A tyrannical aura exploded in the surrounding void without any warning. However, it only stayed around for a very short time. Although it only appeared for a brief moment, Jian Wushuang noticed it because he was sensitive to his surroundings, and he was so close to the source of the breath of aura. This breath of aura, the surprised Jian Wushuang immediately went toward the source of that breath of aura. Jian Wushuang saw a sloppy old man with messy hair walking out of a secret chamber as soon as he arrived at the spot. The sloppy old man was beaming wide. Haha, strange old Tong, congratulations. Jian Wushuang immediately stepped forward and laughed heartily. Strange old Tong was smiling when he heard Jian Wushuang. I didn't want to be too ostentatious, and I immediately broke it off, but I didn't expect that Alliance Master Su Han would still be alerted. How can I not feel the unique breath of aura of a peak grand ultimate god? Jian Wushuang smiled. Peak grand ultimate god. Jian Wushuang was shocked because he noticed the breath of aura of a peak grand ultimate god. And that breath of aura was from strange old Tong who stood before him. Strange old Tong has stayed in the high-level grand ultimate god realm for a long, long time, during which he attempted to break through many times, but he fell short every single time. Strange old Tong finally broke through and set foot on the peak grand ultimate god realm he dreamed of. He had made extensive preparation, and most importantly, he had the Huangji golden pill given by Jian Wushuang. The Huangji golden pill was coveted by so many grand ultimate gods for obvious reasons. Jian Wushuang received the 5 Huangji golden pills from the secret realm and gave them to the 5 grand ultimate gods he recruited. Among them, Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xin, Strange Old Snake, Mr. Ning achieved breakthroughs through the Huangji golden pills. Lan Junju failed, unfortunately. Strange Old Tong did not consume the Huangji golden pill right after he got hold of it. Instead, he spent a lot of time preparing carefully. He had been preparing for more than 10 years, and 5 years ago, he finally began to cultivate in seclusion. 5 years had passed, and when Strange Old Tong appeared again, he had finally completed his mission. I thought that I would stop at the high-level grand ultimate god all my life and not be able to move any further, but now it seems that I'm lucky. Of course, this is mainly because of the Huangji golden pill that you gave to me. Otherwise, I would probably fail once again. They'll always remember your kindness, Strange Old Tong solemnly said. You've been polite. I used the Huangji golden pill to recruit you, Strange Old Tong. I give you the Huangji golden pill, and you will fight for Sword Alliance for 1,000 years. This is a fair deal. How can it be called a kind act? Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Anyway, I was able to break through all because of you. In addition, you were the reason the divine demon sect was severely ravaged. I won't say anything more. In short, for the rest of these 1,000 years, I will do whatever you ask for as long as it doesn't go against my principles, said Strange Old Tong. Haha, it is nice to hear this from you. Jian Wushuang smiled, but he was quite happy. Strange Old Tong Lao was ranked top among the high-level grand ultimate gods, and he was extremely powerful. He could face off 1 or 2 ordinary peak grand ultimate gods. After he had finally made a breakthrough, his strength had skyrocketed. He was estimated to be rather powerful among the many peak grand ultimate gods. Chapter 2771. Man in blood-colored robe. Jian Wushuang believed that Strange Old Tong's strength was definitely stronger than that of the gold-armored corpse puppet he was controlling, and that his attacking power was stronger than Divine Demon's sect master, Dong Shan. Earlier, when Sword Alliance and Divine Demon sect were fighting, Dong Shan was a handful for Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang deployed the gold-armored corpse puppet and used his domain oppression methods, yet he barely suppressed Dong Shan's combat capability. Anyone with peak grand ultimate god's highest combat power could bring great pressure to Sword Alliance. However, Strange Old Tong is definitely not weak among the peak grand ultimate gods. In fact, he is quite a powerful one. Although the gold-armored corpse puppet is a corpse puppet, it has the combat power of a peak grand ultimate god. In that case, Sword Alliance has 2 manpower of the highest combat power. And I could count as one too, right? Jian Wushuang scratched his nose. He did not display his full potential during the fight with Divine Demon sect, but his combat power was definitely at the level of a high-level grand ultimate god, and he was ranked one of the top. After all, he killed Saber Master in the secret realm. Decades had passed since then, and his cultivation realm had risen to another level, as well as his understanding of laws and sword principles and his methods. He possessed the combat power of a peak grand ultimate god. Sword Alliance would have had 3 cultivators with the most powerful combat powers. That was a scary fact. The 4 top forces, Nanwa Palace, Life and Death Tower, Divine Demon Sect, and Dongfang Clan, each had only one highest combat power, a peak grand ultimate god. Even Crimson Stone Fort had only 2 under different factions, but Sword Alliance had 3 peak grand ultimate god levels of combat power. Strange Old Tong. I have been working on an interesting chess game. If you're free, how about you come and have a look? Jian Wushuang asked with a smile. Chess game? Strange Old Tong was surprised, but he followed Jian Wushuang back to the manor nonetheless. Under a big tree in the manor, Jian Wushuang placed a huge chessboard on the stone table, and there were many chess pieces on the chessboard. However, those chess pieces were only in one color, which was black. This chess game, Strange Old Tong began to delve into the game. After some time, he raised his brows slightly. This game is a test. Every single chess piece is a test to be solved one after another, and the method of cracking these tests seems to be purely relying on sword techniques. Whoa, you noticed it at a glance. This chess game was created by a cultivator from my hometown. It is called Daluo Star Game. I tried to crack it when I was younger, and I reaped a lot of benefit from it. Now, my understanding of sword principles has already surpassed that cultivator from my hometown, so I have recreated this game. Every chess piece contains a sword move to work on. Over the years, I have been working on this game, and I have also gained a lot of benefit from it. Jian Wushuang said with a smile. I'm not good at sword techniques, but you got me interested. I might try my hands on these. Strange Old Tong smiled, and he started to crack the game. It was true that Strange Old Tong was not good at sword techniques, but he had a high level of understanding of principles, and that was helpful across many areas. He managed to crack a few steps, but soon he fell into a bottleneck and was stuck. Jian Wushuang sat by the side, just smiling and watching Strange Old Tong. Suddenly, swoosh, a figure appeared beside Jian Wushuang. It was Xiao Tiexin, Jian Wushuang's maid. Shiner, what's the matter? Jian Wushuang asked. Jian Wushuang had been cultivating in seclusion for years, and Xiao Tiexin was the one dealing with all the management matters in Sword Alliance. Jian Wushuang trusted Xiao Tiexin fully. Master, someone is asking to meet you outside the Sword Castle, said Xiao Tiexin. Who? Jian Wushuang sounded uninterested. I don't know. He doesn't want to tell us his name and identity, but he has shown his breadth of aura. He is a high-level grand ultimate god, quite a powerful one, Xiao Tiexin said. A powerful high-level grand ultimate god, but unwilling to reveal his name and identity is here to see me? Jian Wushuang raised his brows and then smiled. Bring him in. Yes. Xiao Tiexin responded and went off to bring the visitor in. Strange Old Tong. I guess I'm the only one who knows that you have broken through to the peak grand ultimate god realm. Don't expose your strength for the time being and disguise your breadth of aura, Jian Wushuang said. Strange Old Tong breaking through to the peak grand ultimate god realm was equivalent to Sword Alliance acquired another ace in the hole. Naturally, Jian Wushuang would not want the secret advantage to be known just yet, especially when things were at a delicate stage. Sure, but I'm not good with the disguise, so I might be able to cheat those high-level grand ultimate gods, but not the powerful peak grand ultimate gods, said Strange Old Tong. Then don't meet with those peak grand ultimate gods. You will stay in Sword Alliance during this time, and I believe that no peak grand ultimate god will be so boring to come here and investigate your cultivation realm, said Jian Wushuang. That's true. Strange Old Tong smiled and quickly masked his breath of aura. Jian Wushuang and Strange Old Tong waited quietly in the manor, and it did not take long for Xiao Tiexin to lead a man in Amon in a blood-colored robe. The man in a blood-colored robe was well covered up. His face was completely shrouded under the blood-colored robe, and no one could see his appearance clearly. Indeed, he had a tyrannical breath of aura. He was one of the best among the high-level grand ultimate god, probably no inferior to Strange Old Tong before his breakthrough. He is. Jian Wushuang and Strange Old Tong both stared quizzically at the person. The blood-colored robe man arrived in front of Jian Wushuang and strange old Tong, but he did not immediately speak. His exposed, deep-set eyes glanced at Xiao Tiexin next to him. Exine heir, you may go first. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. Yes. Xiao Tiexin nodded and left instantly. I don't know who you are. Please show me who you are, Jian Wushuang said indifferently. The man in a blood-colored robe stood in front of Jian Wushuang and looked around to confirm that there was no one else around. Then he slowly removed his blood-colored robe, revealing an extremely strong and sturdy figure. He was dark and he had strong muscles. The surface of his divine body was covered with faint, blood-colored thunderbolts. He raised his head slightly to show an extremely cold and somewhat domineering face. A faint, blood-colored thunderbolt flashed in each of his pupils. Jian Wushuang and strange old Tong were both taken aback to see who it was. Blood Thunder King. Chapter 2772. Blood Thunder King. Jian Wushuang and strange old Tong were surprised to see the person who came forth. Blood Thunder King. He was the leader of one of the 3 strongest factions in Crimson Stone Fort. Not only was he a terrifying high-level Grand Ultimate God himself, but he also controlled the strongest Crimson Stone official army in Danyang Continent, and there were more than 10 known Grand Ultimate Gods who reported to him. Blood Thunder King's faction was able to compete with the Yin Sewer and Yunshan factions and keep them in check within the Crimson Stone Fort. What made him make the trip to see Jian Wushuang in person? After a brief moment of shock, Jian Wushuang recovered his senses. Unexpectedly, the famous Blood Thunder King would come forth to my small and insignificant Sword Alliance today. You've graced Sword Alliance with your presence. Jian Wushuang stood up and said politely. Alliance Master Su Han must be joking. If Sword Alliance is just a small and insignificant organization, then the various forces on Danyang Continent may be nothing at all. Blood Thunder King chuckled. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and waved. Please sit down. Blood Thunder King sat down at the stone table in front of him. Jian Wushuang waved his hand to keep the chessboard on the stone table, and then he took out some fruit and wine. Blood Thunder King felt very at home. He grabbed a fruit with his big hand and ate it. Jian Wushuang looked at Blood Thunder King playfully. Blood Thunder King, you are here in person today. What's the matter? I'm here to discuss something important with you, Alliance Master Su Han. Blood Thunder King wiped his mouth and said, You want to discuss something important with me? Jian Wushuang's expression remained unchanged. Alliance Master Su Han, as the leader of Sword Alliance, I believe you are aware of the situation in Danyang Continent during this period of time? Blood Thunder King made the opening remark. Of course. Jian Wushuang smiled. Danyang Continent is very calm during this time, except for Sword Alliance, who has been discontented. The situation has not changed much from before. Very calm? Alliance Master Su Han, are you trying to fool around with little kids? Blood Thunder King sneered. The current Danyang Continent is like a raging storm. Drastic changes may happen at any time, and the source of this storm is Crimson Stone Fort. Don't you know, Alliance Master Su Han? What can I do if I knew about it? It's your own business no matter what happens in Crimson Stone Fort. What does it have to do with Sword Alliance? Jian Wushuang commented calmly like he was uninterested. It has nothing to do with Sword Alliance? I don't think so. Blood Thunder King wore a strange smile. What do you mean? Jian Wushuang looked at Blood Thunder King. Alliance Master Su Han, you knew that there are many factions in Crimson Stone Fort, and we are fighting incessantly. Among these factions, the factions led by Crimson Stone Fort Master Yin Sewer and Grand Elder Yunshan are very powerful. Blood Thunder King said. Jian Wushuang interrupted Blood Thunder King. Really? As far as I know, there are 3 powerful factions in Crimson Stone Fort. Besides the factions led by Yin Sewer and Yunshan, Blood Thunder King yourself is leading another faction that is not weak at all. You can keep the other 2 major factions in check. Keep them in check? Blood Thunder King smiled bitterly. If it's the usual small fights and conflicts, indeed my faction does not fear them. However, if a big battle breaks out, then my faction is considered weak. After all, the battle mainly relies on the combat power of Grand Ultimate Gods. The Heaven Ultimate Gods can't do much at all. Well, they can't do much in the Crimson Stone official army, which is under my control. And in terms of the combat power of Grand Ultimate Gods, I have 10 of them, and it seems like a lot of them under my command. But both Sewer and Yun Shan have accumulated power in the dark for a long time. They are much better than me. I don't know for sure how much stronger Sewer and Yun Shan are at this stage. Besides, they are both peak Grand Ultimate Gods with the strongest combat power. They are not people whom I can afford to challenge. Therefore, if a battle breaks out, my faction is far behind the two of them. Therefore, they would be the two people who would reintegrate the factions if there is a major change in Crimson Stone Fort. However, no matter which of them is in charge, it's probably not a good thing for Sword Alliance. Why do you think so? Jian Wushuang smiled and looked at the Blood Thunder King. It's very simple. It's all because of your Sword Alliance background. Blood Thunder King smiled strangely. Alliance Master Su Han, don't pretend like you're confused now. If I guess it right, you came from the Outer Realm? You probably have support from the Outer Realm all this while. How do you know? Jian Wushuang frowned. He thought Blood Thunder King was funny to make the assumption. Why would the Outer Realm support him? What a joke. Jian Wushuang had always been working purely on his own. Sewer probably gave him a little help, but he gave Sewer much more in return. Blood Thunder King had obviously misunderstood Jian Wushuang. It's very simple. The rise of the Sword Alliance is too fast, and you all have too many resources. How could you possibly be able to own so many resources? There must be a big force behind you. I believe no one in the entire Danyang Holy Domain has the ability to support a top force like yours. Naturally, only those outer realms with an undying saint in their management have the ability to support you. Blood Thunder King smiled. He was pleased with himself. Well, I admit that I do have the support of someone behind me, but what does it have to do with the internal conflicts in Crimson Stone Fort? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course it matters. Blood Thunder King smiled. Alliance Master Su Han, if I can guess your background right, I believe Sewer, Yun Shan and the other top forces like Nanwo Palace, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang Clan can do the same. Those in power would naturally be disgusted and repulsive at you, who have the support from an external force. The reason why they haven't acted on your Sword Alliance right now is that the timing is wrong. Crimson Stone Fort will be ending our years of internal conflicts real soon, and the top forces like Nanwo Palace are coveting us. That's why no one has time for Sword Alliance at this point in time. But once the battle is over and Crimson Stone Fort has calmed down, Crimson Stone Fort will immediately attack you Sword Alliance no matter who is in charge. Even the top forces like Nanwo Palace would join hands to go against you. At that instance, unless the undying saint behind you comes out in person, your Sword Alliance will have no ability to resist and you'd be expelled from the Danyang Holy Domain. Well, that's true. Jian Wushuang nodded pretentiously. But now, there is a great opportunity in front of you, Alliance Master Su Han. You can change the fate of Sword Alliance completely. I wonder if you're willing to grab the opportunity? Blood Thunder King smiled strangely. Chapter 2773. Join hands. I don't know what Blood Thunder King you are referring to as a great opportunity? Jian Wushuang asked curiously. Join hands with me. Blood Thunder King suggested. With the current situation in Sword Alliance, if you are willing to join hands with me, the two of us would rise to be stronger than Sewer or Yun Shan. By then, I will be the ruler of Crimson Stone Fort and I will try my best to help Sword Alliance to sweep down the top forces like Nanwo Palace, Life and Death Tower, Divine Demon Sect, and Dongfang Clan. From then on, this huge Danyang Holy Domain will be the both of us. What do you think? You want me to join hands with you? Jian Wushuang laughed mockingly. There can't be two tigers in a mountain. After you have complete control of Crimson Stone Fort, will you be willing to share Danyang Holy Domain with Sword Alliance? Of course I am willing. At that time, if the undying saint behind you agrees, I can even bring Crimson Stone Fort and surrender to the undying saint, said Blood Thunder King. Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank. Not only that he's willing to jointly manage Danyang Holy Domain, but he's also willing to surrender Crimson Stone Fort? Blood Thunder King. Blood Thunder King. Why should I trust you? If you betray me afterward, what should I do? Jian Wushuang looked at Blood Thunder King. It's very simple. No matter how I'm just a high-level Grand Ultimate God myself, Even if I dare to betray you, I don't have the courage to betray the undying saint behind you. I don't think you'll be able to live much longer if I were to get on his wrong side, said Blood Thunder King. Blood Thunder King believed that Jian Wushuang came from the outer realm, and he also believed that Jian Wushuang had a powerful force backing him up, and the leader of the force was an undying saint. Jian Wushuang's eyes sank slightly after hearing Blood Thunder King. Well, I can't call the shots for such an important matter, so let me pass on the message to my leader, and he will make the decision personally. Blood Thunder King, please hang on a minute. Okay. Blood Thunder King was very patient, and he was just waiting by the side. Jian Wushuang pretended to take out a token and then feigned to look like he was communicating with someone else. Blood Thunder King could not see what Jian Wushuang was doing. He thought Jian Wushuang was talking to his leader. After a while, Jian Wushuang withdrew the token. Blood Thunder King, my leader had agreed to join hands with you and agreed that Sword Alliance will help you to gain control over Crimson Stone Fort, but under one condition, said Jian Wushuang. What is it? Blood Thunder King peered at Jian Wushuang. What my leader values is the many resources possessed by Danyang Holy Domain. Therefore, after the end of the battle, Crimson Stone Fort that will be under your control must completely surrender to him, and he shall enjoy 80% of the various resources in Danyang Holy Domain when you get the remaining 20%, said Jian Wushuang. He wants 80%? Blood Thunder King's pupils shrank. He gritted his teeth and nodded. All right. In addition, my leader warns that you'd better not fool him. If you dare to have any other thoughts, he will personally come to Danyang Holy Domain, and your fate will be miserable, warned Jian Wushuang. That's for sure. Blood Thunder King smiled awkwardly. In that case, Blood Thunder King, I wish us happy working together. Jian Wushuang raised the wine glass on the table and smiled slightly. Okay. Blood Thunder King drank a large glass of wine with Jian Wushuang. Then, Blood Thunder King got up and prepared to go. Alliance Master Su Han, this is my message token. The great change in Crimson Stone Fort should happen anytime soon, and I will use this message token to send you a message at that time. Blood Thunder King handed his message token to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang nodded after he received the message token, and Blood Thunder King quickly left. Unexpectedly, Blood Thunder King came to me and offered to join hands with me. This is really interesting. Jian Wushuang looked at the message token in his hand. His expression was rather weird. Alliance Master Su Han, do you think that Blood Thunder King really wants to join hands with you? Strange Old Tong, who was next to Jian Wushuang, looked around. I don't know. Jian Wushuang shook his head. However, whether he is sincere or not, it has nothing to do with me. After all, I never thought of joining hands with him. Strange Old Tong raised his eyebrows, and he knew what was on Jiang Wushuang's mind immediately. In a void in the distance outside Sword Alliance's lair, Blood Thunder King, who was once again shrouded in the blood-colored robe, looked extremely mysterious. He pulled to a stop abruptly. Come out. Blood Thunder King cried softly. Buzz. A ray of light condensed in the void in front of him, and soon a figure in a black robe emerged. The old man in a black robe looked like he was intractable. He had very big eyes. As soon as he appeared, he immediately looked at Blood Thunder King. What is the result? Did Su Han agree? Yes. Blood Thunder King nodded. Not only did he agree, but he also admitted that he came from the outer realm, and there is indeed an undying saint backing him up. That's for sure. Otherwise, Sword Alliance cannot rise so fast. The question now is that I don't know which outer realm he is from. Did Su Han tell you just now? The black robe old man asked. No. Blood Thunder King shook his head. However, 9 Realms of Golden Crow probably has Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Star Picking Pavilion, and very few large forces with Undying Saints. For those who are near Danyang Holy Domain and are willing to get involved with what's going on in Danyang Holy Domain, you should know more about who they are apart from you, Heavenly Modest Palace. Blood Thunder King looked at the old man in a black robe. He was very clear about the identity of the old man in a black robe. The old man came from the outer realm, from a force called the Heavenly Modest Palace. Heavenly Modest Palace had a great reputation in 9 Realms of Golden Crow, and they had a powerful Undying Saint sitting behind it. The old man in a black robe came to Danyang Holy Domain a long time ago, and after working hard for a long period of time, he reached an agreement with Blood Thunder King. Therefore, Blood Thunder King, just like what Jian Wushuang believed, was there to gain Jian Wushuang's trust. Blood Thunder King had never thought of joining forces with Sword Alliance. He just wanted to use Sword Alliance. As for the Undying Saint backing Jian Wushuang up, he was not afraid at all. After all, Blood Thunder King also has an Undying Saint behind him. I don't care who is supporting Sword Alliance. In short, Heavenly Modest Palace has been working hard in Danyang Holy Domain for so long. I would never allow someone else to reap what I have sowed. Well, first form allies with Sword Alliance, and use him to destroy the Tuyin Sewer and Yunshan factions. Thereafter, we will try a way to destroy Sword Alliance, said the old man in a black robe coldly. Chapter 2774. A point of no return in the Great Hall. The tall and beautiful Yin Sewer stood at the highest area as she excluded extreme pressure. Underneath her, 3 other people were standing there apart from Palacekeeper Xizhen. Those 3 were grand ultimate gods, and they were extremely loyal towards Yin Sewer. They were people she trusted the most. Has the news been confirmed? Yin Sewer looked downwards. An elder with white hair among them nodded politely. Yes, although there's no conclusion yet, it is a fact that Yunshan had already started contacting the people from that side. Humph, this old B** starred. Yin Sewer's facial expression turned into a strict one. There's no other choice, we have to immediately take action. Palacekeeper Xizhen and the 3 others also had darkened expressions on their faces. They knew about Yin Sewer's helplessness and could also understand her decision. Make your preparations. We will take action in 10 days. Yin Sewer said. 10 days? Palacekeeper Xizhen and the others nodded in seriousness. After some time, the 3 others left continuously and only Palacekeeper Xizhen was left standing there. Fort Master, should we inform Jian Yi about this right now, so that he and his Sword Alliance can make the preparations? Palacekeeper Xizhen said. We should inform him, but you don't need to do it this time. I will personally talk to him. Yin Sewer said. All right. Palacekeeper Xizhen nodded and also left. Only Yin Sewer was left in the large hall. With a flip of her delicate hand, Yin Sewer took a token out and started communication. Jian Yi, Jian Wushuang, who was sitting at the stone table in Sword Alliance's garden, immediately responded. The Fort Master has personally contacted me. This is really rare. Jian Wushuang smiled playfully. Normally, his communication with Yin Sewer would go through Palacekeeper Xizhen, but Yin Sewer had directly contacted him this time. Jian Yi, there's something that I need to personally tell you. Yin Sewer sounded extremely serious. You sound so serious. Do you plan to take action now? Jian Wushuang's expression slightly changed. Yes, I've given my orders. My people will take action 10 days later, and our aim is Yunshan's faction. Yin Sewer said. 10 days? Isn't that too soon? Are you extremely well prepared? Jian Wushuang frowned. No. Yin Sewer shook her head. But we are at a point of no return. What do you mean? Jian Wushuang was really puzzled this time. Although there was a lot going on in the Crimson Stone Fort right now, and every faction was preparing themselves with all they had. However, Yin Sewer obviously had the upper hand as she had the support of a huge amount of resources. Apart from that, she was greatly burdened. It did not matter if she did not take action. She had to be completely prepared once she took action. However, it seemed irrational for her to proactively take action right now without complete preparation. Couple of days ago, my people received news that the old man, Yunshan, seemed to have received some news that the power I hold right now is much stronger than his, so he's looking for ways to search for external help. Within these couple of days, Yunshan has already gained contact with Nanwu Palace. Yin Sewer said. Nanwu Palace? Jian Wushuang's facial expression slightly changed. Nanwu Palace was only behind the Crimson Stone Fort among the pinnacle forces in the Danyang continent. Nanwu Palace Master was even the publicly recognized expert in the Danyang continent. If Yunshan's faction connected with Nanwu Palace and worked together, Yin Sewer's faction would be placed in a passive position. Have they formed an alliance? Jian Wushuang asked. Not at this moment, but Yunshan shows obvious signs about it. If I continue to wait, He might really join forces with Nanwu Palace, and I wouldn't be the one handling them later on. They will be the ones working together to wipe me out. Hence, I need to take action now and completely wipe out Yun Shan's faction earlier on. In Suer said, "How confident are you to go against Yun Shan's faction based on your accumulated strength?" Jian Wushuang asked. 100%, In Suer replied neatly. Although Yun Shan had accumulated a lot of strength throughout recent years, I've accumulated more strength than him. Apart from that, I've obtained a huge amount of resources because of you, and I've won over many helpers with these resources. If no other forces interrupt us right now, Yun Shan's faction would not be our opponent if only both our factions go to battle. You're so confident? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He had no idea that In Suer would be so capable and have secretly accumulated so much power. At the same time, he understood why Yun Shan would think of ways to contact the Nanwu Palace. Yun Shan must have realized that In Suer was too powerful and was trying his best to search for helpers, as his faction was not capable of withstanding In Suer. He was also driven insane by In Suer and went to Nanwu Palace because he had no other way. However, although my faction is completely confident in defeating Yun Shan's faction, there's another large faction in the Crimson Stone Fort, and that is the Blood Thunder King's faction. I'm not capable of facing both parties at the same time. Hence, 10 days later, I need your Sword Alliance to help me stop the Blood Thunder King's faction. That shouldn't be a problem, right? In Suer said, although the Blood Thunder King's faction have quite a number of Grand Ultimate Gods, they don't have the support of any peak Grand Ultimate God. With our Sword Alliance's current strength, we can handle them. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. However, Blood Thunder King isn't your only threat this time, right? Based on what I know, Nanwu Palace, Life and Death Tower, Divine Demon Sect, and the Dongfang clan. These 4 pinnacle forces had been fixated on your Crimson Stone Fort since a long time ago. Especially recent days, our Sword Alliance has been stirring things up throughout these few decades in order to pressure these pinnacle forces. However, these pinnacle forces had been tolerating things, and they obviously do not want to offend our Sword Alliance. Instead, they had been focusing all their attention on your Crimson Stone Fort. Once anything happens on your Crimson Stone Fort, these pinnacle forces will definitely take action right away. These are 4 pinnacle forces. Even if the Divine Demon Sect wouldn't take action because they are badly compromised, the 3 other pinnacle forces would still be extremely strong if they work together. How can you withstand them if they grab the opportunity when you are in a fight with the Yun Shan faction and both parties are badly wounded? In Suer, who was on the other side of the token, was silent for some time after Jian Wushuang spoke. Moments later, In Suer spoke once again. If the 3 pinnacle forces, Nanwu Palace, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang clan came attacking when I'm battling for my life with Yun Shan, both of us would not be able to withstand them. This is also why I'm not fully prepared. That is why my current plan is to carry out a sudden attack 10 days later, when Yun Shan is having a secret meeting with the experts under his leadership. I plan to try my best to defeat all the experts in Yun Shan's faction within the shortest period of time with absolute strength. The best way is to leave no time for those pinnacle forces to react. Chapter 2775. Depart, you want to have a quick battle? Jian Wushuang frowned. Is that possible? I have to do the impossible as I do not have other choices. In Suer said in a low voice. Yun Shan is already exchanging terms with Nanwu Palace at this moment, and they haven't come to an agreement because none of them wants to make a concession. Once either the Nanwu Palace or Yun Shan makes a slight concession, they would form an alliance and I would not have any chances. Although what I'm going to do seems reckless, there's at least some possibility of success. As long as we are speedy enough to defeat Yun Shan's faction before the experts from Nanwu Palace, Life and Death Tower, and Dongfang clan arrive, we would manage to withstand them with the help of your Sword Alliance, even if my faction isn't in its peak stage. If we are able to withstand that round of attack, we can think of ways to split up those 3 pinnacle forces next. After all, they have internal conflicts, and we would have lots of opportunities to pinpoint them by then. Jian Wushuang was secretly lamenting when he heard what In Suer said. He was able to see that In Suer had been forced to a point of no return, where she would not have proactively taken action against Yun Shan's faction when she was not completely prepared. As for her decision right now, Jin Wushuang had to admit that this might be her last chance even if it was a dangerous one. Jin Wushuang agreed to Yin Suer's decision when he stood in her shoes. I understand it. Don't worry, Fort Master. My Sword Alliance will use everything we have to help you in 10 days. Jin Wushuang said seriously. Thank you, Mr. Jian Yi. Yin Suer softened her voice. No matter what the ending of this battle is, you've done everything you should have. Even if my faction lost in the end, I'm only grateful towards Mr. Jian Yi, and there would not be a hint of dissatisfaction. By then, Mr. Jian Yi can think of ways to escape and ignore what happens to my Crimson Stone Fort. I know, I'm not stupid. Jin Wushuang smiled slightly. The two of them stopped their communication after that. She plans to take action 10 days later? Jin Wushuang sat in the garden by himself as he tapped his finger against the stone table with an extremely serious expression on his face. Yin Suer's decision to carry out the raid 10 days later was really a forced decision, and the risks were extremely huge. They were not hugely certain even if she had her full support. Jin Wushuang had once made a deal with Crimson Stone Saint, and he would definitely do his best full-hearted since he was entrusted by others on this matter. He also hoped that Yin Suer managed to obtain what she wanted in this battle. However, he was unable to predict the ending. No matter what, I've tried my best, and everything would come down to Yin Suer's fate to see if we survive this. Jin Wushuang mumbled to himself. He had already reached the limit of what he could do, and he had a clear conscience that he was worthy of the Fengtian scroll given to him by the Crimson Stone Saint. 10 days passed by in the blink of an eye. In a grand hall of the Sword Alliance, Jin Wushuang sat on the grand throne at the highest position while Xiao Tianxin stood obediently beside him. Beneath the hall, several experts were standing there. The sloppy old man with messy hair, Old Tong, narrowed his eyes as he stood in front of everybody. However, he still hid his divine power, and unless he met a peak grand ultimate god like him, nobody would notice that he had already broken through even though his ways of hiding his power were not very strong. For example, when Blood Thunder King came visiting previously, Old Tong stood beside, but Blood Thunder King did not realize that Old Tong had already broken through into a peak grand ultimate god. There were 6 other people behind Old Tong. Among these 6 people, there was one older and one younger person apart from Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian, Old Snake, and Ying and Lan Junju. They were also Grand Ultimate Gods and were members of the Elder Group in the Sword Alliance. Couple of decades ago, the entire Danyang continent was shocked when news about the Sword Alliance defeating the Divine Demon Sect was spreaded out. The Sword Alliance's prestige had achieved a shocking high within that period of time. Within these couple of decades, the Sword Alliance tried its best in developing and attracted experts with a huge number of resources and cost. These 2 Grand Ultimate Gods were experts who accepted their invitation. Among these 2 people, one of them is a high-level Grand Ultimate God while the other is only a Primera-level Grand Ultimate God. The reason they accepted the invitation from the Sword Alliance was not only because of the sufficient pay the Sword Alliance provided. The most important point was that these 2 people had great grudges against the Divine Demon Sect. They promised because they felt that they had been avenged when they saw how the Sword Alliance defeated the Divine Demon Sect in a face-to-face battle and caused the Divine Demon Sect to be badly wounded. The addition of these 2 people had once again enriched the Sword Alliance's higher-level combat power. Right now, these Grand Ultimate Gods followed Jin Wushuang's orders and were waiting in silence. They were able to see that Jin Wushuang was definitely planning something huge for gathering all of them over at this moment. However, Jin Wushuang did not say what they were doing, and they had no idea either. In the highest throne, Jin Wushuang was also waiting there with his eyes closed. After waiting for around half an hour, Yin Suer had finally sent a message. Jin Yi, we've started our journey and we will be at Bane City within an hour. Yin Suer said, Bane City? That is where the battlefield will be? Jin Wushuang asked. Yes. Yun Shan is having a discussion with the experts under his leadership in Bane City. We shall carry out a sudden raid once we arrive there, and there will be a large movement by then. The experts of different forces will be immediately alarmed, especially Blood Thunder King. He is one of our Crimson Stone Fort's higher management, and he's very familiar with some of our spatial passages. Once a huge battle happens in Bane City, he would be able to rush over speedily via the spatial passages. Your Sword Alliance needs to think of a way to stop him. Sewer said, Understood. I will start my journey now. Jian Wushuang interrupted the communication and looked towards the grand ultimate gods below him. Old Snake, stay and take care of our base. Jian Wushuang ordered. Yes, master. Old Snake nodded without any complaints. The others shall leave with me right now. With the wave of Jian Wushuang's hands, Old Tong, Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xin, and Ing, Lan Junju, and two other Grand Ultimate Gods that recently joined the Sword Alliance immediately started their journey under Jian Wushuang's lead. They had been traveling via some wormholes throughout the entire journey and had arrived in a void near to Bane City within a short amount of time. The Bane City is located not far from here, and that place has always been the Crimson Stone Fort's territory. Alliance Master Su Han, what are we doing here? Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xin asked. Stop with the questions as you will know when it's time. Jian Wushuang only smiled indifferently and did not make much explanation. Chapter 2776. The beginning of the great battle. The same time when Jian Wushuang and the others arrived at the OU Thankserts of Bane City. Many figures were standing in another void. These figures were exuding extremely strong divine power. Their divine power obviously meant that they had achieved the level of Grand Ultimate God. However, the crucial part was that there were more than 20 figures standing in this void, and that meant that there were more than 20 Grand Ultimate Gods. It had to be known that there were many factions in the Crimson Stone Fort, and Blood Thunder King's faction was publicly known for having the most Grand Ultimate Gods. However, they also only had around a dozen of them. Standing in front of these 20 over Grand Ultimate Gods were the extremely beautiful yet strict Sewer. She looked at the huge city in front of her with a cold look in her eyes. It's almost time. Let's take action right away. Sewer had a serious expression on her face. With the wave of her hand, the 20 over Grand Ultimate Gods behind her immediately started moving. These 20 over Grand Ultimate Gods instantly turned into 20 over streams of light, while Sewer also went skimming out. They appeared in the void on top of Bane City within the blink of an eye. Rumble. One after another, huge coercive forces directly came suppressing down. Yun Shan and the others who were hiding in a secret chamber located in Bane City were instantly alerted. Then, a large number of people directly rose up. Sewer. A strict glance was released from the eyes of a short elder with young features and old man's hair. His glance came exploding towards Sewer like two lightning bolts. The divine power that belonged to a peak Grand Ultimate God was also released from his body. This short elder was the person controlling another large faction in the Crimson Stone Fort, Yun Shan. Are you finally taking action? Yun Shan had a cold look in his eyes. Yun Shan, we've been fighting for so many years and we should end it today. Sewer's voice could be heard in the entire Bane City. Everybody kill. Bomb. 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 More than 20 over Grand Ultimate Gods behind Sewer immediately took action and went rushing down like extremely hungry beasts. Block their way. Yun Shan also yelled out with a low voice, and around a dozen Grand Ultimate Gods around him also came rushing forward fiercely with overwhelming aura. A total of almost 40 Grand Ultimate Gods from both sides instantaneously started fighting one another. The huge battle completely broke out. It started. Jian Wushuang and the others stood in the void outside of Bane City. Although they were some distance away, they were still able to clearly see what was happening in the city and felt the waves of scary hums exploding in the city at the same time. Behind Jian Wushuang, Old Tong, Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xin, and Ing and Lan Junju also had different expressions on their faces. Crimson Stone Fort, it's a fight between two of their strongest factions. That is the Crimson Stone Fort Master, Sewer, while the other is the Crimson Stone Fort's first elder, Yun Shan. Rumors state that these two have been fighting for many years and have gone through all sorts of fights since the falling of the Crimson Stone Saint. Are they finally ending things now? There are so many Grand Ultimate Gods. Didn't they say that these two factions of the Crimson Stone Fort only have around 7 to 8 Grand Ultimate Gods? Even Blood Thunder King, that has the most Grand Ultimate Gods, have around a dozen only. However, Why? Why are there so many here? There should be around a total of 40 grand ultimate gods here, right? This is the first time I've seen a battle between so many grand ultimate gods. Old Tong and the others secretly sighed. Grand ultimate gods were definitely the strongest experts in the Danyang continent. Under normal circumstances, one could easily build a first-class force in the Danyang continent with 2 to 3 grand ultimate gods, while pinnacle forces had around 1 dozen of them. There were around 40 of them here. In the Danyang Holy Domain, only the Crimson Stone Fort was capable of this. Even Jian Wushuang had to gasp with admiration that a lean camel was still bigger than a horse. It looks like Insuer has taken over the other 4 smaller factions in the Crimson Stone Fort. Those small factions have a couple of grand ultimate gods, and they all listen to her right now. She really has some strong ways. Jian Wushuang mumbled. He had to admit that Insuer really had some tricks up her sleeves, or it would be impossible for her to support the Crimson Stone Fort alone for so many years. There were currently a total of 20 over grand ultimate gods under Insuer's lead. All of them were much stronger in both volume and quality, even their higher-level combat power. In the void located in the middle of Bane City, Insuer was having a combat with Yun Shan, and the two of them were pushing their power to the limit. However, Jin Wushuang could obviously see that Insuer definitely had the upper hand in this battle. It could be said that Insuer's side had an absolute upper hand in both higher-level combat power and the fights between the grand ultimate gods. She definitely has an advantage, and it's quite a huge one. However, it would be difficult to completely defeat Yun Shan's faction or kill Yun Shan in a short period of time based on this advantage alone. The other forces must have received news now that this battle has exploded, and they must be rushing over right now. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. As he was thinking about this, the token given by Blood Thunder King and stored in his interspatial ring immediately reacted. Alliance Master Su Han, Insuer has already taken action. Please hurry to Bane City. There was a hint of anxiety in Blood Thunder King's voice. Blood Thunder King obviously did not expect Insuer to take action so speedily as she directly found a chance to carry out a sudden raid. Apart from that, she did such a good job in keeping it a secret that no information was leaked previously. I've already received news and am rushing my way over. I will be there momentarily. Jian Wushuang purposely sent a message. Moments later, he took the token up again. Blood Thunder King. I've already rushed over to the void outside Bane City and am in this direction. Jian Wushuang informed Blood Thunder King of his location before glancing at Old Tong. Old Tong, Blood Thunder King is coming in a short while. In order to be safe, hide yourself. You can take action after I've sent you a message. Jian Wushuang said. All right. Old Tong nodded and went skimming towards the surrounding void by himself. Moments later, more than a dozen figures came rushing over. A total of 16 people arrived, and every one of them had strong divine power. They were all on the Grand Ultimate God level, but they were only primary level and high-level Grand Ultimate Gods. There were no peak Grand Ultimate Gods among them. Alliance Master Su Han, you travel so speedily. A smile immediately appeared on Blood Thunder King's face when he saw Jian Wushuang. Coincidentally, there's a spatial passage located in the territory belonging to my Sword Alliance that connects to the void nearby to Bane City. That is why I arrived sooner. Jian Wushuang said. I see. Blood Thunder King raised his eyebrows before turning his attention to the grand ultimate gods behind Jian Wushuang. Why aren't Old Tong and Old Snake here? Blood Thunder King asked in surprise. My Sword Alliance has been continuously expanding recently, and we've attracted many strong opponents. I have to keep some power in the Sword Alliance to attend to them during this mission. I hope that you can understand. Jian Wushuang said. Chapter 2777. Took action. The Sword Alliance is such a big household. I'm sure nothing can be taken lightly. Blood Thunder King smiled without much care. I did not expect Insuer to take such speedy actions, and her means are really great. I'm afraid that Yun Shan might fall here in this battle. Jian Wushuang looked at the battlefield far away and slightly nodded. It was true that Insuer obviously had the upper hand in this battle between two parties, and it was a great upper hand. Yun Shan's faction seemed to be in the fight under suppression. However, It would still take some time if Insuer's side wanted to completely defeat Yun Shan's faction, and she definitely needed to pay a certain price. We shall wait here, and after both factions have been badly wounded from the fight, we shall go out to clean up the messy situation. Blood Thunder King said. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Outside of Bane City, the Sword Alliance controlled by Jian Wushuang and Blood Thunder King's faction stood in the void as they looked on silently. They looked on as Ingsuer and Yun Shan's factions fought. The battle got increasingly intense and crazy. The crazy fight between almost 40 grand ultimate gods caused a shocking amount of movement. Under such a large scale of crazy fight, these grand ultimate gods were unable to completely protect their own lives. Within mere moments, the divine body of an elder in green robe was directly penetrated and his life was instantly ended. Since the battle started, the first fallen grand ultimate god had appeared. It's grand ultimate god being Yu from Yun Shan's faction. He's really unlucky to be the first one to die. He's really unlucky as he's only a usual primary level grand ultimate god, but he had to face two masters in the same level and was even secretly attacked by a high-level grand ultimate god from the fight beside. It seems difficult to stay alive under such circumstances. It's not completely because of luck. There's quite a huge difference between the strength of both sides. The experts under Blood Thunder Kings led were hiding in the void outside Bane City, and they were secretly sighing about the situation. The elder in green robes was the first one to die. It was impossible for him to be the only fallen expert in such an intense and crazy battle. Following that, the experts died in the battle one after another. Some of them were from Yun Shan's faction, and there were also others from Insuer's faction. However, due to the difference between their strength, most of the experts who died were from Yun Shan's faction. Soon, there were 10 experts who died in the battle, and among them, 7 of them were from Yun Shan's faction. It had to be understood that the number of grand ultimate gods from Yun Shan's faction were much lesser compared to Insuer's faction. Now that they had lost 7 of them, they did not have much grand ultimate gods left, and their disadvantage in the battle grew. Yun Shan's faction can't hold it much longer. There has originally been a huge difference between their combat power. Now that Yun Shan's faction has lost 7 grand ultimate gods while Insuer's faction only lost 3, the difference is even much more obvious. Yun Shan is going to be defeated after all. The experts under Blood Thunder King's lead were still discussing among themselves. Blood Thunder King, when shall we take action? Jian Wushuang looked towards Blood Thunder King. Be patient and wait a little longer. Let them fight for a longer period of time. Blood Thunder King's eyes were sparkling. Jian Wushuang was naturally unfazed as Insuer was the one with the upper hand right now. After some time, the experts from both parties were already in a terrible situation from the fight, especially those from Yun Shan's faction. Half of the originally more than a dozen grand ultimate gods had fallen, and the remaining grand ultimate gods were also badly wounded. Even Yun Shan himself, following a horrendous hum that could be heard throughout the entire battlefield, Yun Shan's figure went bursting outwards in a battered manner. At this moment, Yun Shan's face was extremely pale with blood at the corners of his mouth. His divine power was obviously weakened compared to how he was previously. Yun Shan was obviously heavily wounded. Yun Shan, you are definitely losing this battle. Insuer had a great amount of divine power surging through her body. She stood there with her arrogant figure and looked down at everything like a divine goddess. In this one-to-one fight between Insuer and Yun Shan, it was obvious that Insuer was stronger. Yun Shan, who was already badly wounded, stood there as he looked at his surroundings. The grand ultimate gods under his lead had extremely darkened expressions. He definitely lost in this battle, and it was a terrible loss. The strength Insuer accumulated had completely surpassed him. Attack! Insuer said in a cold voice as she wanted to carry out another attack. The grand ultimate gods behind her had extremely high will to kill in their eyes as they once again took action. As for the grand ultimate gods from Yun Shan's faction, they looked extremely pale, but an unprecedented craziness could be seen in their eyes. Fight them with all you have. Kill. Kill. The people in the battle had gone completely crazy. In the void outside of Bane City, Jian Wushuang and Blood Thunder King, who was standing next to him, saw everything that happened in Bane City's battlefield. It's almost time for us to take action. Blood Thunder King smiled coldly. Are we taking action now? Jian Wushuang glanced at Blood Thunder King, who was beside him. Between these two factions, shall we take action towards Insuer's faction first, or Yunshan's faction? Or should we take action against both factions at the same time? We should pulverize an already defeated enemy first. We should wipe out the old man Yunshan first before taking action against Insuer. Blood Thunder King said, take action against Yunshan first? Jian Wushuang slightly frowned. Right now, both Insuer and Yunshan's factions had been badly wounded as they suffered huge losses. Among them, Yunshan was completely routed. If they take action at this moment, they should do it towards Insuer first, as the right thing to do was to weaken the combat power of Insuer's faction. However, Blood Thunder King chose to take action against Yunshan first to completely defeat or kill him on the spot, so that he was left with no options out before taking action against Insuer. Blood Thunder King was so confident in their side's strength. Let's take action. Blood Thunder King did not explain too much and only said this. Then, the dozen Overgrand Ultimate Gods behind him moved at the same time under his personal lead. Jian Wushuang also did not linger. With a wave of his hand, a gold armored corpse pupper, a silver armored corpse puppet, and 2 bronze armored corpse puppets appeared in front of him at the same time. After that, Jian Wushuang went skimming speedily towards Bane City, as he led these corpse puppets together with Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xin and the others. In Bane City, both Insuer and Yunshan's forces were still in a heated fight. Suddenly, a huge amount of figures came skimming over from the surrounding void. There were lots of experts, as Blood Thunder King's faction alone had 16 Grand Ultimate Gods. Together with the 6 Grand Ultimate Gods, including Jian Wushuang from Sword Alliance and 4 corpse puppets, there were a total of 26 experts from the Grand Ultimate God level. They directly came attacking in a loud and horrifying manner. Experts from both factions fighting in the battlefield immediately noticed this. That is, Blood Thunder King? Chapter 2778. Blood Thunder King's Glee. It's Blood Thunder King and his faction's experts. There are also some people who are from the Sword Alliance. Sword Alliance? When did Blood Thunder King get together with the Sword Alliance? The experts fighting from the 2 major factions were deeply surprised. Yunshan and Insuer noticed the arrival of Jian Wushuang and the others and were puzzled. Especially Insuer. She gave a deep look at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, Blood Thunder King, and the others who suddenly arrived on the battlefield from the void nearby began attacking and killing the experts from Yunshan's faction. *T. Damn it. Blood Thunder King. The Grand Ultimate Gods in Yunshan's camp were frightened. They were already at an absolute disadvantage, on the verge of defeat, and had been fighting hard all the time. Blood Thunder King and the Sword Alliance joining in the attack and targeting them all of a sudden did not do them any good. How were they going to resist the fierce attack? Haha, go to hell. Blood Thunder King's eyes turned scarlet as he stared at a high-level Grand Ultimate God in Yunshan's camp and immediately displayed his masterstroke. The 15 Grand Ultimate Gods under Blood Thunder King's command, including those from the Sword Alliance, and their 4 corpse puppets, did not hold back as all of them attacked and killed mercilessly. The miserable Grand Ultimate Gods in Yunshan's camp received a devastating blow. Almost all of the Grand Ultimate Gods were killed in an instant. In the end, only 4 of them managed to escape from the waves of attacks and fled to the distant void in distress. Among the 4 who survived by luck were Yunshan and 3 other high-level Grand Ultimate Gods. There were more than a dozen Grand Ultimate Gods in Yunshan's camp when Yunshan and Insuer faced off against each other, but only 4 of them survived. The 4 who survived were seriously injured and unable to recover their combat power to its peak in a short period. Yunshan's faction was defeated with no chance of making a comeback. Blood Thunder King. Yunshan's infuriated voice echoed in the sky, with his eyes seeming to be discharging flames of fury as he stared at Blood Thunder King. Blood Thunder King laughed. Haha, Yunshan, are you surprised? You and Insuer have been fighting all these years over the full control of Crimson Stone Fort, but both of you have never considered me as equal from the beginning to the end. I bet you didn't expect me to win this hand? Yunshan's complexion sank and turned to look at Jian Wushuang. Sword Alliance. You colluded with the Sword Alliance. Collusion? Yunshan, don't you think that's a bit harsh? There's no enmity between Crimson Stone Fort and the Sword Alliance, so I only asked Alliance Master Su Han to come forward and do me a little favor. Why do you think it's a collusion? Blood Thunder King laughed mockingly before instantly setting his gaze on Yin Suer and the others. Yun Shan's faction is now crippled. We don't need to care too much about them. Although Yin Suer's faction still possess certain combat power, they are a far cry from their peak state. Alliance Master Su Han, we are much stronger than Yin Suer's faction once we joined hands. We'll win this battle. Blood Thunder King wore an absolute confidence look on his face and was pleased. Even though Yun Shan's faction suffered the most in the recent war, Yin Suer's faction was not spared either, as several of their Grand Ultimate Gods had fallen. As for the Grand Ultimate Gods who survived, they suffered a certain degree of injuries. The combined combat power of Blood Thunder King and the Sword Alliance was superior to that of Yin Suer's faction under such circumstances. The experts in Yin Suer's camp pulled a long face after hearing Blood Thunder King's claim. The appearance of Blood Thunder King and the Sword Alliance joined hands after their fierce fight with Yun Shan's faction was giving them a lot of pressure. Of course, that was also because they knew nothing about what was going on. Yin Suer and Palace Keeper Sijin remained calm as they knew the truth. Blood Thunder King, don't you think it's too early to be this happy? We haven't even fought yet. How do you foresee the result? Yin Suer jeered coldly. Blood Thunder King smiled. Haha, matters have gotten up to this stage, Yin Suer. Why are you still struggling? They'll fulfill your wish if you don't want to admit defeat yet. Alliance Master Su Han, I heard your domain oppression methods are very sophisticated and played a big role during the Sword Alliance's fight with the Divine Demon Sect. Will I be fortunate enough to see that today? Of course you are. Jian Wushuang smiled as he spoke to Blood Thunder King, as though they had been friends for many years. An ancient bronze mirror emerged from Jian Wushuang's body after that, and a large expanse of golden light dispersed from the ancient bronze mirror, filling the entire battlefield and even the entire void. In addition, a large amount of golden divine power had begun to condense crazily behind him. Buzz. A large amount of golden divine power condensed. In the blink of an eye, a 10,000-foot tall golden emperor appeared behind Jian Wushuang. The golden emperor looked majestic while overlooking the world. As soon as the golden emperor took shape, Jian Wushuang pointed a single finger and a vast golden divine ocean power rushed out frantically. Soon, a huge golden prison took shape that covered the entire battlefield, shrouding all the experts on the battlefield. In addition, a layer of dark golden armor formed on the surface of Jian Wushuang's body. The dark golden armor was 9 Sparkle Star Armor's precious armor. The vast star armor domain emerged. Next, sword intent started rising to the sky as Jian Wushuang's 100,000 miles perfect sword world was displayed. Golden light domain, prison of punishment, star armor domain, sword world. 4 oppression methods were displayed at the same time. At that instance, many experts on the battlefield could already feel Jian Wushuang's various oppression methods displayed. Although Jian Wushuang had not fully put his domain oppression's methods to use, those grand ultimate gods could already feel its greatness. Jian Wushuang began to secretly send messages while those 4 oppression domains were forming. Zhu Xin and Jian Wushuang sent messages to several grand ultimate gods under his command. Will do my best to oppress the domain later. When the time comes, you shall do this. Jian Wushuang quickly explained his plans in the messages. After receiving a message from Jian Wushuang and knowing Jian Wushuang's real intentions, Zhu Xin and Ying and Lan Junju were surprised. Chapter 2779. What are you doing, Alliance Master Su Han? Alliance Master Su Han, Zhu Xin, and Ying and Lan Junju looked at Alliance Master Su Han in amazement but kept a straight face. Alliance Master Su Han, your domain oppression methods look extraordinary. I really look forward to feeling the power of this domain oppression methods, said Blood Thunder King with a smile next to Jian Wushuang. Don't worry, you'll experience it very soon. Jian Wushuang smiled while his right hand slowly stretched out. Be careful. Alliance Master Su Han's domain oppression methods are great such that even peak Grand Ultimate God strength is suppressed. We have to be vigilant. There was a commotion among the Grand Ultimate Gods from Insuer's faction, with all of them waiting intently and preparing to contend with the domain oppression methods Jian Wushuang displayed. Blood Thunder King and those Grand Ultimate Gods under his command sneered at them while looking forward to Jian Wushuang using his domain oppression methods to suppress all the Grand Ultimate Gods from Insuer's faction. They were waiting to take advantage of the situation and cause the greatest damage to Insuer's faction. Jian Wushuang finally straightened his right arm, but his palm suddenly flipped around. Domain oppression. Rumbling. The Golden Light Domain. Prison of Punishment. Star Armor Domain. And Sword World superimposed as its terrifying power instantly came into effect. The well-prepared Grand Ultimate Gods from Insuer's faction were puzzled when Jian Wushuang exercised his domain oppression methods, as they did not feel the slightest bit of oppression at all. On the other hand, Blood Thunder King and those Grand Ultimate God experts under his command felt the oppression instead. They were sneering at their opponents and waiting for a good show. However, they were the ones who immediately felt the suppression by the 4 superimposed domain oppression methods. Those Grand Ultimate Gods, including Blood Thunder King, felt as though a mighty mountain was on top of them. The 16 of them, which were either Primera level or high-level Grand Ultimate Gods, felt their overall strength had instantly reduced by about 30 to 40%. Their strength had diminished all of a sudden. Alliance Master Su Han, what are you doing? Blood Thunder King was horrified. He was looking forward to Jian Wushuang's domain oppression methods, as he and Jian Wushuang were supposed to be in the same camp. However, why were he and his people being suppressed instead? Jian Wushuang merely smiled coldly when he heard Blood Thunder King's shriek as his right hand instantly pointed toward Blood Thunder King's direction. Buzz. The power of space-time law instantly swept and drifted across. A finger-pointing heavenly technique. Blood Thunder King alone was being targeted by that method. Attack. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Those who were already ready to go behind him, such as Zhu Xin, and Ying, and Lan Junju, as well as the gold-armored corpse puppet, silver-armored corpse puppet, and 2 bronze-armored corpse puppets instantly began their attack with the intentions to kill. Those corpse puppets were refined by Jian Wushuang, and he could command them just by using his mind power. Zhu Xin and Ying and Lan Junju had also been informed by Jian Wushuang beforehand, so they were not surprised to see Jian Wushuang's behavior. They began killing Blood Thunder King and the others next to them. Blood Thunder King and the other 16 Grand Ultimate Gods were still recovering from their shock after encountering the sudden change and betrayal, yet had to face the imminent fierce attacks. *T. Sword Alliance, you bastard. The Sword Alliance is our enemy. The Grand Ultimate Gods under Blood Thunder King's command were frightened. All of them thought the Sword Alliance was an ally recruited by Blood Thunder King, which they were quite happy about it. They might be able to wipe out Insuer and Yun Shan's factions in no time with the Sword Alliance's help. However, the situation was reversed to their horror. The Sword Alliance was not a friend but a foe. All of a sudden, they were suppressed by the terrifying domain oppression methods without any preparations. At the same time, they were being attacked by Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian and the others. They were standing so close to the Sword Alliance experts before, therefore many of those Grand Ultimate Gods under Blood Thunder King's command were unable to resist when Grand Ultimate God Zhu Xian made the sudden attack. Chuck, 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 chuck. 5 Grand Ultimate Gods were killed on the spot, with 3 Grand Ultimate Gods severely injured. In addition, Jian Wushuang targeted Blood Thunder King. Jian Wushuang used the A finger-pointing heavenly technique on Blood Thunder King to freeze the space-time Blood Thunder King was located at. Thereafter, the gold-armored corpse puppet next to Blood Thunder King fired a shot toward Blood Thunder King, who was still in a daze and unable to put up a defense. The gold-armored corpse puppet wielded a large saber which slashed down a horrifying saberlight at Blood Thunder King, like a thunderbolt that suddenly appeared on a sunny day. Blood Thunder King had not recovered from his senses and naturally did not manage to resist the attack. However, a simple jade slip hidden in his sleeves cracked. An invisible shield immediately appeared in front of Blood Thunder King after the jade slip was broken. Bang! The gold-armored corpse puppet's large saber landed on the shield and produced a loud bang. The shield shook violently and instantly collapsed, but the large saber's power was greatly weakened. The remaining power from the blow was very weak as it landed on Blood Thunder King's divine body after being weakened by the protective armor and could no longer cause any harm toward Blood Thunder King. However, the momentum had sent him flying. Oh, he's not dead? Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. It was a shame that he did not manage to kill Blood Thunder King with that blow. It was definitely a great opportunity to kill Blood Thunder King, who was caught off guard and standing so close together. Jian Wushuang worked seamlessly with the gold-armored corpse puppet with him, performing the A finger-pointing heavenly technique while the gold-armored corpse puppet used its killer move. They should have been able to kill the Blood Thunder King. However, they never expected Blood Thunder King to have a life-saving method hidden up his sleeves. The Jade Slip was a life-saving method. Although it was not sophisticated, it did save his life. Fortunately, I have a life-saving method. Blood Thunder King had recovered from the frozen space-time and concurrently also noticed the Jade Slip in his sleeves was broken. He had figured out what just happened. He knew he had just been through a life-threatening situation. He then saw 5 figures were slowly falling downward up in the void ahead of him. Those 5 people were his followers who were killed by Jian Wushuang's grand ultimate gods and corpse puppets. Damn it! Blood Thunder King looked extremely gloomy with blood-red eyes like 2 blood-colored thunderbolts as he shot a look at Jian Wushuang. Su-Han. Chapter 2780. Jian Yi. Blood Thunder King saw red. The grand ultimate gods under his command were extremely frightened. On the other end, the Yin Suer's faction grand ultimate gods were in a daze. They were all prepared just now to greet Jian Wushuang's domain oppression methods and the attack from Blood Thunder King and Sword Alliance's experts. As a result, they did not even make a move, and the domain oppression methods did not suppress them. Instead, the Blood Thunder King and Sword Alliance camp were fighting among themselves. What's the matter? Didn't Sword Alliance team up with Blood Thunder King's faction? They declared that they are allies, but now they are killing each other. The Blood Thunder King's faction was obviously not prepared, and they lost 5 grand ultimate gods at once. Blood Thunder King would also probably be dead had he not have the life-saving method. Sword Alliance. What the hell is going on? Those grand ultimate gods in Yin Suer camp were puzzled. Of course, there were some of them that could tell what was going on. They turned to look at Yin Suer. Yin Suer stood in the void and looked satirically at Blood Thunder King. She said, "Blood Thunder King, I told you not to be too happy too soon. Have you and Sword Alliance joined hands a long time ago?" Blood Thunder King's eyes were gloomy. "Yes, we joined forces much earlier than you think. I've started working together before Sword Alliance was established." "Oh no, it's Mr. Jian Yi," admitted Yin Suer. Jian Wushuang was smiling faintly. He knew that after Yin Suer exposed his name, his identity was no longer a secret. However, there was no need to hide his identity anymore at that point in time. Jian Yi? I seem to have heard of this name before. Blood Thunder King frowned, raking his mind for the memory. A grand ultimate god behind him immediately leaned forward and said a few words in his ear. After that, Blood Thunder King's expression changed abruptly. Jian Yi, the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord, the Earth Ultimate God who was once on Divine Demon Sect and Life and Death Tower wanted list? So, you are Jian Yi? Blood Thunder King and the others were shocked. They were staring incredulously at Jian Wushuang. All the other grand ultimate gods who had heard of the bounty offered by Divine Demon Sect and Life and Death Tower were amazed. They were horrified and in disbelief not only because of the name Jian Yi. The name Jian Yi acquired a certain reputation due to the bounty out on his head, but that was not enough to gain the respect from those grand ultimate gods. A few decades ago, when Jian Yi was on Life and Death Tower and Divine Demon Sect's wanted list, he was just an Earth ultimate god. Although hearsay was that he had the combat power of a Heaven ultimate god at that stage, he was indeed at the Earth ultimate god realm. How long had it been? Perhaps less than 100 years? Jian Yi disappeared, and when he reappeared again, things had changed drastically. He became the Sword Alliance Master, the leader of a top force in Danyang continent. Besides, he was extremely powerful, much stronger than many high-level grand ultimate gods. Did he manage to grow so powerful in less than 100 years? How is this possible? Impossible. Are you kidding me? Blood Thunder King, Insur, and even a few members of Sword Alliance were all shocked to discover Jane Wushuang's true identity. That was incredible. His rate of improvement was truly scary. They probably had never seen such a genius in the entire Danyang Holy Domain who made such progress in less than 100 years. Even if they had to look in the entire 9 realms of Golden Crow, perhaps the most dazzling genius in the history of Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could barely be compared with Jian Wushuang. Apart from that particular genius, there was no other in the entire 9 realms of Golden Crow. Jian Wushuang had no choice but to smile when he noticed all the amazed gazes around him. Yes, I am the Northern Darkstar Territorial Lord Jian Yi. So, he is the one. Pandemonium broke out among the surrounding grand ultimate gods. You are Jian Yi? Then you are not from the Outer Realm? Blood Thunder King stared at Jian Wushuang. Of course not. I was able to create a strong sword alliance in such a short period of time because I had a chance to gain a lot of resources and some special methods. Someone from the Outer Realm with the backing of an undying saint and a powerful force was just purely your wild guess, Jian Wushuang replied with a smile. I have been cooperating with the Fort Master since a long time ago. I created the Sword Alliance only to help relieve the pressure on Crimsonstone Fort Master. As for the conflicts within Crimsonstone Fort, I naturally stand with the Fort Master. Just when I was worried about how to find a chance to strike a move, you came to me. I couldn't ask for anything better. Is that so? The Blood Thunder King clenched his teeth tight, his face distorted by his tranche rage. He thought that he managed to trick Jian Wushuang, Insur, and Yun Shan all at once. To his horror, on the contrary, Jian Wushuang and Insur would set him up in a trap. Jian Yi, the Yun Shan faction has been defeated, and they probably can no longer make a comeback. Next, we need to deal with Blood Thunder King's faction. There is no need to talk nonsense with him. Let's just destroy him quickly. Otherwise, the top forces like Nanhua Palace would make their ways here real soon, said Insur. All right. Jian Wushuang nodded. His eyes turned cold. His mighty 4 oppression domains were still working perfectly on the battlefield, suppressing the opponents. Blood Thunder King and his experts were completely enshrouded by the pressure of those 4 oppression domains. Their expression looked extremely ugly under those agonizing pressure. Initially, they had 16 grand ultimate gods, but 5 of them had just been killed with several others seriously injured. Under such circumstances, they would be crushed even if Sword Alliance was after them. The Blood Thunder King faction would be wiped out completely if Sword Alliance and Insur stayed united. Sir, the situation is not good for us. Shall we withdraw? A grand ultimate god under Blood Thunder King's command suggested. Blood Thunder King controlled the Crimson Stone official army, so he was also called the Army Lord. Most of the grand ultimate gods behind him are the Crimson Stone official army's commanders. Withdraw? Haha, I have finally got this once-in-lifetime opportunity. How can I miss it? Blood Thunder King cracked into a crazy fit of laughter. His eyes turned extremely gloomy. Chapter 2781. Heavenly Modest Palace, Jian Yi, Insur. Do you think that you have one? You two have underestimated me. Blood Thunder King's eyes were blood red. He looked like he had lost his mind. A weird smile crept into the corner of his mouth. The smile gave an impression like he was a bloodthirsty beast. Mr. Chen Kong, come out. Blood Thunder King's voice echoed throughout Bane City and between heaven and earth. Jian Wushuang and Insur looked sullen. They had a bad feeling about what was about to happen. Sure enough, after Blood Thunder King shouted, more than a dozen figures came charging in from the distant void. All of those more than a dozen figures were dressed in black robes, with an unusually powerful aura. There were a total of 12 of them. If those 12 people were just ordinary primary level and high-level grand ultimate gods, then the combat power of the Jian Wushuang and Insur's camps would be able to deal with the opponents easily, and they need not be bothered. However, those 12 people appeared and turned Jian Wushuang and Insur gloomy. They appeared in front of Jin Wushuang and others in the blink of an eye, standing next to Blood Thunder King. The breath of aura was imposing. Among those 12 people, 10 of them had reached the level of high-level Grand Ultimate Gods. The most important thing was that the 2 leaders who had surpassed the high-level Grand Ultimate God realm, they were peak Grand Ultimate Gods. The lineup consisted of 2 peak Grand Ultimate Gods and 10 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods. That was jarring even for Jin Wushuang and Yin Suer. The Grand Ultimate Gods under their command were shocked. Who are these people? 10 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods and peak Grand Ultimate Gods, this lineup? I haven't seen any of these people. They definitely don't belong to any of the top forces in Danyang continent. Where did they come from? They stared wide-eyed at the 12 powerful men. Blood Thunder King appeared together with the old man in a black robe who headed the group of 12. Mr. Chun Kong. Blood Thunder King had calmed down. Surprisingly, he looked rather humble. Blood Thunder King, didn't you say that as long as you join forces with the Sword Alliance, Yin Suer is nothing to worry about and we don't need to anything? You said all we need to do is just clean up the battlefield. No? What's going on? The black-robed elder Chun Kong stared at Blood Thunder King. He looked unhappy. Mr. Chun Kong, I don't want to be like this either, but I didn't expect that the Sword Alliance Master would be on Yin Suer's side. They have been cooperating for a long time. I was fooled and lost 5 Grand Ultimate Gods before the fight even began. I have no choice but to let you, Mr. Chun Kong, get involved in advance, said Blood Thunder King. Chun Kong narrowed his eyes slightly. He did not continue blaming Blood Thunder King. Instead, he looked at Jin Wushuang, Yin Suer, and the others. Jin Wushuang and Yin Suer held Chun Kong's gaze. There are many experts in Danyang continent, and I know most of them. Even if they live a low-key life, I probably have heard of them, though I have never seen them. However, I have no idea who these 12 people in front of us are. I'm sure these people are not from Danyang Holy Domain, but from the Outer Realm, said Palace Keeper Si Zhan in a deep voice. Experts from the Outer Realm? Yin Suer was a little distraught. It seems that the Blood Thunder King never really wanted to join hands with me before. What he said to me before was just to clear my doubts and convince me to join hands with him. Fortunately, I am smart. Otherwise, I'd have been tricked. Jin Wushuang's glowered. Blood Thunder King thought that Jin Wushuang was also from the Outer Realm, and he had backing from an undying saint and a powerful force. Therefore, Blood Thunder King spoke very sincerely to Jin Wushuang when he first met up with Jin Wushuang to discuss joining hands. Blood Thunder King and even expressed his willingness to surrender to the undying saint behind him. Even Jin Wushuang felt like believing in him. It seemed that Blood Thunder King was just lying to Jin Wushuang to trick him into making a move and to be a gunman. After Sword Alliance fought Yin Suer, Chun Kong and the others would come forward to pick up the deal. As for what the Undying Saint would do thereafter, Blood Thunder King probably was not interested. There might be an Undying Saint behind Chun Kong's group as well. The void above Bane City fell silent, and as if the space was stagnated. The atmosphere is cold and gloomy. Who are you? Yin Suer's cold eyes stared down at Chun Kong and the others in front of him. Heavenly Modest Palace, Chun Kong replied. Heavenly Modest Palace? Yin Suer's was surprised. Crimson Stone Fort was the ruler of Danyang Holy Domain. As the Crimson Stone Fort master, apart from maintaining the situation in Crimson Stone Fort, Yin Suer was also out to deal with powerful forces in other realms and domains. She was the one who found buyers for Jin Wushuang's Royal Blood Gem and the Holy Treasure level Battle Saber. She knew of some powerful experts in the 9 realms of Golden Crow, as well as all the big forces. There was a Heavenly Modest Domain within the 9 realms of Golden Crow. The Heavenly Modest Domain was larger than the Danyang Holy Domain, and there were more powerful experts. The forces in Heavenly Modest Domain were as messy as Danyang Holy Domain, and there were countless forces behind each of them. Nonetheless, the ruler of Heavenly Modest Domain had always been Heavenly Modest Palace. The Heavenly Modest Domain was dominated by the Heavenly Modest Palace. The Palace Master was a powerful Undying Saint, and he was also the Domain Master of the Heavenly Modest Domain. He had a great reputation in the entire 9 realms of Golden Crow. Besides Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Star Picking Pavilion, Heavenly Modest Palace was among the powerful forces in 9 realms of Golden Crow. Heavenly Modest Palace left a deep impression on Een Sewer when she was in the 9 realms of Golden Crow. The Heavenly Modest Domain was very close to Danyang Holy Domain, and that was precisely why the Heavenly Modest Palace Master had always been very ambitious. Blood Thunder King. You do not have any scruple to collude with the forces from the outer world, just so that you can rule over Crimson Stone Fort? Een Sewer's face was pale. She stared in disbelief at Blood Thunder King. Haha, what forces from the outer realm? As long as the Heavenly Modest Palace Master is willing, Danyang Holy Domain will become a territory of Heavenly Modest Domain sooner or later. How am I colluding with foreign forces? Blood Thunder King sneered. It's you. You should know how powerful Heavenly Modest Palace is, and you should also understand how powerful the Heavenly Modest Palace Master is. Heavenly Modest Palace had been eyeing Danyang Holy Domain for a long time. Do you think you alone can keep Danyang Holy Domain? Een Sewer's expression became even more morose, and at the same time, she felt a huge amount of pressure on her shoulder. Chapter 2782. Fierce Battle. Heavenly Modest Palace was completely different from the top forces in Danyang Continent. They were a big power that truly controlled a domain, and an Undying Saint was in charge. Crimson Stone Fort, who lost an Undying Saint, was coveted by the Heavenly Modest Palace. That was not a good thing. You're Een Sewer, right? The black-robed old man, Chun Kong, looked at Een Sewer. I know you. You're Crimson Stone Saint's daughter. The palace master said that for the sake of Crimson Stone Saint, he wouldn't be too mean to you. As long as you are willing to completely surrender to him, you can stay in the Crimson Stone Fort in the future, but if you are stubborn, then don't blame him for being cruel. Een Sewer's eyes narrowed when she heard the threatening message. Before Een Sewer could say anything, Jin Wushuang, who stood next to her, spoke. Your palace master sounds boastful to me. He made it sound like Crimson Stone Fort is already under his control, and he can destroy it anytime he wishes to. If it's that simple, I'm afraid he's here in person now, no? Chun Kong's expression changed a little. Indeed, because of some reasons, the palace master did not make the trip himself. Instead, he sent his 12 men. If the palace master was around, the dignified Undying Saint could easily wipe out the entire Danyang Holy Domain, and all the many forces in Danyang Holy Domain would, no doubt, surrender to him. Jin Wushuang also noticed the change in Chun Kong's expression. He knew his guessing was correct. He smiled and said, since your palace master can't make it here in person, don't you think you sound way too arrogant to say what you said to the fort master? Chun Kong's eyes immediately turned cold. Su Han from Sword Alliance. Before this, I thought you were from the outer realm like myself. I thought you probably also have the backing from an Undying Saint and a powerful force. At that time, I was rather cautious of you, but now, I'm sure that you have no background and your strength is only at the level of a high-level Grand Ultimate God. How dare a person like you speak to me like this? Do you have a death wish? When the word death was spoken, Chun Kong made a move already. A tyrannical gush of peak Grand Ultimate God's aura swept across instantly. Chun Kong was extremely fast. He moved like a black phantom, instantly appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. The moment Chun Kong left his spot, Jian Wushuang had already noticed it. Jian Wushuang remained in place, but he had applied the 4 domain oppression methods on Chun Kong. All the 4 domain oppression methods that were previously used to suppress the entire battlefield were then only on Chun Kong. Under the huge pressure from Jian Wushuang, Chun Kong's formidable strength was instantly suppressed by about 20%. These domain oppression methods are indeed good, but unfortunately, they are useless. Chun Kong's cold voice came and his palm raised. The tip of his index finger gathered his majestic divine power, and then he sent a shooting dark beam of light at Jian Wushuang's head like a meteor. When the dark beam of light was about to hit Jian Wushuang's head, a golden light appeared out of nowhere and placed itself in front of Jian Wushuang. This golden light was the gold-armored corpse puppet controlled by Jian Wushuang. The golden armor corpse puppet obeyed Jian Wushuang's command. It stood in front of Jian Wushuang and then swung the big saber fiercely in his hand. A mighty, magnificent saber slashed toward the dark beam of light. Bang! A low crashing sound was produced, and the dark beam soon collapsed and dissipated. The gold-armored corpse puppet received a great impact. Its figure shot backward like a cannonball, retreated a long distance before it finally stopped in place. Chen Kong is powerful indeed. He's only displaying 80% of his strength under my domain oppression. He still managed to resist the gold-armored corpse puppet with only one finger. He's a peak grand ultimate god, and his combat power is much stronger than Dong Shun from the Divine Demon sect. Chen Kong was a little surprised to see that he had just resisted an attack from a gold-armored corpse puppet. In Sewer, who was next to the void, made a command. Attack! Followed by the stern command. The grand ultimate gods under In Sewer's command fiercely attacked the opponents. Several Sword Alliance grand ultimate gods, including those corpse puppets, were attacking the opponents as well. Jian Wushuang retreated. On his way back, he displayed the vast power of his various domain oppression methods once again, targeting to suppress the opponents on the battlefield. The many grand ultimate gods from Blood Thunder King's faction, including the 12 grand ultimate gods of Heavenly Modest Palace, felt suppressed. Kill them! Chen Kong yelled. Many of the grand ultimate gods from Heavenly Modest Palace, as well as the Blood Thunder King and the others, made a move instantly. Heavenly Modest Palace coupled with Blood Thunder King's faction had a total of more than 20 grand ultimate gods. Besides that, most of them were high-level grand ultimate gods. In Sewer and Jian Wushuang joined forces. In terms of the number of grand ultimate gods, they were better off than their opponents. However, they fell short in terms of quality. After all, most of the grand ultimate gods under In Sewer's command were just primary level grand ultimate gods. However, Jian Wushuang's domain oppression methods had managed to suppress the strength of many grand ultimate gods from the Heavenly Modest Palace and Blood Thunder King's faction by a lot. Those high-level grand ultimate gods found their strength lowered, and therefore, both sides were about the same in terms of the overall combat power. Bang! 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 A series of violent attacking sounds resounded. This battle between the two sides was obviously much more intense than the previous battle between In Sewer and Yunshan. The combat level was also much higher. The key was that both sides in the battle each have the combat power of 2 peak grand ultimate gods. In Sewer faced Chen Kong, and the gold-armored corpse puppet confronted the other peak grand ultimate gods from Heavenly Modest Palace. The battle was fierce and tough. Jian Wushuang retreated to the edge of the battlefield as soon as the battle began. He did not fire any attacking shots, but only used his 4 domain oppression methods on the opponents. He could see clearly the situation on the battlefield from where he was. Although Heavenly Modest Palace has sent 12 grand ultimate gods here, and all of the 12 grand ultimate gods are powerful. Of the 10 high-level grand ultimate gods, 6 are ranked at the top, and the other 4 are at the top. They are definitely not weak among the high-level grand ultimate gods, and the 2 peak grand ultimate gods are also very powerful. Jian Wushuang, even though there was a gap in the number of grand ultimate gods between the two sides, his domain oppression methods proved helpful. They fought fiercely, yet his camp did not gain any advantage. The two sides were equal. The Heavenly Modest Palace side barely had the upper hand in the battle. Chapter 2783. Horrendous killing. The grand ultimate gods under In Sewer's lead had suffered some degree of wounds during the intense battle with Yun Shan's battle, and they had used up a lot of their divine power. This battle right now is obviously much more obvious compared to the previous one, and much more of their divine power would be depleted. I don't think they would be able to continue for much longer. Apart from that, there aren't any movements from Nanwo Palace, the Life and Death Tower, Divine Demon Sect, and Dongfang Clan until now. We have to be careful of them too. This cannot continue, and we have to end this battle as soon as possible. Jian Wushuang looked across the battlefield with cold eyes. He then made a move, and had already rushed towards the void in front of him. At the same time, Blood Mountain Sword had already appeared in his hands. Jian Wushuang had an extremely high understanding of the space-time law, and his figure was like a ghost under the effects of the space-time law power. He easily appeared behind a high-level grand ultimate god that was from the Heavenly Modest Palace. The high-level Grand Ultimate God from the Heavenly Modest Palace also had a strong ability to perceive danger, and he was able to instantly detect Jian Wushuang's arrival. You want to sneak up on me? In your dreams. This high-level Grand Ultimate God yelled out loudly, and the horrendous divine power had risen as his surroundings were transformed into complete darkness. However, before this high-level Grand Ultimate God could take action, Jian Wushuang had already pointed his finger from afar. The random point of a finger that looked normal consisted of the space-time law and was filled with the exquisite cosmic mysteries. Without any warnings, the high-level Grand Ultimate God from the Heavenly Modest Palace had been directly paused in the void and failed to make any moves. With a simple stride forward, Jian Wushuang's figure had rushed past the high-level Grand Ultimate God. The first one. Jian Wushuang smiled. Whoosh! A huge head was directly sent flying up. Space-time had just recovered when the high-level Grand Ultimate God died, and he happened to see his head leaving his body. He could not help but widen his eyes, and his consciousness soon disappeared. A finger-pointing heavenly technique together with the speediest space-time sword technique and the fact that the space-time law contains space-time blades, the strong killing power is capable of directly piercing through the defensive armor. It's so easy for me to kill high-level Grand Ultimate Gods right now with the combination of these three. Jian Wushuang mumbled. 30 years ago, he had used a finger-pointing heavenly technique to kill at will during the face-on battle between the Sword Alliance and Divine Demon Sect. This caused the complete defeat of the Divine Demon Sect. The current Jian Wushuang was definitely stronger, and his understanding towards the space-time law was naturally higher. Activating a finger-pointing heavenly technique again meant that it was really easy to kill usual high-level Grand Ultimate Gods when he paired it with the space-time law and space-time sword technique. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang once again skimmed forward and appeared beside the second high-level Grand Ultimate God within the blink of an eye. This high-level Grand Ultimate God was an expert under Blood Thunder King's lead. A finger-pointing heavenly technique was used, and the same scene happened again. As the sword light skimmed through, several dozens of space-time blades were contained in the sword light. The horrendous killing power was not something the high-level Grand Ultimate Gods could withstand with the physical protection ability on their outer body layer. Jian Wushuang still easily beheaded this high-level Grand Ultimate God. Second one. Jian Wushuang's figure once again came swaying out. The third one. The head of another high-level Grand Ultimate God was directly chopped off, and an Ing, who was fighting with this high-level Grand Ultimate God, was also stunned and did not manage to react. Within moments, 3 experts had continuously died under Jian Wushuang's sword. Apart from that, Jian Wushuang had a high-level insight, and he only killed high-level Grand Ultimate Gods while ignoring primary-level Grand Ultimate Gods. The fourth one. Another high-level Grand Ultimate God was beheaded. With the continuous death of 4 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods, both the experts from the Heavenly Modest Palace and under Blood Thunder King's lead obviously panicked. Why is this guy so strong? He's really strong, and they are high-level Grand Ultimate Gods. However, they are like animals in front of him and are simply killed? Even a real peak Grand Ultimate God would not kill high-level Grand Ultimate Gods unscrupulously like him. What is really going on with him? It's a secret technique. He has a very special secret technique, and he's able to make the space-time a person is in go into a stagnant state within a short period of time, so that they would lose the ability to react. Space-time stagnation? A Grand Ultimate God like him has such a secret technique? Scary. Such a secret technique is really so scary. Even high-level Grand Ultimate Gods can be killed so easily. Wouldn't it be even easier for him to kill us? Heavenly Modest Palace and the experts under Blood Thunder King's lead were terrified by Jian Wushuang's horrendous killing. They were so frightened that their heads were numb and almost burst. Chen Kong, who was in a heated fight with Yin Suer, naturally saw this scene, and his facial expression immediately changed. This guy's ways are really weird. This is really weird. If we allow him to continue killing, not many of these 10 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods I brought over can stay alive. Chen Kong's facial expression darkened before bursting out. Su Dao, go, kill him. Among the 10 high-level Grand Ultimate Gods from the Heavenly Modest Palace, More than half of the high-level Grand Ultimate Gods stood on the top. However, there was another person who was at the highest point, and he was even capable of having a forced fight with the usual peak Grand Ultimate Gods. This person was Su Dao, a thin, young man in silver robes. After he heard Chen Kong's outburst, Su Dao immediately got rid of his opponent and turned into a stream of light before he came bursting towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang originally planned to continue in searching for his fifth target and kill the fifth high-level Grand Ultimate God. However, a strong wave of aura suddenly came surging towards him and directly covered him entirely. Jian Wushuang also immediately saw the young man in silver robes that came rushing towards him. This person seems to be quite strong. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and went towards the figure. As he got closer to this young man in silver robes, Jian Wushuang once again pointed the pointer of his right hand. It was still a finger-pointing heavenly technique, as this skill was a killing weapon towards usual trainers, and not many people were able to withstand the attack. The invisible space-time law power started its effect. This power was also implemented in the space-time Su Dao was in. Su Dao's figure suddenly paused in the middle of the sky, as he had obviously entered the state of space-time stagnation. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently as he was prepared to move forward and kill Su Dao. However, Su Dao's eyelids suddenly fluttered and his figure once again went skimming forward. What? Jian Wushuang's facial expression slightly changed, and the look in his eyes darkened. I see. It looks like this person is also an expert who's good with the space-time law and has an extremely high understanding towards the space-time law. A finger-pointing heavenly technique was a divine technique of the space-time law. This skill was undefeatable when it came to experts that practiced other laws, even when the experts were of higher levels. However, the effects were not as strong when it came to experts who also practiced the space-time law. Chapter 2784. Beheaded. Although this young man in silver robes was only a high-level Grand Ultimate God, he had an exceptionally high understanding towards the space-time law, and he might have even surpassed some peak Grand Ultimate Gods who were good at the space-time law. That was why he was able to react in the shortest period of time when enduring Jian Wushuang's a finger-pointing heavenly technique and break free. This is interesting. Let's see which one of us has a higher understanding towards the space-time law then. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently, and his figure had already met the young man in silver robes. Clank! The Blood Mountain sword in Jian Wushuang's hands was only simply sent forward, but his understanding of the space-time law had already been extended. He was incredibly speedy, and the sword light contained lots of space-time blades that were also extremely powerful. The mystical weapon that the young man in silver robes used was a weird black sickle. This black sickle cut across the void and left black phantomic figures. They were also filled with a huge amount of space-time law power. Both parties instantly met in the middle of the void. Clank! The sound of metal clanking could be heard before Jian Wushuang's sword principle and the young man in silver robes' sickle principle completely burst out. Both parties instantly released their understanding towards the space-time law. Waves after waves of sword lights could be seen flashing outwards, and it was dense like a boundless sword sea. The young man in silver robes' black sickle also skimmed through the void over and over again, leaving dense, uncountable black phantomic figures. Clank! 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 The continuous clunking sound of metal could be heard, and these two had achieved the ultimate speed. They were obviously comparing speed crazily. However, they were obviously well matched in such a competition. You are actually capable of catching up to my speed. That's quite good. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. You are also the first high-level Grand Ultimate God who can catch up to my speed. Your understanding of the space-time law is definitely no lower compared to mine. I won't be able to win if we're fighting one-on-one, but it wouldn't be easy for you to defeat me. The young man in silver robes yelled. What he needed to do now was just to stop Jian Wushuang, allowing him no chance to take action in the battlefield so that he would not kill the experts from Heavenly Modest Palace and those under the lead of Blood Thunder King. As for directly defeating Jian Wushuang, he knew from the moment they got in this fight that he was incapable of winning. You want to stop me? Just by yourself? Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. Jian Wushuang slightly raised his left hand when he was still in the middle of the fight with this young man in silver robes. Hum, 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 hum. One after another, streams of black lights could be seen flying up. Apparently, these black light streams were a cold black divine sword, the infernal crimson divine swords. A total of 9 infernal crimson divine swords floated in front of Jian Wushuang, and these 9 divine swords were covered with thick transmigration power. This scene caused the young man in silver robes to narrow his eyes. I forgot to tell you that I'm not only good in space-time law, my understanding of the transmigration law is no weaker compared to that of the space-time law. Jian Wushuang smiled devilishly. Under his control, the 9 infernal crimson divine swords instantly transformed into 9 black light streams and went attacking towards the young man in silver robes. The expression on the young man in silver robes' face slightly changed. He backed away speedily, followed by a strong wave of the black sickle in his hand. Instantly, more than a dozen space-time blades went bursting out. The space-time blades was something a person was capable of when in the second stage of the space-time law, space-time strangulation. His level of understanding towards the space-time law could be seen from the number of space-time blades formed. The young man in silver robes was capable of forming more than 70 space-time blades in an instant, and such a level was considered quite strong among peak grand ultimate gods. However, Jian Wushuang only smiled coldly the same moment this young man in silver robes released the huge number of space-time blades. At the same time, he also released a large number of space-time blades. Jian Wushuang formed a total of 80 space-time blades at this instance, and it was much more compared to the young man in silver robes. The large number of space-time blades collided into one another in the middle of the void, and Jian Wushuang, who had more blades, naturally had the upper hand. The 9 infernal crimson divine swords that went bursting forward still appeared in front of the young man in silver robes without any hindrance. The facial expression of the young man in silver robes slightly changed. He waved his hands continuously to swing the black sickle outwards and sent all 9 infernal crimson divine swords flying outwards. All sank. Jian Wushuang suddenly hardened his left hand. Those 9 infernal crimson divine swords that flew outwards converged speedily in the void. Then, a huge piece of black wood came attacking in a direct manner with overwhelming transmigration power. Compared to how it was a couple of decades ago, when Jian Wushuang displayed the second sword formation of the transmigration sword formation once again, the power was so much stronger compared to how it was previously. The huge black wood came attacking in a shattering manner, and the power it contained caused a huge change in the facial expression on the young man in the silver robe's face. Then, he held the black sickle with both his hands. Clamor! A wave of dark saber light was sent cutting outwards. This was an enormous saber light, and it left a huge saber river in the void. It was extremely powerful, and was the extremity of the young man in silver robe's capability. However, when it came to the clash between power, transmigration law was much stronger than space-time law. The transmigration sword formation Jian Wushuang used was something created by Sword Lord Tong Xian, someone who was once invincible among undying saints, and his understanding of the transmigration law was also exceptionally high. As these two parties crashed into each other, bang! With a loud bang, the endless saber river only held for a short while before it dimmed down and broke apart. The young man in silver robes slightly trembled, and blood trickled down the corners of his mouth as his body uncontrollably bursted backwards. However, his eyes suddenly narrowed as his body was going backwards. This was because he had already seen the 10,000 feet golden god crushing everything and coming for him under the overlook of the divine power that filled the sky in front of him. No! The young man in silver robes was shocked. However, his figure was on the way to a bursting retreat, and he could not stop even if he wanted to. Jian Wushuang was extremely fast, and when he caught up, he pointed his right hand again. It was still a finger-pointing heavenly technique. This skill had a small effect on that young man in silver robes, and it could only pause the space-time he was in for a very short amount of time. However, Jian Wushuang was in front of him, and such a short period of time that seemed irrelevant was enough to cause him his life. A wave of poignant sword light suddenly lit up, and it was heartbreakingly beautiful. There was a hint of confusion in the sword light, and it was intoxicating. This was the seventh style from the space-time sword technique Jian Wushuang invented, enchanted. This was also the strongest and fastest sword technique Jian Wushuang had. The sword light cut through mercilessly, and the young man in silver robes was directly beheaded without being able to react. Chapter 2785. Blood Thunder King died. The fifth one. Jian Wushuang held the sword single-handedly as he looked at the body of the young man in silver robes dropped downwards. However, he had a cold smile on his face. This smile of his looked like the smile of a demon in the eyes of the experts from the heavenly modest palace and those under the lead of Blood Thunder King. Su Dao actually died? Even Su Dao was easily killed by him? This Jian is really scary. The experts from Heavenly Modest Palace were extremely shocked. They understood the strength of that young man in silver robes, Su Dao, very well. Su Dao was capable of confronting even peak grand ultimate gods, and it was difficult for usual peak grand ultimate gods even if they wanted to kill him. However, he was simply beheaded by Jian Wushuang right now. Jian Wushuang's strength had undoubtedly arrived at the level of peak grand ultimate god. How scary was it when this peak grand ultimate god was great in the space-time law and even held some sort of secret technique that stagnated time to allow him to move willfully? Whoosh! It could be seen that Jian Wushuang went floating out again like a ghost. Right now, his target was no longer grand-level grand ultimate gods. He directly took action as long as they were close to him. The sixth one. The seventh one. The eighth one. One by one, the grand ultimate gods that were considered top experts in the Danyang Holy Domain were simply killed like animals in front of Jian Wushuang. Slaughter. This was an absolute slaughter. Those two peak grand ultimate gods from the Heavenly Modest Palace were separately pestered by Yin Sewer and gold-armored corpse puppet, so they had no opportunity to take action. As these two peak grand ultimate gods were unable to do anything, nobody in the entire battlefield was able to stop Jian Wushuang. He was a god of killing, and what he wanted to do was killing crazily. However, all the grand ultimate gods that he had his eyes on had no chance of escaping. Instead, they were directly killed before they had time to react. Moments after killing Su Dao, Jian Wushuang killed another 5 grand ultimate gods with ultimate means. Together with those 5 previously, a total of 10 grand ultimate gods had died in the hands of Jian Wushuang not long since the battle began. This horrendous killing had completely stunned the experts from the Heavenly Modest Palace and those under the lead of the Blood Thunder King. Run! Run! Quickly run! If we don't run, all of us would be killed by this Jian. This is too scary. He's too scary. Both peak grand ultimate gods from the Heavenly Modest Palace and Blood Thunder King had not given any orders. However, the grand ultimate gods under their lead could not stand it anymore and had already started to escape crazily. They were not dumb, and they knew how to observe with their eyes. Jian Wushuang's killing was really too quick, and it was too scary. It was like killing animals, and they were unable to withstand it. Under such circumstances, they had to think for their lives. Escaping was definitely the wisest choice. At this moment, they could not think of their own parties as protecting their own lives was the most important thing. Be *starred. The unruly elder in black robes, Chen Kong, who was fighting with Yin Sewer, also noticed this scene and his facial expression darkened badly. He looked at Jian Wushuang deeply and was secretly regretful. He had no idea that Jian Wushuang would be so strong and had such horrendous means of killing. Under circumstances when he and the other peak grand ultimate god were entangled, Jian Wushuang was capable of wiping everything out. There's no other way. Retreat. Although he was secretly filled with unwillingness, Chen Kong still immediately gave orders to retreat. He was also helpless. Under such circumstances, this battle would not be continued even if he did not give the orders. Even if he forced those grand ultimate gods to continue fighting with his own power, there would only be one outcome, and it was to be killed by Jian Wushuang. The final result was just being defeated. If that was the case, they should just try their best to contain their combat power to return to the Heavenly Modest Palace. Retreat. Retreat. The experts from Heavenly Modest Palace and under the lead of Blood Thunder King were relieved when they heard Qian Kong's orders. They immediately thought of ways to shake off their opponents and started retreating. Insure's faction and the Sword Alliance definitely would not stop here. Instead, they started another round of chase to kill. As for Jin Wushuang, he already had his eyes locked on one person. Everybody can leave but him. Jin Wushuang slightly narrowed his eyes as he stared at Blood Thunder King, who also started to run and escape. Blood Thunder King was a member of the Crimson Stone Fort and leader of one of the bigger factions. As a result, he colluded with Heavenly Modest Palace, an outsider, and tried to snatch the control over the Crimson Stone Fort. He could be called as a rebellion of the Crimson Stone Fort. He definitely had to stay as he was heinous. Blood Thunder King. Jin Wushuang yelled loudly while Insure, who was beside him, also had an extremely cold expression on her face. The two of them had completely locked on Blood Thunder King, but Jin Wushuang was speedily and had immediately skimmed over. Under the suppression of the huge domain, the speed of Blood Thunder King's escape was greatly reduced. Jin Wushuang caught up with him easily. Then, Jin Wushuang stretched out his right hand and pointed in the direction of the Blood Thunder King. The effects of the majestic space-time law started acting. This is bad. The expression on Blood Thunder King's face changed greatly. Jin Wushuang had used this skill many times in this battle, and Blood Thunder King clearly understood the weirdness and scariness of this skill. He was not good in the space-time law, and once he was hit by this, he might be instantly killed by Jin Wushuang under the space-time stagnation. Master Qian Kong, save me. Save me quick. Blood Thunder King started yelling drearily. At this moment of life and death, he could only hope that those two peak grand ultimate gods from the Heavenly Modest Palace would come to his rescue. Apart from that, only these two peak grand ultimate gods were capable of saving him. However, Qian Kong's face slightly darkened when he heard Blood Thunder King yelling. He only swept past Blood Thunder King coldly without pausing himself. Qian Kong totally ignored Blood Thunder King's call for help, so naturally none of the grand ultimate gods from the Heavenly Modest Palace would go rescue him. As for the grand ultimate gods that were under Blood Thunder King's lead, there were a small number of them left, but their strength was beneath him. They were completely frightened of Jin Wushuang, and humans were selfish. They were unable to protect themselves under such circumstances, who would exchange for Blood Thunder King's life with their own lives. No. No. Blood Thunder King became extremely frightened when he saw that none of the surrounding experts paid notice to him. A hint of desperation appeared in his eyes. Without any indication, the space-time the Blood Thunder King was in complete stagnation, and he entered a state of stagnation, losing the ability to resist. Jin Wushuang crossed paths with Blood Thunder King and beheaded him with his cold sword light. The Blood Thunder King had finally died. Chapter 2786. Another unforeseen event. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The experts from Heavenly Modest Palace and under the lead of Blood Thunder King, who were escaping, managed to do so. On the battlefield, many of the experts from Insure's faction and the Sword Alliance stood there. They were shocked when they saw Blood Thunder King's body fall down slowly. As the leader of one of the three biggest factions in the Crimson Stone Fort, Blood Thunder King had been controlling the Crimson Stone official army since long ago, and he had a high prestige in the Crimson Stone Fort. For a long period of time, Blood Thunder King had been having a crazy fight with Insure and Yunshan's factions. Right now, Blood Thunder King has finally died. With the death of Blood Thunder King, his faction will naturally break apart. Yunshan's faction had also been badly hit, and they aren't capable of causing any more trouble. Has the lengthy internal battles of the Crimson Stone Fort finally ended? Palace Keeper Sijun mumbled to himself, but his heart was secretly filled with melancholy. Beside him, many of the experts from Insure's faction had a complicated feeling. The Crimson Stone Fort was originally the publicly recognized domineering party in the Danyang Holy Domain. It was originally a huge force, but their strength had been continuously weakened as internal battles had never stopped after the death of the Crimson Stone Saint. However, such fights had finally come to an end. Among all the factions in the Crimson Stone Fort, the person who managed to stand to the end was still the true descendant of the Crimson Stone Fort, Insur. Has it finally ended? Insur also mumbled as her body slightly trembled. The internal fight of the Crimson Stone Fort has ended, but you shouldn't be happy so early on, Jian Wushuang suddenly said. Insur slightly focused her line of sight. Palace Keeper Si Zhan and the others had turned to look at Jian Wushuang. This battle took a long period of time, from battling Yun Shan's faction in the beginning to defeating the Heavenly Modest Palace and Blood Thunder King's faction. It's impossible that the pinnacle forces of the Danyang continent did not realize what's happening in such a long period of time. However, we still haven't seen any of them until now, Jian Wushuang said coldly. The facial expressions of the people there turned into a serious one when they heard this. It was true that Insur planned to have a swift battle previously. She wanted to defeat Yun Shan and Blood Thunder King's factions before the pinnacle forces realized what was happening. However, the truth was that they had used too much time. This was also because the appearance of the Heavenly Modest Palace was unexpected. They had no other option but to spend such a long period of time defeating the Heavenly Modest Palace and Blood Thunder King's faction. Such a long period of time was sufficient for the pinnacle forces to prepare themselves. If I guessed correctly, the experts from the four pinnacle forces, Nanhua Palace, Life and Death Tower, Divine Demon Sect, and Dongfang Clan had arrived near Bane City. The reason they did not show themselves is because they are waiting for both sides to suffer losses, and they shall benefit from our dispute after the results are out. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. Now that the battle is over, the experts from these four pinnacle forces are about to show themselves. The experts in the surrounding area started looking at the surrounding voids after they heard what Jian Wushuang said. Certainly, there they are. An exclaiming voice could be heard. Everybody immediately followed the voice and looked in that direction. A large number of densely packed black spots could be seen at the edge of a faraway void. These black spots were rushing over at an extraordinary speed. Within moments, a huge number of figures had appeared before Jian Wushuang and the others. Waves of domineering divine power came spreading from these figures. As they felt this divine power, Jian Wushuang, Insur, and the experts under their lead had darkened expressions on their faces. Nanhua Palace, Life and Death Tower, Dongfang Clan, and the badly wounded Divine Demon Sect had really come over. Insur gritted her teeth as the look in her eyes turned to a cold one. At this moment, the people standing in front of them were the experts from these four pinnacle forces. The appearance of these four pinnacle forces at the same time meant that they had united and formed a coalition force. However, the coalition force of these four pinnacle forces was extremely strong. The experts that arrived on scene were of the Grand Ultimate God level, and there were more than 50 of them. That was right, more than 50 Grand Ultimate Gods. This was the combat power formed when the four pinnacle forces united. Among them, the strongest Nanhua Palace had almost 20 Grand Ultimate Gods. As the Life and Death Tower and Dongfang Clan almost sent everybody that they had, it was also a significant number from their side. As for the Divine Demon Sect, as they were badly defeated and lost 9 Grand Ultimate Gods previously, they could only come up with a couple of Grand Ultimate Gods due to the pressure they withstand from the outside world throughout the years. However, these four pinnacle forces still accumulated more than 50 Grand Ultimate Gods in total. Such a number of Grand Ultimate Gods in a holy domain was sufficient to scare one to death. If the Crimson Stone Fort was still in its peak era or before the bigger factions had not really fought, an alliance between Insur, Yun Shan, and Blood Thunder King's factions might be sufficient to withstand the coalition force between these four pinnacle forces. However, the Blood Thunder King's faction had been completely defeated, and he was dead right now. Yun Shan's faction had also suffered a horrendous blow, and only 4 badly wounded people were left alive. Even the strongest faction that belonged to Insur had also lost many Grand Ultimate Gods in 2 consecutive battles. Those that were still alive were wounded and had suffered a great depletion in their divine power. Even if they considered the Sword Alliance, the combat power of Grand Ultimate Gods that they had at the moment were less than 30 people. Apart from that, all 4 pinnacle forces had peak Grand Ultimate Gods as their leaders, and that meant that the coalition force had a total of 4 peak Grand Ultimate Gods. Among them, Nanwu Palace Master was even the publicly recognized #1 expert in the Danyang Holy Domain. In terms of the highest combat power level, the alliance of the four pinnacle forces had complete superiority. In the void on top of Bane City, the coalition force stood facing Jian Wushuang, In Sewer, and the others some distance away. The experts in the coalition force formed by those four pinnacle forces were extremely excited at that moment. Haha, In Sewer and Su Han, the two of you had put on a good show for us. Nanwu Palace Master's loud laugh could be heard reverberating throughout the entire sky and land. The coalition force formed of those four pinnacle forces had received news since early on, and they had immediately rushed over. When they arrived, the fight between In Sewer and Yun Shan's factions had not ended, so they had seen almost the entirety of this great battle. That included the last-minute team changing of the Sword Alliance, appearance of the experts from the Heavenly Modest Palace, and also the attack Jian Wushuang carried out in the end that wiped out everything. They also saw the scene of him killing Blood Thunder King. Suhan, no, I should call you Jian Yi. Your way surprises even me. Nanwu Palace Master looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile on his face. The Life and Death Tower Master and Dongfang Clan Master beside him also looked at Jian Wushuang with weird looks on their faces. Only Dong Xin, the Divine Demon Sect Master, looked at Jian Wushuang with a huge amount of anger and will to kill. Chapter 2787. Unite against foreign forces different from the experts in the coalition force formed by the four pinnacle forces. The experts from In Sewer's faction and Sword Alliance had extremely darkened expressions. The situation right now was obviously unfavorable for them. For Master, Jian Wushuang appeared beside In Sewer and asked softly, "This is an important battle, and there are quite a lot of unforeseen events. You should have predicted this, so you must have reserved some backhands?" "I prepared some, but it's still not enough for us to go up against the coalition force formed by the four pinnacle forces. After all, not only do they have lots of experts, they did not go through a huge battle just now and are still in peak condition. Our people, on the other hand, had gone through 2 continuous battles and suffered some serious wounds. Apart from that, the consumption of their divine power are quite great." In Sewer said, "I know that. However, it's good enough that you've prepared some backup, as I've also prepared some backhands." Jian Wushuang said, "What?" In Sewer looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. At this moment, whoosh, 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 for figures came skimming over from a nearby void and appeared at the edge of the battlefield. The expressions of the experts from both parties slightly changed when they saw these 4 figures. Yun Shan. In Sewer's facial expression also slightly darkened. Yun Shan's faction had been directly defeated previously, and only 4 out of their many experts were alive. Yun Shan was one of those 4. Following the altercation between In Sewer and Blood Thunder King's factions, Yun Shan grabbed the opportunity to leave. However, Yun Shan had appeared once again at this crucial moment. After observing the divine power of those 3 people behind him, it was obvious that the 4 of them had taken the opportunity just now to heal themselves, as their condition and divine power had obviously recovered quite a bit. However, what In Sewer did not understand was what Yun Shan planned to do by appearing again at this moment. Yun Shan had a darkened look on his face when he was stared at by so many experts. He glanced at In Sewer, and a complicated look flashed past his eyes. His eyes turned incredibly cold as he turned to look towards the coalition force formed by the 4 pinnacle forces. "Tianmu, come out!" A loud yell could be heard blasting through the sky and earth. This blasting yell consisted of unprecedented anger and horrendous will to kill, causing many experts there to tremble uncontrollably. "Tianmu." In Sewer frowned and immediately looked towards the coalition force formed by the 4 pinnacle forces. Surely, a thin elder in black robes slowly raised his head, showing a cold and weird smile on his face. "Tianmu." In Sewer immediately yelled with both anger and surprise. "It's Grand Ultimate God Tianmu, and he's under Yun Shan's lead." Yun Shan had always trusted him throughout the years. Palacekeeper Sijin's facial expression also changed. What's going on? Why is Grand Ultimate God Tianmu among the coalition force formed by the 4 pinnacle forces? From the looks of Yun Shan's action, Could it be that Insur and Palace Keeper Sijin immediately thought of a possibility? Haha, Yun Shan, I've followed you for so many years. Do you need to act like this the moment we meet? The cold elder covered under black robes, Grand Ultimate God Tianmu, laughed weirdly as his eyes were filled with a mocking look. How dare you mention that you've followed me for many years? Yun Shan said coldly. Have I treated you badly throughout the years? How dare you betray me and the Crimson Stone Fort? How dare you scheme against me? Betray? That would be a wrong word to use. Yun Shan, you had always acted out with consideration of the Crimson Stone Fort even though Insur had already had the upper hand. You knew that Insur was much stronger than you, yet you were still dumb enough that you wanted to rely on your own power. You deserve to be wiped out by Insur. I was only helping you. Grand Ultimate God Tianmu laughed mockingly. After that, Grand Ultimate God Tianmu glanced at Nanwu Palace Master and said with ridicule, Palace Master, I was right. If I purposely give the game away and let Insur's people know that I'm in contact with Nanwu Palace, Insur would definitely take action the next second. It is true that we have to thank you this time, or we would not know how long we need to wait for Insur to take action against Yun Shan, and the coalition of our 4 pinnacle forces would not have obtained such an upper hand so easily. After this is over, and we wipe out the Crimson Stone Fort, you will definitely receive benefits from us. Nanwu Palace Master said with a smile. Thank you, Palace Master. Grand Ultimate God Tianmu was delighted. After listening to the conversation among those two, not only Insur and Palace Keeper Sijin, even Jian Wushuang and the Grand Ultimate Gods under his lead also understood what was happening. A minute. Turns out, everything was made up by Tianmu. Palace Keeper Sijin had a darkened look on his face. Although Great Elder Yun Shan had always been fighting with Fort Master, he had never borrowed the power of outer forces and had always been snatching the control of Crimson Stone Fort from Fort Master with his own power. I had been wondering why he would suddenly compromise with Nanwu Palace and ask them for help. Turns out that Great Elder Yun Shan had never contacted Nanwu Palace, and everything was made up by Grand Ultimate God Tianmu. Palace Keeper Sijin was Insur's right-hand man, and he had the clearest information about things in the Crimson Stone Palace. Insur decided to directly take action against Yun Shan's faction because she received news that Yun Shan's faction was already in contact with Nanwu Palace. Leaving her with no choice, Insur was forced to immediately take action. The reason they received news that Yun Shan's faction was in contact with Nanwu Palace was because of Grand Ultimate God Tianmu. All this time, Grand Ultimate God Tianmu had been the one contacting Nanwu Palace, and he even led the experts from Nanwu Palace to meet Yun Shan. As Grand Ultimate God Tianmu was one of the people Yun Shan trusted the most, such actions had caused Palace Keeper Sijin to have misunderstood that Yun Shan was the one in contact with Nanwu Palace. However, he only learned right now that everything was just made up by Grand Ultimate God Tianmu. He purposely put up an act to cause a misunderstanding on their side, so that Insur would decide to immediately take action against Yun Shan. It could be said that Grand Ultimate God Tianmu had schemed against both Insur and Yun Shan's factions. Starred. Insur had a cold look in her eyes as she said the word. Insur. Yun Shan spoke in a powerful voice, and he had already looked towards Insur. He had a complicated look in his eyes, but he still spoke up. As we're facing some powerful enemies, shall we put aside our differences and think of a way to work together and solve the issues in front of us? What do you think? Sure. Insur nodded without hesitation. She also hoped to form an alliance with Yun Shan. After all, no matter how big the hatred or how bad the fight between her and Yun Shan was, they were internal issues of the Crimson Stone Fort. No matter who won in the end, the Crimson Stone Fort was still there, and only the leader was different. However, if the alliance of these 4 pinnacle forces had their way, the long-time basis of the Crimson Stone Fort would completely disappear. Chapter 2788. Back up in just a short moment, Insur and Yun Shan had already decided to set aside their grudges and unite against the enemy. This scene was naturally witnessed by the 4 great factions. Yun Shan, I do admire you a little. This Sewer has just severely injured your faction and killed many of the Grand Divine Paragons under her command. You yourself have been forced into an extremely sorry state by her. How long has it been? You can actually endure this and take the initiative to join forces with Sewer? Namo Palace Master looked at Yun Shan in surprise. Humph. Although this old man is not satisfied with this little girl becoming the new Fort Lord of the Red Stone Castle and has been fighting with her for so many years, no matter how fierce our fight is, it is still an internal matter of the Red Stone Castle. And this Red Stone Castle is the foundation that the Red Stone Saint and I jointly created. This old man has poured almost all of my blood, sweat, and tears into it. Compared to the survival of the Red Stone Castle, this old man will put down any personal grudges. Yun Shan said coldly. Oh. Palatial Lord Nam narrowed his eyes. Jian Wushuang could not help but glance at Yun Shan. Previously, he did not know much about Yun Shan and only knew how to help Sewer defeat it. However, he now had some respect for Yun Shan. Indeed, perhaps Yun Shan was unwilling to accept Sewer, but he would definitely give his all to the Red Stone Castle. With Yun Shan's help and the backup that Sewer and I have prepared, perhaps we can really fight against the allied forces of the four great organizations, Jian Wushuang murmured. Namo, cut the crap with them. Just attack. The Grand Divine Warriors under Sewer's faction have been taking advantage of the time to recover their injuries and their divine power. If we don't attack now, once they've all recovered, we won't have an absolute chance of victory, the Pavilion Master of Life and Death said coldly. Palatial Lord Nam nodded slightly. We have a huge advantage in this battle. We have at least a 90% chance of victory, but we can't be careless. Also, we need to be careful of that Jian Yi. His ability to freeze time and space is too strange. Moreover, his comprehension of the laws of space and time is extraordinarily high. Killing ordinary high-level Grand Divine Paragons is like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Although our allied army has many Grand Divine Paragons, we can't withstand his unscrupulous slaughter, so we need to think of a way to prevent him from slaughtering us, said the Patriarch. That's simple. Just arrange for a peak-level god supremacy to fight him. Palatial Lord Nam smiled. East God, this sword one has made your god-fiend sect so miserable. Now, I'll hand him over to you. How about it? I am more than happy to do so. I will definitely skin this brat alive and tear his bones apart. The Eastern deity's gaze was cold as he stared fixedly at Jian Wushuang. Do it. Palatial Lord Nam smiled coldly. In an instant, the more than 50 Grand Divine Warriors from the alliance of the four factions behind him moved. There were more than 50 Divine Masters, each of them exuding a powerful aura that surged over like a torrent. Coming. Jian Wushuang, Sewer, Yun Shan, and the others had solemn expressions. Fort Lord, if you have any backup plans, use them quickly, the unparalleled sword said. Yes. Sewer nodded, then immediately took out a command talisman and crushed it. As soon as he crushed the talisman, the experts hiding in the nearby space that Sewer had arranged beforehand moved. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the surrounding space, 8 figures shot over at an astonishing speed. These 8 figures were also 8 great divine paragons. Among them, there were 3 high-level great divine paragons. Those are people from Baiyun Prefecture, Demon Sealing Hall, and Eclipse Sect? 3 first-rate factions? The experts from both factions were surprised to see these 8 people. Humph, Sewer, looks like I still underestimated you. I never thought that you would have prepared a backup plan. Although I don't know what benefits these 3 experts from the first-rate factions have obtained from you to actually help you. They're just 3 first-rate factions. They only have 8 god supremacies. Do you think they can change anything? Palatial Lord Nam smiled disdainfully. Although the appearance of the 8 divine venerates had greatly improved Sewer's faction, the difference between their factions was too great. Even if Sewer had 8 more divine sovereigns now, her overall strength was still greatly inferior when compared to the joint forces of the 4 great powers. Moreover, in terms of the highest battle prowess, the difference was extremely great. Die! Palatial Lord Nam's aura was overwhelming, far stronger than anyone present. He was also at the forefront of the coalition forces. As soon as he charged over, only Insur from the Red Stone Castle and the Sword Union dared to face him head-on. However, when Insur exchanged blows with Palace Master Nanwu, bang! A deep sound of collision rang out. Insur's face paled, and she instantly retreated explosively. Although they were both peak divine venerates, the difference between their strengths was instantly revealed. Palace Master Nanshu was indeed worthy of being the publicly accepted #1 expert of the Saints' world. Even though he was slightly suppressed by Jian Wushuang's domain and his strength was slightly limited, his battle prowess was still much greater than Insur's. In a one-on-one battle, Insur was definitely not Palace Master Namo's opponent. Jian Wushuang's expression darkened when he saw this. Elder Tong. A loud roar reverberated through the world. In the next moment, Elder Tong, who had remained hidden in the dark, charged into the battlefield as a streak of light. He immediately began to fight Palace Leader Nanwu. "You're Old Tong. You've broken through?" Palace Leader Nanwu was rather surprised when he saw the peak Exalt Tong who had appeared before him. "Haha, I've only broken through recently as well. I really am lucky to be able to fight against the strongest expert of the Saints' world right after breaking through." Old Tong laughed aloud. So what if you've broken through? If you dare stop me, you'll die without a doubt." Namo Palace Master shouted coldly. The terrifying aura on his body completely pressed down on Elder Tong. Only when he truly came face to face with the leader of the Namo Palace could Elder Tong sense the tremendous pressure from her. He also understood that the #1 expert of the sacred elixir world was not just for show. "Fort Lordine, let's join forces and fight Palace Lord Nanwu. How about it?" Old Tong said. "All right." Insur nodded heavily. In a one-on-one battle, neither of them was a match for the Namo Palace Master. If they worked together, they might be able to put up a fight. Boom, boom. At the center of the battlefield, Insur and Elder Tong joined forces to fight Palace Master Nanwu. However, it was very obvious that even if the two of them worked together, they would not be able to gain any advantage over Palace Master Nanwu. However, no matter what, the two of them were still entangled with the most terrifying battle prowess of Namo Palace Master. As for the other battlefields, Chapter 2789. Jian Wushuang and the Eastern Godboom. Jian Wushuang's 4 realms continued to suppress the experts of the 4 forces in an attempt to suppress their strength. However, as soon as his realm swept out, the silver-haired old woman, Master Dongfang, smiled indifferently and said, "You're not the only one who has realm techniques." As soon as she finished speaking, the master of the Dongfang family waved his hand slightly, and immediately, a vast green ocean swept out. The green ocean was magnificent, and its waves surged wildly. On top of the green ocean, there was a faint layer of blood-colored fog. The green ocean was cast by a domain-type treasure in the hands of the master of the Dongfang family, and the blood-colored fog was a secret skill cast by the master of the Dongfang family. The combination of the two, together with the fact that the master of the Dongfang family's Dao world was not weak, swept out at this moment and directly collided with Jian Wushuang's 4-layered domain. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The two different domains pressed against each other crazily, but it was obvious that Jian Wushuang's domain was stronger and completely suppressed the master of the Dongfang family's domain. However, the Dongfang family's domain also took a lot of pressure on the experts of the 4 forces allied army. The pressure on the experts of the 4 forces allied army was obviously not as great as before. After the battle between the two camps, most of the experts of Crimson Rock Castle had not recovered to their peak condition, and some of them were seriously injured. Even with Insur's backup plan and the 8 great divine masters joining, their overall battle strength was still much weaker than that of the 4 forces allied army. The only good news was that Jian Wushuang still had a certain advantage in his domain, which made their opponent's battle strength more or less suppressed. Even if they could not defeat these elementary and advanced great divine masters, they could still hold on for a while. As for the strongest battle strength, Palace Master Nanwu was blocked by Insur and Elder Tong, while the Tower Master of Life and Death fought against Yunshan. Although Yunshan had been severely injured, He had recovered more than 80% of his strength after a period of time. He was strong enough to fight the Life and Death Tower Master head-on. The Dongfang family master was the weakest among the four peak divine masters in the Four Forces allied army. She was fighting against the golden armored corpse puppet controlled by Jian Wushuang. The golden armored corpse puppet could also tie down the Dongfang family master with its advantage in a certain domain. Among the four forces, there was only one peak great divine master left. This peak great divine master was the sect master of the divine demon sect, East God, Swordsman. His cold voice echoed throughout the battlefield. East God's eyes were cold, and he had locked his eyes on Jian Wushuang the moment the battle began. His opponent was Jian Wushuang. Dong Shun, do you want to take revenge for the 9 great divine masters of your divine demon sect? Jian Wushuang stood in the void and looked at Dong Shun coldly. Die! Dong Shun did not waste any words. The violent aura on his body instantly surged up. A giant axe appeared in each of his hands. His body immediately transformed into an ancient ferocious beast. It was an enraged ancient ferocious beast that suddenly attacked. Its speed was also extremely fast. Jian Wushuang stood there and felt that a violent and tyrannical aura had completely locked onto him. The monstrous killing intent made Jian Wushuang's eyes freeze. He tightened the Blood Mountain sword in his hand and directly rushed out. In the center of the void, Jian Wushuang came into direct contact with his body. Destroy! Dongshin shouted. The giant axe in his hand was so domineering that it seemed as if it could split the heaven and earth. One of the giant axes hacked down furiously. Swish! A mighty axe shadow immediately slashed out. This axe shadow was extremely overbearing and unreasonable. Its power was even more terrifying. Jian Wushuang held the Blood Mountain sword with both hands at the same time. Surging divine power surged out of his body, and his power reached its peak at this moment. Buzz! A dazzling sword light that shook the heaven and earth suddenly rushed out. The sword light was extremely huge and covered half of the sky. Its power was also astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the mighty axe shadow came into direct contact with the huge and dazzling sword light. Clang! With a loud sound, the violent divine power spread out crazily in all directions like a tide. At the center of the collision, a huge divine power storm swept up. Jian Wushuang's face darkened slightly. He could feel a huge force coming toward him, which made his divine body tremble crazily. He immediately retreated a great distance. Before he could stop, the East God in front of him had already chased after him. The 2 giant axes in the East God's hands were already filled with surging divine power. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and gently raised his hand. The 9 underworld blood divine swords immediately floated in front of him and formed a sword formation. Buzz! Under the cover of a large amount of reincarnation power, a giant black would rush toward the East God like a meteorite. Get lost! The East God shouted and casually slashed with the huge axe in his hand. The terrifying power contained in the huge axe struck the huge black tree, which was immediately sent flying. In the middle of the attack, the huge black tree was still shaking crazily and was about to collapse. This scene caused Jian Wushuang's expression to change slightly. The power of the reincarnation sword formation is powerful. The world sync of the second sword formation I'm using now is purely about power. It's a pity that the 9 underworld blood divine swords that make up the sword formation are too weak. Otherwise, even if my divine power is weaker than his, I wouldn't be nearly disintegrated by the axe, Jian Wushuang thought. He was still using the 9 Netherblood divine swords to form the reincarnation sword formation. It should be known that he had used the 9 Netherblood divine swords when he first obtained the reincarnation sword formation when he was an Earth God Master. The Netherblood divine sword was only a standard magic weapon at the elementary divine treasure level. It was not bad when Jian Wushuang only had the battle strength of an Earth God Master and a divine God Master. However, now that he had reached the Great God Master level, especially now that he was still fighting with a peak Great Divine Master, the Netherblood Divine Sword was obviously not up to par. Jian Wushuang was sure that if he had formed the Samsara Sword formation with 9 standard magic weapons at the superior divine treasure level, then he should be able to fight head-on with the East God by relying on the second sword formation of the Samsara sword formation. However, the East God laughed out loud, and his words were full of ridicule when he casually hacked away Jian Wushuang's Samsara sword formation with his axe. Haha, you are just a senior great divine master. How dare you compete with me in strength? You are courting death. Chapter 2790. Strength? Over the years, Jian Wushuang had broken through to the realm of a divine master. He had obtained 50,000 divine elixirs from the battle saber and many divine elixirs from killing Saber Master and the others in the secret realm. Under the cover of the Black Stone, he was indeed emitting the divine power aura of a senior divine master. Therefore, the East God naturally regarded Jian Wushuang as a senior great divine master. The gap between a senior great divine master and a peak great divine master seemed to be one step away, but in fact, the gap was astonishing. The difference in the power of divine power alone was more than 10 times, and it was almost impossible to overcome. The East God's mocking words were also reasonable. However, after hearing the East God's words, Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently and said, "East God, do you think your divine power is so strong that you will definitely surpass me?" East God frowned. Jian Wushuang's smile made him feel a little uneasy. Sure enough, Jian Wushuang's body suddenly shook. Immediately after, the divine power aura emitted from his body began to surge at an alarming speed. The speed of the surge was also very terrifying. In the blink of an eye, he had risen from an advanced Great Divine Master to a peak Great Divine Master. 7-star secret skill. Jian Wushuang finally used the 7-star secret skill, which was enough to upgrade himself to a higher level. However, the 7-star secret skill had always been one of the top secret skills that Jian Wushuang relied on. Once this secret skill was used, his strength would skyrocket. However, since the beginning of the battle, Jian Wushuang had never used this skill. Whether it was when he defeated the Blood Thunder King and the others, or when he fought with the allied forces of the 4 major forces, he was saving a trump card for himself. Even so, with his divine power, which was far stronger than that of his peers as a perfect chaotic creature, and his 100,000 feet tall Heaven Punisher, and the 9 luminaries star armor, which increased his power by 6 times. His power was already infinitely close to that of a peak Great Divine Master. In addition to his various secret skills, he could fight a slightly weaker peak Great Divine Master head-on in such a state. Now, he had finally used the 7-star secret skill as his trump card. His cultivation was at the peak of the Divine Master realm. Now that he had used the 7-star secret skill, his realm had reached the level of an elementary Great Divine Master. Under the cover of the Black Stone, his divine power aura naturally rose to the level of a peak Great Divine Master. The strength of his divine power naturally soared, and so did his overall strength. Boom! Boom! Jian Wushuang stood in the void, his divine power surging, and the tyrannical aura of divine power unscrupulously swept out. At the same time, as the strength of his divine power greatly increased, the power of his domain, which had been spreading across the entire battlefield, also skyrocketed. Previously, his domain had only suppressed Master Dongfeng's domain, but now it was completely suppressed. The experts of the allied army of the 4 forces were also much more suppressed on the battlefield. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold as he stared at the East God in the void. The East God also sensed the change in Jian Wushuang's divine power aura, and his pupils could not help shrinking. "East God, didn't you just say that I'm not qualified to compete with you in strength? Now, let's try again." Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently. He remained still, but the 9 underworld blood divine swords in front of him reassembled again. It was also a giant black tree filled with vast samsara power, but when the giant black tree rushed out again, its momentum and power were 10 times stronger than before. Boom! The giant black tree suddenly rushed out, and the void trembled wherever it passed. East God clenched his teeth tightly, and a surge of divine power gathered on the giant axe in his right hand. The aura on his body also soared to the limit. "Get lost!" With another furious roar, East God once again swung the giant axe in his hand. This giant axe was powerful and heavy, and it carried a world-shaking might. It wanted to send the giant black tree flying once again. But this time, bang! As the giant black tree and the giant axe collided, two explosive powers exploded at the same time. The giant black tree and the giant axe had collided once before, but the giant black tree was sent flying and almost disintegrated. But now, the outcome was completely reversed. What? East God widened his eyes and looked at his palm in disbelief. He could feel a violent force coming from his palm and the giant axe. This force was so strong that the giant axe in his hand almost fell out of his hand. The force went along his arm and hit his divine body. Humph! East God could not help but grunt, but he immediately retreated. This collision was actually a direct blow to East God. Haha, East God, as a peak great divine master, your divine power is only so as Jian Wushuang said with a sneer. How is this possible? East God was a little confused and could not believe what was happening. He was clearly overwhelmed by the previous collision, but now, in the blink of an eye, the situation had been completely reversed. He was being suppressed and crushed? How could the divine power of Sword be so strong? It was much stronger than that of a peak great divine master like him. In his opinion, this power was not much weaker than Palace Master Nanwu, the #1 expert on the Pill Sun continent. East God, weren't you very proud just now? Now, let's do it again. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. The giant blackwood formed by the 9 Netherblood divine swords trembled slightly, and then gathered a shocking power to charge at the East God. Seeing the giant blackwood charging toward him again, the East God clenched his teeth, and a trace of madness surged in his eyes. I don't believe it. The violent divine power rose from the East God's body, and he completely transformed into a peerless, fierce beast. At the same time, his divine body was covered by a layer of blood-red light. The appearance of this blood-red light also increased his divine power aura slightly. Kill! East God was incomparably ruthless as he unleashed his full strength. He held a huge axe in each of his hands, and the 2 huge axes slashed out time and time again. Colliding head-on with the ferocious charging black huge tree, they clashed together. Bang! 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 The collision after collision caused a shocking explosion. And even if East God used a secret art, in terms of offensive power, his huge axe was clearly inferior to the second reincarnation sword formation by a large margin. Every collision was an absolute disadvantage for him. Chapter 2791. Sneak attack. Jian Wushuang's second reincarnation sword formation was too powerful, and it was a sword formation that could be controlled by consciousness. In a head-on collision, it did not need to withstand the rebounding force of the impact, but the East God did, and the force was surprisingly strong. Although the East God's divine body was strong and its protective ability was not weak, it could not completely offset the impact. Therefore, every head-on collision, his divine body would suffer a certain degree of impact. In just a dozen impacts, the East God's divine body had already suffered a certain degree of damage, but the East God did not pay any attention to it. He was like a madman. He continued to collide head-on with the reincarnation sword formation. The East God clearly knows that he can't fight head-on with my reincarnation sword formation, but he still wants to fight head-on? As a peak divine master and the ruler of a top force, how could he be so stupid? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. Just as he was puzzled, buzz! An invisible force directly attacked Jian Wushuang without any warning. Jian Wushuang did not react at all, but the purple emperor bell in his body, which had been refined by him, suddenly burst out with powerful power. A huge purple barrier formed a purple bell that completely covered Jian Wushuang. The invisible power acted on the purple bell at the first moment. Although the power eventually passed through the purple bell, the power had been weakened by more than half. It's a soul attack. Jian Wushuang was startled, and his pupils shrank. After being greatly weakened by the purple bell, the soul attack directly entered Jian Wushuang's body and ferociously attacked the real soul in his sea of consciousness. However, Around Jian Wushuang's real soul, a towering and sturdy tower stood there. It was the exquisite pagoda. The exquisite pagoda was purely a soul defense secret skill, which had an amazing ability to defend against the soul. After being weakened by the purple emperor bell, the soul attack hit the exquisite pagoda, which shook it crazily, but it did not destroy the exquisite pagoda. This sudden and extremely powerful soul attack was easily blocked by Jian Wushuang's double soul defense. Humph! Jian Wushuang snorted and scanned the surroundings with his cold eyes. In the blink of an eye, he had focused his eyes on a black-clothed woman. The black-clothed woman had a unique aura. Although she was only a junior great divine master, the soul power around her was extremely strong. In terms of soul power, she was extremely strong among senior great divine masters. Therefore, she could use her soul attack to fight against ordinary senior great divine masters. She even had a high chance of winning. Just now, the black-clothed woman suddenly used her soul attack to sneak attack Jian Wushuang. Now that she failed to hit him and Jian Wushuang looked at her again, a trace of panic flashed in the black-clothed woman's eyes. Her body swayed, and the black-clothed woman wanted to escape. You want to escape? Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold, and a strong killing intent rose from his body. He slowly raised his left palm and pointed in the direction of the black-clothed woman. He immediately used the heaven-pointing skill. Although the black-clothed woman was good at soul attacks and her soul techniques were very impressive, she was only a novice great divine master and had no knowledge of the space-time rules. Naturally, she could not block Jian Wushuang's move. In an instant, her fleeing figure froze in the void. Jian Wushuang's figure flashed past the black-clothed woman easily. The cold sword light had already killed the black-clothed woman. Sneak attack me? Jian Wushuang's voice was extremely cold. In the void not far away, the East God, who had been madly colliding with the giant blackwood formed by the Samsara sword formation, saw this and his expression could not help but change. Damn it, he actually blocked it? The East God did not dare to do so. Jian Wushuang had also realized that. He knew that his divine power was no match for me, so he risked his divine body to fight me head-on. He thought that the East God was stupid, but now it seems that the head-on fight was just a pretense. His real goal was to attract my attention and create a perfect opportunity for the woman to kill me directly with a soul attack. Jian Wushuang's face was a little gloomy. He was right. That was the plan of the East God. The East God knew that he might not be able to kill Jian Wushuang, so he had a backup plan. In his opinion, Jian Wushuang's rise was too fast, and his realm was rising too fast. His realm was rising so fast, but in terms of the soul, it was probably not as fast. The East God had guessed that Jian Wushuang's soul might be his weakness, so he had specially arranged this move. He had also told the black-clothed woman in advance. However, he had not expected that Jian Wushuang's soul defense skill would be so amazing. The black-clothed woman's soul attack was so sudden that it was difficult for a senior divine master to block it, but Jian Wushuang had blocked it. Now that the black-clothed woman had been killed by Jian Wushuang, his plan had failed. It was obviously not rational to continue fighting with Jian Wushuang's reincarnation sword formation. Therefore, he was ready to retreat. However, at this time, Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly focused. East God, take my move too. Jian Wushuang's cold voice echoed in the sky. His figure flashed, and under the effect of the space-time rule power, he was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the void in front of East God. Then he pointed out with one hand. This move, East God's face changed greatly. Whether it was the face-to-face confrontation between the Sword Union and the Divine Demon Sect many years ago, or the collision between Jian Wushuang and the Blood Thunder King and the Heaven Void Palace, he had seen Jian Wushuang use this move many times. He was well aware of how terrifying this move was. It could be said that it was largely because of this move that Jian Wushuang was able to play a key role in the two wars and slaughter numerous great divine masters without restraint. This move could freeze time and space for a short period of time. It was because he knew that the moment he saw Jian Wushuang perform this move, the East God subconsciously wanted to dodge. However, he had underestimated the power of the heaven-designated skill. Before Jian Wushuang had used the 7-star secret skill, he had been able to defeat an advanced great divine master. Only an expert like Su Dao, who had a profound understanding of space-time rules, would be slightly affected. However, now that Jian Wushuang had used the 7-star secret skill, his divine power was extremely powerful even among peak great divine masters. If he used this move again, even a peak great divine master would not be able to withstand it. Chapter 2792, Ba Xiongwang. Without any warning, the space-time where East God was located completely came to a standstill. Even East God himself was in a state of complete stagnation. He did not move at all, and his consciousness was also in a state of stagnation. Meanwhile, in the void around East God, the giant black tree formed by the 9 hell-blood divine swords once again charged out with a world-shaking might. In the blink of an eye, the giant black wood appeared in front of the East God, less than 10 meters away from him. At this point, the East God finally broke free from the space-time stagnation. Oh no! As soon as he broke free, he saw the giant black wood crazily rushing toward him, so he naturally knew what had happened. Without any hesitation, the East God swung the giant axe in his right hand. If he had faced Jian Wushuang's reincarnation sword formation earlier, he would have used all his strength to fight back with the giant axe. Even so, he was still suppressed. However, he did not have the time to use the giant axe with all his strength. It was already good enough for him to use part of the power of the giant axe. Bang! There was a loud sound. The right arm of the East God holding the giant axe was numb. That violent power directly transmitted into his divine body. Even Dong Shun's divine body began to tremble violently under the impact of this tyrannical power. A trace of blood also leaked out from the corner of his mouth. However, before he could completely endure the impact of this attack, buzz! A sword light suddenly lit up. This sword light was incomparably beautiful. There was also a bit of confusion in the sword light, causing one to be intoxicated. The instant the sword light lit up, East God had already sensed it, and even he was immediately attracted by this intoxicated sword light. He stared fixedly at this sword light, but a trace of terror arose in his heart. The reason why he was terrified was because this sword light was too fast. It was indeed fast, unbelievably fast. Even if he attacked normally, he might not have the confidence to completely block this sword light. And now, he had just received the impact of the reincarnation sword formation, and before he could completely recover, he was hit by this sudden sword. This sword. He had no way to swing the huge axe to block it. He couldn't even place the huge axe horizontally in front of his chest. The only thing he could do was to have a layer of blood-red barrier appear on the surface of his body, and the protective armor on his body instantly covered his entire body. Chi. The beautiful sword light cut through the blood-red barrier, but it did not last long before it collapsed. Then the sword light continued to cut on the protective armor of the East God. The protective armor of the East God was a top-tier divine treasure-level protective armor, which had an amazing defensive ability. Jian Wushuang's sword attack could not cut through the armor, but the enormous power was still weakened through the armor. It was transmitted to the divine body of the East God. Even the East God's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood after being hit by this powerful attack. His body flew backward like a kite that had lost its string. His aura was also greatly weakened. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious injury. He's not dead? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. He felt a little regretful, but more than that, he felt relieved. After all, the East God was a powerful great divine master at the peak, and he was also the sect master of the divine demon sect. The divine demon sect had a deep heritage, so it must be protected by a protective armor at the level of a superior divine treasure. With his current strength, it was indeed too difficult to kill a great divine master at the peak who had a protective armor at the peak. If he used all his trump cards and methods, it might be possible. But no matter what, Dong Shun had been seriously injured by him, and his strength would be greatly reduced. Whoosh! After Dong Shun finally stabilized himself, he immediately rushed toward the battlefield at his fastest speed. There was a trace of fear in his eyes. Obviously, he was frightened by Jian Wushuang's strength, so he did not dare to continue fighting with Jian Wushuang. You ran away so fast. Seeing that the East God chose to avoid the fight, Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. Then, he looked at the surrounding battlefields, and his face darkened. Indeed, he fought with the East God and defeated him. He also killed a junior Great Divine Master who was good at soul attacks. However, in the other battlefields around him, the Red Stone Castle, the Sword League, and the alliance of the four forces were at an absolute disadvantage. It was a huge disadvantage. It was even higher than the highest battle strength. Boom, boom. Two violent explosions suddenly sounded in the sky, and then two figures shot out like meteorites. The two people who shot out were Insuer and Elder Tong. At this moment, they were in a terrible state, especially Insuer. Her face was pale, her mouth and robe were stained with blood, and her aura was quite weak. How could it be? Jian Wushuang frowned. Insuer and Elder Tong were both peak Great Divine Masters. Needless to say, Insuer had always been very strong. In the Pil Sun continent, she should be the strongest, except for Palace Master Nan Wu, who had defeated Yun Shan in a one-on-one fight. As for Elder Tong, when he was only an advanced Great Divine Master, his battle strength was the best among the advanced Great Divine Masters, and his comprehension of the rules was also very high. Once he broke through to become a peak Great Divine Master, his battle strength was also very impressive. The two of them worked together with the help of his domain, but they were forced into such a sorry state by Palace Master Nan Wu? No. Jian Wushuang's pupils suddenly constricted. His eyes were like two bolts of lightning, as he immediately looked toward the void where Palace Master Nan Wu was. However, at this moment, he found that Palace Master Nan Wu was not the only one in the void. There was also a cold and arrogant middle-aged man in a blood-red robe standing there. The cold and arrogant middle-aged man also emitted an extremely powerful aura. Although this aura was not as strong as Palace Master Nan Wu's, it was not weaker than Elder Tong's at his peak. This person, Jian Wushuang stared at the middle-aged man in a blood-red robe. Ba Xiong, it's you. Elder Tong also gnashed his teeth and stared at the man. Elder Tong, long time no see. How have you been? A cold smile appeared on the corner of the middle-aged man's mouth. Ba Xiong, it's him? Jian Wushuang's face darkened. Insuer and many experts from the Red Stone Castle and the Sword Union also had ugly looks on their faces. Ba Xiong was a well-known expert in the Pil Sun continent, and he was only an advanced Great Divine Master before. They were both advanced Great Divine Masters, but Ba Xiong's power was above that of Elder Tong. Some people in the Pil Sun continent even said that Ba Xiong should be the strongest among the advanced Great Divine Masters, just like how Great Divine Master Zhu Xian had always been called the strongest among the junior Great Divine Masters. Jian Wushuang had also heard of Ba Xiong's name. Chapter 2793. Leave it to me. Ba Xiong, I didn't expect you to have already broken through to the level of a peak great deity. Elder Tong's voice was ice-cold. Haha, you're not the only one who's lucky. The blood-robed middle-aged man, Ba Xiong, smiled coldly. Old Monster Tong, you've stayed at the advanced great deity level for so many years, and you've tried to break through so many times. In the end, you've all failed, but you actually succeeded this time? And with your character, you actually listened to the Sword Union? If I'm not wrong, it must be this Sword Union that helped you break through. Moreover, the Sword Union should have given you an extreme royal golden core. With your ability, only by obtaining an extreme royal golden core can you have a chance of breaking through. Otherwise, you'll probably be stuck at the advanced Great Divine Master level for the rest of your life. Aren't you the same? Elder Tong said coldly. Yes, it's the same. Your luck isn't bad. The Sword Union gave you an extreme Emperor Golden Core, but my luck isn't as good as yours. Not long ago, Palace Master Nan Wu also obtained an extreme Emperor Golden Core, and Palace Master Nan Wu gave it to me. Because of this, I was able to break through and reach the peak great deity level. And as a condition, there'll be a consecrator of the Nan Wu Palace for 10,000 years. During this period, if Palace Master Nan Wu has anything to ask of me, I naturally can't refuse. Ba Xiong said with a smile. Is that so? Elder Tong, and everyone present understood. Jian Wushuang's face darkened slightly. Nan Wugong had indeed obtained an Oris core of the royal realm, which had been auctioned right under his nose. He had never known what Nan Wugong had done with the Oris core of the royal realm, but now it seemed that Palace Master Nan Wugong was also very clever. He had used an Oris core of the royal realm to hire a powerful helper. Ba Xiong was slightly stronger than Elder Tong when he was at the senior Great Divine Master level. Now that he had broken through to the peak Great Divine Master level, his battle strength was naturally slightly stronger than Elder Tong. Insuer and Elder Tong worked together. It was already very difficult to deal with Palace Master Nan Wu, and with Ba Xiong, they would naturally be crushed. Insuer, you probably didn't expect it, right? You're not the only one who has prepared a backup plan for this battle. Palace Master Nan Wu also sneered. Insuer and Elder Tong's expressions were extremely unsightly. But at this moment, Insuer, you're seriously injured and your battle strength has been greatly reduced. It's no longer suitable for you to fight with Palace Master Nan Wu. I'll leave the East God to you. Jian Wushuang's voice suddenly rang out. At this critical moment, Jian Wushuang no longer humbly called Insuer as his lord. Instead, he directly called her by her name. Even his tone was somewhat unquestionable. Elder Tong, I'll leave Ba Xiong to you. Your injuries are light, so he shouldn't be able to do anything to you in the short term, Jian Wushuang said again. Upon hearing this, Insuer and Elder Tong were both surprised. Jian Yi, we fought against Dong Shun and Ba Xiong respectively. What about Palace Master Nan Wu? He's the strongest among all the people present. If we don't find someone to stop him, he'll probably be able to kill all the great divine masters in our camp, Insuer said in a deep voice. Yes, although Ba Xiong and Dong Shun are difficult to deal with, Palace Master Nan Wu is the most terrifying, Elder Tong said solemnly. Don't worry, just do as I say. As for Palace Master Nan Wu, leave it to me, Jian Wushuang said in a deep voice. What? Insuer and Elder Tong were both shocked. Leave him to deal with Nan Wu Palace, who could not even be defeated by the two of them working together. Was he kidding? Listen to me. Hurry up, or it will be too late, Jian Wushuang shouted. Hearing this, Insuer and Elder Tong looked at Jian Wushuang deeply. Although they had many doubts and did not think that Jian Wushuang could stop Palace Master Nan Wu, at this critical moment, they could not afford to delay any longer. If they delayed any longer, the entire battlefield would be at a greater disadvantage. Immediately, the two people moved. Insuer directly attacked the East God. She was stronger than the East God. Although she was seriously injured, the East God was more seriously injured, so it was easy for her to suppress the East God. As for Elder Tong, he was also fighting with Ba Xiong. In the center of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang had already arrived in front of Palace Master Nan Wu. Swordsman. Palace Master Nan Wu crossed her arms and stared at Jian Yi. Then she glanced at the miserable-looking Eastern God and could not help smiling. You seriously injured Eastern God? It seems that I have underestimated you. When you fought with the Heaven Void Palace, Blood Thunder King, and the others, you didn't use your full strength. I see. But you didn't use your full strength when you fought with Insuer and Elder Tong, did you? Jian Wushuang stared at Palace Master Nan Wu. The corners of Palace Master Nan Wu's mouth curled up, but she did not say anything. Do you think you can stop me by yourself? Palace Master Nan Wu said with a condescending tone. How would I know if I don't try? Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently, but he did not waste any more words. With a wave of his hand, the giant blackwood formed by the 9 Netherblood divine swords appeared immediately. The vast power of reincarnation filled the air, and the giant blackwood carried a shocking power. Under Jian Wushuang's full power, it suddenly rushed out. It was like a giant black meteorite that fiercely charged toward Palace Master Nan Wu. What a joke! Palace Master Nan Wu smiled disdainfully and suddenly flipped his right palm. He casually slapped the black meteorite. The fierce and powerful black meteorite instantly stopped in the void, and then flew backward. It took a long time for it to calm down. Palace Master Nan Wu stood in the void and did not move. After he struck the Samsara sword formation, he looked at his palm and slightly raised his eyebrows, as expected of someone who can seriously injure the East God. The power of your sword formation is indeed not weak. With this sword formation alone, you can already suppress many peak great divine paragons. Unfortunately, you met me. With that, Palace Master Nan Wu waved his hand again. This time, he did not take it lightly. Instead, he struck out with his palm. A layer of black divine thunder surged in the center of his palm. This black divine thunder contained the power to destroy the world. As he struck out with his palm, the world suddenly exploded. Endless black divine thunder blotted out the sky and covered the earth. In the blink of an eye, it formed a white and tall thunder beast. The thunder beast roared crazily and attacked Jian Wushuang. Go! Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. He once again drove the reincarnation sword formation and rushed out. Behind him, the 30,000-meter tall golden emperor also burst out a dazzling golden light. The same black giant tree attacked, and its power was slightly stronger than before. Jian Wushuang had used all of his strength in this attack. Chapter 2794. Expert of Danyang. In the blink of an eye, the giant black tree was about to collide with the giant black thunder beast. As a result, roar! The giant black thunder beast roared and opened its bloody mouth, swallowing the giant black tree in one gulp. What? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Although the sword formation was swallowed by the thunder beast, Jian Wushuang was still able to sense it. He immediately wanted to activate the power of the sword formation and blast it away. However, he soon found that the destructive power of the Black Thunder Beast was far stronger than his sword formation. His sword formation collapsed under the impact of the power. The 9 underworld blood swords were also attacked by the Black Thunder. The 9 underworld blood swords exploded in an instant. T. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. The Samsara sword formation was one of his many skills, and it was more powerful than his swordsmanship. However, now that the 9 underworld blood swords had exploded, he could not build a new sword formation. Your sword formation is indeed powerful, but now that I've destroyed it, I'd like to see what else you can do. Palace Master Nan Wu sneered. After the Black Thunder Beast swallowed the sword formation and destroyed the 9 Netherblood divine swords, he pointed with his right hand, and the Thunder Beast continued to charge toward Jian Wushuang. In the blink of an eye, the Black Thunder Beast had appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. It immediately turned into a majestic black thunder power and completely covered Jian Wushuang, giving him no chance to escape. Crackle, crackle. The black thunder crazily destroyed everything. The void where Jian Wushuang was completely enveloped by the black thunder. Not far away from the void, Palace Master Nan Wu looked at the void with a sneer. Even an ordinary peak great divine paragon wouldn't be able to survive this move of mine. As for this sword one, even if he survived, his ending would probably be extremely miserable. Palace Master Nan Wu had absolute confidence in this move. To be exact, she had absolute confidence in her own strength. He had broken through to become a peak great divine paragon a long time ago, and he was already an extremely powerful existence among peak great divine paragons. Even in the entire Golden Crow 9 realms, there were only a handful of peak great divine paragons who could defeat him. However, he was truly invincible in the Pill Sun continent. No one was his match. For example, when he fought with Insuer and Eldertong just now, he didn't use his full strength, but Insuer and Eldertong were still suppressed by him. It was the same even when 2 peak great deity realm experts joined hands. What was this sword one? The black lightning power that filled the sky finally dissipated, and the void reappeared in everyone's sight. However, upon seeing the scene in the void, the expression of Palace Master Nan Wu, who had been somewhat proud, changed slightly. Jian Wushuang was still standing in the void with a cold expression, holding a long sword in his hand. However, he did not look embarrassed at all. Not even the corner of his clothes had changed. Clearly, the destructive attack of the Black Thunderbolt did not have any effect on him. To be exact, it had no effect on him at all. Because there was a purple barrier on the surface of Jian Wushuang's body. The purple barrier was a purple bell, which was extremely powerful and blocked the impact of the black thunderbolt. After blocking it, although the color of the purple bell had dimmed and its power had been greatly weakened, the purple bell still existed. A protective treasure? Palace Master Nan Wu's face darkened slightly. It was able to completely block my attack. The power of the protective treasure is really impressive. Unfortunately, it's useless. No matter how strong the protective treasure is, it can only passively defend itself. As it continues to be attacked, the power of your treasure will continue to weaken. The purple bell will directly disappear. At that time, you will still die. Palace Master Nan Wu's cold voice echoed in the world. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang smiled coldly and said, "Passive defense? I don't intend to keep defending passively." As he said this, Jian Wushuang's expression changed and a ray of light surged out of his divine body and fell into his hand. It was an ancient painting scroll. This ancient painting scroll was the mountain river map. The mountain and river map had always been one of Jian Wushuang's biggest trump cards. He rarely used this trump card. He didn't even plan to use it unless it was absolutely necessary, because the mountain and river map would cause too much commotion. Others could tell at a glance that this was definitely an extraordinary treasure. Because of this, even if he used this treasure, he would usually only use it in a one-on-one situation where no one around could see him. But now, I have no choice. Palace Master Nan Wu is too strong. If I want to fight him head-on, I have to use this treasure, let alone defeat him. Jian Wushuang muttered, and then waved his hand. The ancient scroll immediately turned into a golden light and merged into the surrounding void. In an instant, the sky and earth changed color. Within the boundless void space, an incomparably beautiful painting world appeared out of thin air. This painting world was extremely lifelike. There were mountains and rivers within the world, and there were even 9 gigantic continents. This is... Palace Head Ninwu raised her head to look at the void space above, and couldn't help but frown. The experts from both sides who were currently engaged in a frenzied battle on the battlefield at the side were also the first to notice the changes in the void space. What is this? A world? What a real world! What kind of treasure is this? The experts from both sides were shocked. They all knew that this wonderful world was formed because Jian Wushuang took out a treasure. But they didn't know what this treasure was, or what kind of treasure it was, or what its function was. However, the moment this marvelous world appeared, they could already tell that this treasure was extraordinary. There was nothing they could do, because the world in the void was too real and too spectacular. Standing under this void, they could not help but feel a trace of awe. And at this moment, buzz buzz, a shocking sword intent suddenly swept up, and everyone present felt that the world around them had begun to change. They had originally been in the vast void above Executor City, but in the blink of an eye, they had already appeared on a desolate, empty land. On this empty land, there were many swords. There were long swords, flexible swords, heavy swords, and all sorts of things. But without a doubt, each of these swords had an astonishing aura. But on this vast, empty land, there were thousands of long swords stabbed into the ground. This was a sword tomb, a huge sword tomb. Chapter 2795. World of Sword Principle. The sword essence in the huge sword tomb soared to the sky. Jian Wushuang was at the core of the sword tomb, like the master of sword principle. In a short moment, the world of sword principle and the world of treasures had been formed. This is the transformation of heaven and earth? I feel like I'm in another world. The sword essence in this world is too strong. Change the world? What kind of technique is this? The experts on the battlefield instantly understood their situation. They also understood that the world they were in had already changed. They were all extremely shocked. Even Palace Master Nan Wu looked at Jian Wushuang with great shock and shock. Change the world. What a great treasure. There was even a trace of heat in the deepest part of Palace Master Nan Wu's eyes. However, even if you use that treasure and change the surrounding environment, what can you do? Can you do anything to me? Although he was surprised by Jian Wushuang's skill, Palace Master Ninwu did not care. After all, he had absolute strength as a support, so he was absolutely confident. "I'll let you know." Jian Wushuang just smiled slightly and slowly raised his hand. "Condense." With a light smile, a majestic sword essence immediately condensed in the void in front of Jian Wushuang. With the help of the world of sword principle, the sword essence became solid. Buzz, buzz, a large amount of reincarnation power spread out. In the void, the powerful reincarnation sword formation appeared again. This time, Jian Wushuang did not use a magic weapon. He just relied on the sword essence to condense the reincarnation sword formation. Even so, the power was still amazing. After the sword formation was completely formed, Jian Wushuang pointed out with one hand. The Samsara sword formation once again shot toward Palace Master Nanwu. Palace Master Nanwu stood there with a cold expression. A faint black thunderbolt power gathered on his right palm. He immediately struck out with his palm. The powerful palm, which contained a powerful destructive power, collided with the Samsara sword formation. The Samsara sword formation directly collapsed and dissipated into nothingness. However, Palace Master Nanwu also took a step back. Just by relying on the sword intent, this sword formation isn't weaker than when he used the divine weapon? Palace Master Nanwu frowned. However, at this moment, beside Palace Master Nanwu, buzz, buzz, buzz. A shocking sword intent swept out. This sword intent was extremely huge and condensed at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, a huge phantom of an emperor appeared in the void on the left and right sides of the golden southern palace. These two phantom emperors held the emperor's sword in their hands. It contained a powerful emperor's aura. Without any fancy moves, the two phantom emperors slashed the emperor's sword directly at Palace Master Nanwu. The ice-cold sword edge swept across all directions. What is this? Palace Master Nanwu's face darkened. He could see that the two phantom emperors were formed purely by sword essence. The key was that the sword essence contained in the two phantom emperors was too vast and huge. Therefore, the sword skill that the phantom emperors slashed out. Even he did not dare to underestimate them. The Thousand Treasures Great World is one of the secret skills of the Mountain River map. This move is very useful. It is not only to change the surrounding environment and the heaven and earth, so that the heaven and earth environment has a great advantage over one's own strength. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. It had been a while since he had obtained the Mountain River map in this life. In the beginning, his comprehension of the Thousand Treasures Great World was indeed very crude. He could only barely construct a heaven and earth environment that was suitable for him to fight in. But now, as his strength continued to increase, his comprehension of the laws also continued to increase. His control of the Thousand Treasures Great World also became stronger and stronger. He could use many of the techniques in the Thousand Treasures Great World. For example, in the world of Sword Dao, he could use the sword intent in the world of Sword Dao to condense everything in the world. He could condense a divine weapon, condense an emperor's shadow, and fight with his opponent. Furthermore, this world of Sword Dao had greatly increased his strength in Sword Dao. It could be said that in this world of Sword Dao, he was the ruler. Facing the two emperors' swords that were slashing at him from the left and right, Palace Master Nanwu first retreated. Then, a large amount of black lightning surged out. These black lightning instantly condensed into two black lightning dragons in the void. They roared as they met the two emperors' swords head-on. Hualala, the two emperors' swords were completely shattered. Even the two emperors' shadows that appeared beside Palace Master Nanwu were destroyed by the black lightning dragons. Sword One, is that all you can do? Palace Master Nanwu was calm, and there was a hint of contempt on the corner of her mouth. Hee, don't worry. My world of sword principle is not as simple as what you see now. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly, but he clenched his right hand tightly. The Blood Mountain sword in his hand seemed to have sensed the battle intent rising from the bottom of his heart. The body of the sword also began to tremble crazily. Rumble. The pressure of the four realms was still pressing crazily. With the help of the world of sword principle, the perfect sword world that Jian Wushuang created within a range of 100,000 kilometers had a great deterrent effect. Even Palace Master Nan Wu was shocked at this moment. This kid's sword world is really strong, Palace Master Nan Wu muttered. But at this moment, Jin Wushuang had already moved. Whoosh! Under the effect of the space-time rule, Jin Wushuang was extremely fast. He appeared in front of Palace Master Nan Wu in an instant. Then, Jin Wushuang attacked. The beautiful sword light lit up, so beautiful that it could break one's heart. The sword light was hazy with a hint of intoxication, which made people yearn for it. It was the 7th move of space-time swordsmanship, Intoxication 1 move. The same Intoxication 1 move was also used with all one's strength. However, it was completely different when it was used in the ordinary world and now in the sword principle world. In terms of speed, it was much faster. In terms of power, it was also much stronger. Even the essence contained in the sword was deeper. However, in the face of this sword, Palace Master Nan Wu just smiled faintly and casually struck out with one palm. The void shook. Bang! Palace Master Nan Wu's palm, which was filled with black thunderbolt power, directly struck the body of the Blood Mountain sword. The Blood Mountain sword slightly changed its direction and the sword force instantly disintegrated. However, Jin Wushuang did not retreat at all. He waved his wrist. He actually continued to attack. Whoosh! 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 Sword lights swept out one after another. Jin Wushuang displayed his swordsmanship to the fullest with his close combat ability. You want to fight me in close combat? How dare you? Palace Master Nan Wu shouted, and then he also attacked. Chapter 2796. Killing move. Palace Master Nan Wu had risen from endless slaughter many years ago. When he rose, countless experts had died at his hands, and anyone who fought with Palace Master Nan Wu knew that Palace Master Nan Wu was best at close combat. Boom! Palace Head Nan Wu's body suddenly expanded to 3 meters tall, and his body became as sturdy as a bull. On the surface of his sturdy body, there was a layer of black lightning energy covered by a secret manual. His 2 palms were also covered by black lightning. They were like 2 black thunderclouds. Boom, 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 boom. The 2 black thunderclouds had the power to topple mountains and overturn seas as they struck out crazily. In an instant, thunder rumbled, and the surrounding void completely fell into a thunder field. However, the thunder field was quickly torn apart by the terrifying sword essence. In the center of the battlefield, Jin Wushuang and Palace Master Nan Wu fought crazily. They exchanged blows again and again. Both of them exerted their close combat abilities to the maximum. Jin Wushuang had also displayed his swordsmanship to the fullest. With the help of the sword principle world, Jin Wushuang's every move was extremely powerful and fast. This kid's overall strength has increased so much in the sword principle world. His swordsmanship is amazing. Palace Master Nan Wu did not dare to be careless and attacked with all his strength. Even so, he and Jin Wushuang were evenly matched in a short period of time. Bang, 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 bang. A low sound of collision echoed in the sky. In just a few breaths, Jin Wushuang and Palace Master Nan Wu had exchanged hundreds of blows in the void. Each exchange was extremely fierce. If it were an ordinary divine master, the recoil alone would have been unbearable. However, both Jin Wushuang and Palace Master Nan Wu were still in their peak condition. Needless to say, Jin Wushuang had an extremely powerful divine body and the most perfect immortal body. Ordinary people could not hurt him at all. As for Palace Master Nan Wu, his divine body was also extremely powerful, so he could completely ignore the recoil. During the battle, Palace Master Nan Wu also found that Jin Wushuang was no weaker than him in close combat. I, Nan Wu, rose from the endless slaughter and experienced countless battles and life and death battles to improve my close combat ability to this level. I believe that no one in the Pilsun Holy World can match me in close combat ability, but Jin E. He rose so quickly and obviously hasn't cultivated for long, but his close combat ability is also so strong? Palace Master Nan Wu was extremely shocked. What he did not know was that Jin Wushuang had only cultivated for a short period of time, but it was only for this life. In his previous life, He had experienced more killing and life and death tests than he had. In his previous life, he had forged an iron-like temperament and had a lot of experience in close combat. After all, he had the bloodline of the ancient race, and the ancient race's strongest ability was close combat. Therefore, Jin Wushuang's close combat ability had always been very strong, much stronger than that of an ordinary great divine master. He was not weaker than Palace Master Nanwu at all. However, even though he was now on par with Palace Master Nanwu with the support of the Sword Principal World and Domain, Jin Wushuang still could not be happy. After all, he had blocked the attack, but his camp was at an absolute disadvantage in the other battlefields, and the disadvantage was still growing. I can't continue like this. I have to find a way to turn the situation around. As for me, the only way to turn the situation around is to defeat or even kill Palace Master Nanwu. Jin Wushuang stared at Palace Master Nanwu with a cold gaze. Defeat or kill Palace Master Nanwu. If it were anyone else in the Pill Sun Sacred World, they would not even dare to think about it. But he was different. It's difficult to gain the upper hand with the techniques he has just displayed, let alone defeat or kill him. I have no choice but to use my killer move. Jin Wushuang's face darkened. He had many techniques and many killer moves. But now, although he had shown many techniques and some killer moves, he still had the most terrifying killer moves. Having made up his mind, Jin Wushuang, who had been fighting fiercely with Palace Master Nanwu, immediately retreated. At the same time, golden divine power surged out from his body. The golden divine power was vast and mighty. In the blink of an eye, it formed a huge golden divine power sea that filled the heaven and earth. Behind Jin Wushuang, the 30,000-meter tall golden emperor's eyes suddenly focused, and a golden light suddenly burst out. Then, the 30,000-meter tall golden emperor waved both of his palms at the same time. The two golden palms spread out in an instant and expanded infinitely, covering the sky and the sun. One palm covered half of the heaven and earth, and the two palms completely covered the surrounding void. The two palms slowly closed toward where Palace Master Nanwu was. Punishment, divine destruction. Jin Wushuang also shouted. Terrifying divine power burst out from the two giant palms of the Golden Emperor. At the moment when they slowly closed, the void where Palace Master Nanwu was completely confined. Endless divine power crazily pressed toward Palace Master Nanwu. The divine destruction that came with the divine law divine realm was a move that relied on a large amount of divine power to annihilate the opponent. This move consumed a lot of divine power, but its power was earth-shaking. With Jin Wushuang's current strength of divine power, it was difficult for an ordinary peak divine master to survive this move. However, the one who was enduring this move was Palace Master Nanwu, the publicly recognized #1 expert in the Pill Sun continent. This move seems to be quite powerful. Sensing the surroundings slowly closing in on him and the endless divine power pressing toward him, even Palace Master Nanwu's eyes suddenly focused. Immediately, a large amount of black thunderbolt power swept out from Palace Master Nanwu's body. In the blink of an eye, the black thunderbolt power covered his entire body. The black thunderbolt power that filled the sky formed a huge ancient strange beast around him. This ancient strange beast had 4 huge heads. After taking shape, these 4 huge heads charged towards the 2 huge palms that were closing in from the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, these 4 huge, strange beast heads collided with the 2 huge golden palms. Rumble the world trembled. The sound of majestic divine power being crazily squeezed together with the sound of lightning energy sweeping through the void reverberated throughout the entire battlefield. Chapter 2797. God Seal's Might in the Battlefield. The battle was still raging like wildfire. However, when God Extinguisher clashed with the 4 heads of the black lightning beast condensed on Palace Master Nanwu's body, that terrifying might attracted the gazes of all the experts on the battlefield. What a powerful power. It's one thing for Palace Master Nanwu to be able to display such power, but that Swordsman's technique is actually so tyrannical? What a fellow! With such an intense collision of power, I'm afraid that we advanced great divine paragons would be killed the moment we get close. Even the weaker peak great divine paragons would have no choice but to retreat under such a collision. The experts from both sides were secretly amazed. All of them looked at the place where the two forces collided with horror in their eyes. In the center of the battlefield, under the cover of endless golden divine power, a pitch-black thunderbolt suddenly swept out. It was like a black saber cutting through the golden divine power ocean. Then, black thunderbolts surged wildly in the sky. Jin Wushuang's full-strength divine destruction move was actually blocked by Palace Master Nan Wu. Judging from Palace Master Nan Wu's current posture, she was only a little embarrassed, but her aura was not weak at all. Swordsman, is this your strongest move? Palace Master Nan Wu looked at Jin Wushuang with lightning-like eyes. Strongest move? No, it's not. Jin Wushuang shook his head lightly. That move just now is far from enough. Palace Master Nan Wu's expression changed. In the next moment, as if he had sensed something, he immediately raised his head. When he raised his head, his pupils suddenly shrank. He saw that in the sky above him, in the scroll world that had always existed in the sky, a surge of supreme power had slowly descended. A huge handprint slowly descended from the scroll world. The mountain and river map was the 9-region seal and the 1,000 treasures great world. He had perfectly displayed the power of the 1,000 treasures great world. With the help of the sword principal world of the 1,000 treasures great world, his swordsmanship was so powerful that he was able to fight Palace Master Nan Wu. What Jin Wushuang was displaying now was the power of the other secret skill, the 9-region seal. The 9-region seal was the true power of the 9-region seal. The hand seal that was slowly descending from the scroll world was the divine emperor seal that Jin Wushuang had mastered by combining the first 3 moves of the 9-region seal. This move, Palace Master Nan Wu's expression changed slightly. He was under the giant hand seal, so he could clearly sense the destructive power contained in it. The power was much more powerful than the 2 giant golden palms that Jin Wushuang had slowly closed in on him and severely injured him. It was really much more powerful. He could easily resist the 2 golden palms that had slowly closed in on him. But now, the giant handprint that fell from the sky made him feel a little apprehensive. However, it was merely palpitating. Palace Master Nan Wu had dominated the Pil Sun sacred world for so many years. He had always been known as the #1 expert of the Pil Sun sacred world. His true strength was not as simple as that. After the enormous hand seal slowly descended, Palace Master Nan Wu's expression suddenly sank, after which a black lightning seal suddenly appeared between his brows. The moment this black lightning seal appeared, swoosh, a large amount of black lightning energy crazily swept out from the mark. This black lightning energy was stronger and darker than Palace Master Nan Wu's god body. Then, this black lightning energy formed a second layer of black lightning armor on his body. Thunder Beast Kirin. Palace Master Nan Wu shouted, and the black lightning energy in the sky swept up again. A huge, ancient, strange beast condensed around his body. This ancient, strange beast was one of the top bloodlines of the absolute beginning divine realm, the Kirin strange beast. At this moment, this Kirin strange beast, which was completely formed by the black lightning energy, threw its head back and roared furiously, as if it was venting its unwillingness. In the next moment, the Kirin beast dashed out and fiercely collided with the huge palm print that descended from the void above. Boom, boom. The world shook. The violent power formed a turbulent wave that swept out in all directions. The experts fighting on the surrounding battlefield were already quite far away from the place where Jin Wushuang and Palace Master Nan Wu were fighting. Logically, it should have been difficult for the battle between the two to spread to other battlefields. However, as the Kirin beast collided with the giant palm, the terrifying power swept in all directions. The battlefields that were closer to them were all swept away. These powerful great divine masters. They were so weak under the power that they were blown to all directions. It took them a long time to stabilize themselves. In the center of the battlefield, pa! With a crisp sound, a crack appeared in the center of the Kirin-type exotic beast that was completely condensed from the black lightning energy. Then, the entire body of the exotic beast collapsed, and the black lightning energy that filled the sky also dissipated into thin air. Palace head Nanwu's expression sank, and a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Her body also trembled slightly. However, the giant palm that had descended from the sky had completely dissipated. Injured? You actually injured me? Palace Master Nanwu felt that her divine body had suffered some damage. An endless fury immediately surged in her eyes. A surge of shocking anger rushed to the sky and earth. Don't worry, there's more. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. What? Palace Master Nanwu's expression changed, and he raised his head again. As expected, a strong power slowly spread out from the lifelike scroll world above. Rumble, this power was obviously stronger than when Jian Wushuang had used the Divine Emperor seal. Then, a huge palm appeared. It was much bigger and more powerful than before. Most importantly, when this huge palm descended from the scroll world, a huge figure appeared in the scroll world in the sky. It was an emperor wearing a royal robe and a crown. He was extremely tall, more than 1 million feet tall, and more than 10 million feet tall. His figure was blurry, and his appearance couldn't be seen. However, the aura he carried seemed to attract people's attention. It was the aura of a true emperor. Only the emperors of heaven and earth, the rulers of the world, had the aura of a true emperor. And that huge palm was the display of this emperor's figure. It was the strongest two of the 3 seals of the 9-region seal of the mountain and river map, the true emperor seal. Chapter 2798. So that was the end? There were 3 strongest seals in the 9-region seal, namely the Divine Emperor seal, the True Emperor seal, and the Supreme seal. All 3 seals needed to combine the 3 handprints of the 9-region seal. Jian Wushuang had known about the existence of these 3 seals when he first obtained the mountain and river map. After studying them carefully, he had combined the first 3 moves of the 9-region seal and mastered the Divine Emperor seal. Over the years, as his strength continued to increase, his study of the 9-region seal naturally deepened. Not long ago, he had already combined the 3 moves of the 9-region seal and mastered the True Emperor seal. Now, he had fully displayed the True Emperor seal. In terms of power, the True Emperor seal was much stronger than the Divine Emperor seal he had just displayed. Rumble, the huge hand seal, descended once again. That earth-shattering power suppressed everything below. Palace Master Nanwu stood at the bottom of the hand seal, but his expression was extremely ugly. There's still more? Palace Master Nanwu's heart trembled. Although he had used all his strength to block that hand seal, it had still injured him quite a bit. However, the power of this hand seal was clearly much stronger than the previous one. Even he felt an immense pressure under this hand seal. Humph! With a cold snort, the black lightning seal between Palace Master Nanwu's brows once again flashed explosively. Vast and mighty black lightning strength once again spread out wildly. As the surging black lightning strength surged out, the black lightning seal between Palace Master Nanwu's brows gradually dimmed. Finally, it completely disappeared. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face was filled with madness. Come on! With a roar, the huge Kylan beast rose up again from the surface of Palace Master Nanwu's body. In terms of size, this Kylan beast was even larger and more powerful than the previous one. Judging from Palace Master Nanwu's flushed face, he had used all his means and trump cards in this move. This was also his strongest move. Die! Jian Wushuang's killing intent was like a rainbow. The huge palm in the void came crushing down again, and in the blink of an eye, it collided with the Kirin beast again. Boom! This time, the terrifying boom had completely turned into a sonic boom, which resounded in the ears of all the experts on both sides. The many great divine masters who were fighting on the battlefield were affected by the impact and could not help but stop what they were doing. Numerous gazes filled with shock and astonishment looked towards the center of the battlefield. Isn't this a little too strong? The Dongfang clan head couldn't help but mutter. She was a genuine peak great divine venerate, but at this moment, the power that instantly erupted from the center of the battlefield caused his heart to tremble, causing her to tremble from the bottom of her heart, She even felt that if she was in the center of this power, she would probably be crushed into pieces by the violent power. In other words, the power in the center of the battlefield could easily kill ordinary peak great divine masters. Such a terrifying collision. Who will win and who will lose between these two? Many great divine masters muttered in their hearts. Before the start of the battle, they would have thought that Palace Master Nanwu would win. After all, Palace Master Nanwu was so famous that her strength had been recognized for many years. Jin Wushuang's rise was too short. Even if he had the battle strength of a peak great divine master, no one would really think that he could challenge Palace Master Nanwu. But now that Jin Wushuang was fighting with Palace Master Nanwu, no one dared to think that way anymore. The skills that Jin Wushuang displayed in this battle shocked everyone. In particular, the killing moves that he was using now were too terrifying. Boom, boom. The sound of the explosions gradually faded, and the divine power that filled the sky gradually dissipated. Finally, the scene at the center of the battlefield appeared before everyone's eyes. In the center of the battlefield, in the air, Palace Head Ninwu was still standing there. However, at this moment, the clothes on his body were in tatters, and there were even some cracks on the armor on his body. His armor and clothes were covered in blood. His face was deathly pale, and blood flowed out from both sides of his mouth. His hair was also extremely messy, especially his aura, which was obviously much weaker than when he was at his peak. Seriously injured. Palace Master Nanwu is seriously injured. Many great divine masters from both sides were shocked to see this scene. Before the battle, they had never expected that Palace Master Nanwu, who had always been known as invincible in the Pill Sun sacred world, would be seriously injured by Jin Wushuang in a head-on fight. Ha ha! A deranged laughter suddenly sounded. It was the heavily injured Palace Master Nanwu who was laughing. Although he was seriously injured, his eyes were shining brightly and his face was full of madness. How many years has it been? How long has it been since I became invincible in the Pilsun's sacred world? Swordman. You're the first person to force me to such an extent ever since I became invincible in the sacred Pill Sun world. I, Nanwu, have to admire you. The technique you used just now was indeed extremely powerful. Unfortunately, it ends here. Palace Master Nanwu's voice reverberated through the vast world. The great divine masters from both sides also sighed inwardly. They had to admit that Palace Master Nanwu was the strongest person in the Pilsun sacred world since the death of Sage Redstone. He had been invincible in the Pilsun sacred world for many years and had experienced many battles along the way. However, very few people were able to injure him. There were even fewer who were able to seriously injure him and force him to such an extent. Jin Wushuang was the first. In the eyes of the surrounding experts, Jin Wushuang deserved to be proud even if he died. Is this the end? Jin Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. There was a trace of unwillingness in his heart, but his gaze became a little misty. In the sword tomb below, divine swords were emitting unique and extremely powerful sword essence, which filled every corner of the sword principle world. Jin Wushuang's expression was cold, but his consciousness and soul power had already completely covered the entire sword principle world. At this moment, his body and mind had become one with the entire sword principle world, and even with every divine sword and sword essence in the sword principle world. Jin Wushuang immediately entered an extremely wonderful state. Sword 1, surrender your life. Palace Master Nan was killing intense sword, and the black thunderbolts on his body also soared. However, he once again crazily attacked Jin Wushuang. Chapter 2799. The 1,000-square-shaped ray. Although Palace Master Nanwu was seriously injured and her strength was greatly reduced, her battle strength was still at the peak of the Great Divine Master level, and her methods were extremely formidable. Under the cover of a large amount of black thunderbolt power, a huge thunderbolt beast appeared once again. This thunderbolt beast covered Palace Master Nanwu's entire body. It roared and appeared in front of Jin Wushuang. Its bloody mouth had already opened. It was ready to swallow Jin Wushuang's entire body. But at this moment, Jian Wushuang, who had narrowed his eyes, suddenly opened them. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. Then Jian Wushuang attacked. He just attacked casually, looking like an ordinary person swinging a wooden sword. But when he swung his long sword, a sword light immediately lit up. This sword light was extremely weak, extremely dim, and incomplete. It was a broken light, a remnant light. However, when this remnant light appeared, in the blink of an eye, there were at least hundreds and thousands of scattered lights in the world. Under the gaze of Palace Master Nan Wu, the original Jian Wushuang suddenly became hundreds and thousands of people. Palace Master Nan Wu was shocked. The black thunder beast covering his body suddenly swallowed, but it had already lost its target. The swallowing did not even touch Jian Wushuang's clothes. Chi! The sound of the sword tip entering his body suddenly sounded. Palace Master Nan Wu felt a sharp pain in his waist, and then his eyes widened. This is... Palace Master Nan Wu turned his head with great difficulty and saw Jian Wushuang, who was still holding a long sword, standing behind him. Blood was flowing slowly on the body of Jian Wushuang's long sword. Ultimate skill. Palace Master Nan Wu murmured a few words, but his body had been divided into two parts, starting from his waist. In that moment, Jian Wushuang's blood mountain sword had cut through his body armor, which was already damaged. Palace Master Nan Wu's eyes dimmed, and his consciousness completely disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he was dead. Silence. In such a huge battlefield, if the experts from both sides were fighting crazily, it would be shocking and noisy. However, at this moment, the entire battlefield was completely silent, and everyone subconsciously stopped what they were doing. One by one, they looked in the direction of the center with shock and disbelief. In their sight, Jian Wushuang stood there calmly with a sword in one hand, and there was a cold corpse that had been cut into two pieces under his feet. That corpse was actually Palace Master Nan Wu's. Dead? Palace Master Nan Wu is dead? How is it possible? Impossible. An unprecedented clamor exploded in the void. The great divine masters from both sides were all shocked by the scene. It was Palace Master Nan Wu, the publicly acknowledged #1 expert of the Pill Sun Sacred World. Before the battle began, none of them thought that Jian Wushuang could fight Palace Master Nan Wu head-on. Even if they could stop her, it was unlikely. But now, the result was right in front of them. Not only did Jian Wushuang completely stop Palace Master Nan Wu, but he also fought her head-on. They were evenly matched, and he used all kinds of killer moves to force Palace Master Nan Wu into a miserable state. Now, Jian Wushuang killed Palace Master Nan Wu out of everyone's expectations? How did he do it? Everyone was a little confused. Jian Wushuang, who was standing quietly beside Palace Master Nan Wu's corpse, had a strange smile on his face. The 8th move of space-time swordsmanship. I've been trapped for so long, and I've been studying it carefully for so long, but I've never been able to create it. I didn't expect to fight with Palace Master Nan Wu head-on today. With the support of the Sword Principal World, I used all my strength to fight with Palace Master Nan Wu. I found a special state and finally created the 8th move. Sure enough, only real combat is the fastest way to improve my strength. Jian Wushuang was also very happy. He had been stuck in the 7th move of the space-time swordsmanship for a long time. Before he came to the Danyang continent, he had already created the 7th move. However, after such a long time, he still could not create the 8th move. This move had been stuck for too long, but he had already begun to study and ponder it. He just could not really create it. However, today's battle had given him a rare opportunity, and he had perfectly grasped this opportunity. This sword move of mine seems to have thousands of rays of remnant light. Therefore, its name should be 1,000 Rays of Remnant Light, Jian Wushuang muttered. From then on, the 8th move of the space-time sword art, 1,000 Rays of Remnant Light, created by Jian Wushuang, was finally completed. Once the sword art was completed, he used it to kill Palace Master Nan Wu, who was seriously injured. It could only be blamed on Palace Master Nan Wu's bad luck to encounter Jian Wushuang, who was extremely talented in sword principle. If it were anyone else, even in the same situation, they would not be able to seize this opportunity to create a new unique move. After the unique move was completed, Palace Master Nanwu was also killed. Jin Wushuang was overjoyed, but he knew the current situation. He quickly suppressed his joy and slowly looked at the other battlefields around him. His face darkened. Although he had won the battle, the other battlefields, except for Insuer, were all at a disadvantage. It had been a long time since the battle began. Most of the great divine masters Insuer had brought with her had used up their divine power. The others were almost exhausted and could not hold on much longer. The Sword Union was also at an absolute disadvantage. In this battle, both Dark Eagle and the junior Great Divine Master, who had joined the Sword Union, had died. More Great Divine Masters under Insuer had died. On the other hand, not many Great Divine Masters from the alliance of the four forces had died so far. Fortunately, Jin Wushuang had dealt with Palace Master Nanwu in time, so there was still room for improvement. If he had delayed any longer, Insuer, the experts from the Cloud Mountain sect, and the Sword Union would have died in less than 15 minutes. Except for the few peak divine masters, all of them were probably dead. Watch me. Seeing the situation around him, Jin Wushuang's eyes suddenly turned cold. Boom! A majestic divine power suddenly erupted from Jin Wushuang's body like a volcano that had been silent for hundreds of millions of years. Chapter 2800. Ultimate Technique. The surging pure divine power formed a huge divine power sea in the blink of an eye. This divine power sea was boundless and contained too much divine power. It was completely beyond the imagination of all the great divine venerables present. How can there be such a huge divine power? Divine power sea. Such a huge divine power sea? This divine power sea is emitted from Jinni's body? Such a huge amount of divine power. Even a top-notch immortal saint is only SOSO, right? A series of shocked voices sounded. The great divine paragons that were fighting on both sides were all staring at this burst of divine power sea with incomparable shock. And this vast god power sea swept out without restraint, engulfing the entire battlefield. Immediately after, the vast god power condensed into many large hands, crazily grabbing towards the experts of the allied forces. Damn it! What is he trying to do? The god power sea covers the entire battlefield. Could it be that he wants to fight against all of us by himself? The experts of the allied forces were stunned. They found that the divine power sea had completely isolated the entire battlefield and separated their opponents. Then, the giant hand formed by the divine power sea came to grab them. It was obvious that he was trying to fight against the entire allied forces. He's courting death. He doesn't know how to live. The experts of the allied forces were shocked and furious. They admitted that Jin Wushuang's divine power sea was vast. However, once it was formed and rushed toward them, it consumed a lot of divine power. They thought that Jin Wushuang would not be able to hold on for long. At most, his divine power would be exhausted in a moment. However, they did not expect that Jin Wushuang's divine power was so vast that it was ridiculous. Under the crazy impact of the divine power sea, it covered the entire battlefield and swept all the experts of the four forces. In the center of the divine power sea, Jin Wushuang directly attacked. Whoosh! He appeared directly in front of Ba Xiong as if he had teleported. Ba Xiong was also very powerful. He had always had the upper hand in the fierce battle with his companions. When he saw Jin Wushuang's arrival, his pupils suddenly shrank. He did not dare to be careless with Jin Wushuang, because they had killed Palace Master Nanwu in front of Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang drew his sword. He drew his sword casually, looking like an ordinary person slashing a wooden sword. However, when he drew his long sword, an extremely weak, extremely dim, and obviously incomplete light immediately lit up. It was a streak of residual light. However, when this streak of residual light appeared, in the blink of an eye, there were at least hundreds and thousands of streaks of residual light everywhere. In Ba Xiong's eyes, there was only one Jin Wushuang in front of him, but now there were hundreds and thousands of them. It was the 8th move of the space-time sword art, thousand-sided residual light. It was the same sword move that killed Palace Master Nan Wu's sword move. Under the influence of the sword principle world, Jian Wushuang's sword principle and swordsmanship had been greatly improved, and this sword move had become even more mysterious. Ba Xiong subconsciously wanted to block the remnant light when he saw it, but suddenly, a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. The remnant light had already passed through his neck. Too fast. Ba Xiong's eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with unprecedented fear. However, his voice began to fade away. In the surrounding void, the great divine masters from both sides who saw this scene turned pale with fright. One sword killed a peak great divine master. How could sword one be so powerful? The great divine masters were all trembling in their hearts. Previously, Jian Wushuang had used this move to kill Palace Master Nan Wu. However, because Jian Wushuang had used several killing moves in succession, Palace Master Nan Wu had been severely injured and died under this move. They did not know how powerful this move was. But now, with Jian Wushuang killing Ba Xiong with one move, no one dared to ignore his swordsmanship. The move he just made. Insuer stared at Jian Wushuang with a serious expression. The ultimate skill. It's definitely the ultimate skill. The ultimate skill. He created the ultimate skill. The Life and Death Tower Master screamed. The experts who knew what the ultimate skill represented were also shocked. When one's strength reached the Divine Lord level, most of them would start to create their own ultimate skills and ultimate moves. For example, the Kirin strange beast that Palace Master Nan Wu had used before, which was completely formed from black lightning, was extremely powerful. And ultimate skills also had different levels of strength. The ultimate skill referred to the ultimate skill at the Divine Lord level. To be called the ultimate, it was naturally the strongest and most tyrannical absolute arts. Absolute arts at this level were extremely powerful and terrifying, but it was also very difficult to create them. Palace Master Nan Wu had been invincible in the sacred Pill Sun world for so many years, but she still hadn't created an ultimate absolute art. This could be seen from this. In the absolute beginning divine realm, anyone who could create an ultimate absolute art was the most terrifying existence among the divine venerates. Although this existence couldn't compare to the undying sage, it was already completely above the great divine venerate. They even had a unique title, which was Invincible Divine Venerables. Invincible Divine Venerables were the invincible existences among the divine venerables. Each of them easily massacred a large group of great divine venerables, or even peak great divine venerables. They were absolutely the most terrifying existences among the divine venerables. However, there were too few such invincible divine venerables. Under normal circumstances, there might not even be one in a sacred world, like the Pill Sun sacred world. And even in the entire 9 realms of the Golden Crow, there were only a handful of invincible divine masters. But now, Jian Wushuang had created the ultimate skill. This meant that not only did Jian Wushuang have this terrifying ultimate skill, but his comprehension of sword principle and rule had reached the highest level that a divine master could reach. He was infinitely close to the immortal saint. If there was only one gap between him and the invincible divine master, it was the gap in divine power. After all, his divine power was only at the peak of the great divine master level. Even so, he could still easily kill a great divine master at the peak. Die! Jian Wushuang moved through the battlefield like a ghost. The Blood Mountain sword in his hand was like the scythe of the god of death, casually brandishing it. Each of his strikes seemed to be casual. However, each of his strikes was extremely fast, so fast that the great divine masters could not even catch the sword shadow. Chi, 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 chi. The sword light easily passed through the divine bodies or necks of the experts. Even with the protection of the body-protecting armor, the strangling power contained in it could not be resisted. Chapter 2801. Turning the Tide. Heads were sent flying like wheat. In a flash, Jian Wushuang had killed nearly 10 great divine masters from the four forces. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang dashed out again. Run, run, run! The remaining great divine masters from the four forces were scared out of their wits. When they saw Jian Wushuang charging out again, they did not hesitate and began to run frantically. Everyone was running, including the Life and Death Tower Master, the Dongfang Family Master, and the East God, the three peak great divine masters. They knew very well that Jian Wushuang could kill Ba Xiong with one strike, and he could also kill them with one strike. If they did not flee now, they would all die. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A large number of people were frantically fleeing in all directions. Despite the suppression of the realm and the restriction of the divine power sea, Jian Wushuang was able to catch up with very few of them. However, his eyes had long been fixed on one person. It was the East God. The divine demon sect has suffered heavy losses because of our sword league. The East God hates me to the bone. We can't let this potential threat escape. Jian Wushuang sneered. With a thought, the realm that had covered the entire battlefield rumbled. It was supposed to oppress all the experts of the four forces. But in this battle, the great domain was oppressing the East God alone. What? Under the pressure of the great domain, the already heavily injured East God was once again suppressed. His strength was greatly reduced, and his speed was greatly reduced. Jian Wushuang only made a simple charge forward, and he was already beside the East God. Then, a sword light flashed. No! The East God let out a hysterical roar, but the roar gradually disappeared. His eyes dimmed, and his body began to fall down weakly. After killing the East God, Jian Wushuang did not chase after the other experts who had fled. Instead, he let them escape the battlefield. In just a moment, all the experts who had survived the four forces had fled. Is it over? Jian Wushuang looked at the battlefield that had completely calmed down and let out a sigh of relief. Then, the divine power sea that had filled the battlefield, as well as the techniques of the four realms, were slowly withdrawn. The 30,000-meter tall Golden Emperor behind him also slowly disappeared. The mountain river map was also withdrawn and turned into a golden light that entered his divine body again. All means had stopped. At this moment, Jian Wushuang was feeling the divine power in his body. I've used up 50% of my divine power? Even Jian Wushuang was shocked when he saw that there was only 50% of his divine power left. One had to know that his divine power was extremely vast. Although it could not be said to be endless, the amount was indeed enough to scare people to death. In an ordinary fierce battle, even if he had to fight for a long time, his divine power would be very limited. Under normal circumstances, it would be very rare for him to use more than 10% of his divine power. But in this battle, he had used up 50% of his battle strength and half of it. Jian Wushuang could not help but exclaim that he had really put in a lot of effort in this battle. The many secret skills that he had used, whether it was the 7-star secret skill, the divine punishment skill, or the 9 luminaries star armor, all required a tremendous amount of divine power. He had used a lot of divine power just to use these 3 secret skills. He had been trying his best to maintain the 4 realms since the beginning of the battle. Each of the 4 realms consumed a lot of divine power. However, he had been using them from the beginning of the battle until the end. After all, an extremely long time had passed. As for the mountain and river map, it was extremely difficult to use a supreme treasure like it. An ordinary peak divine master could only use the sword principal world of the 1,000 treasures great world for a short period of time. His divine power might not be able to withstand it, but Jian Wushuang had been using it for a very long time. Moreover, he used the Divine Emperor Seal and the True Emperor Seal of the 9-region seal. Such a method consumed a huge amount of divine power. However, although these secret skills consumed a huge amount of divine power, it was still acceptable for Jian Wushuang's massive divine power. What really consumed him was the final burst of divine power C. The burst of divine power was to isolate the battlefield between the 2 sides and prevent further damage to the experts of the Red Stone Castle and the Sword League. Although this move did not last long, it consumed a lot of divine power when the massive divine power kept surging. Only Jian Wushuang dared to play like this. If it were anyone else, even the top immortal saint would not be able to do this. During the time when the divine power sea erupted, he had used up 30% of his divine power, and the other 20% was consumed by his various secret skills. In total, he had only used up 50% of his divine power. Ever since I broke through to the divine devil realm and became a perfect chaotic creature, it's the first time I've used up so much divine power, Jian Wushuang muttered. A perfect chaotic creature has the most perfect immortal body, which requires divine power to recover. For other cultivators, the soul is the root, but for me, divine power is the most important thing. As long as I don't use up my divine power, no one can kill me. This time, I've used up too much divine power. I'll take it easy in the future. Unless it's really a life or death situation, I can only use 30% of my divine power. The remaining 70% will be used to save my life, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. While he was pondering, many experts from the Red Stone Castle and the Sword League had surrounded him. These experts were shocked and could not calm down for a long time. They looked at Jian Wushuang with respect and admiration. Their camp was at an absolute disadvantage in this battle. It could even be said that there was no room for them to fight back. At the beginning of the battle, almost everyone thought that their camp would lose this battle. It was just a question of whether they would lose too miserably. But who would have thought that this Sword Union chief, Jin Yi, who was merely emitting the aura of a senior great deity, would use lightning-fast methods to first defeat and heavily injure East God. Then, he would fight against Palace Master Nanwu alone. After a fierce battle, he killed Palace Master Nanwu directly. In the end, he single-handedly fought against all the experts from the Four Forces camps, and in the end, he swept through all the experts from the Four Forces camps, killing them until the Four Forces camps could only flee frantically. In this battle, he had killed 3 peak great deities one after another, including Palace Master Nanwu, who was the strongest. It could be said that he had single-handedly turned the tables on the situation that he was bound to lose. Chapter 2802. The dust has settled, Jian Yi. Yin Suer stared at Jian Wushuang with a complicated look. Why? Don't you recognize me? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. No, I just didn't expect you to be so strong. Yin Suer exclaimed in surprise. The surrounding experts nodded in unison. Indeed, Jian Wushuang's combat strength was too strong. He had killed Palace Master Nanwu and swept through all the experts of the allied forces. This strength was not something an ordinary great divine master could have. Only the legendary invincible divine master could have such a skill. As for Jian Wushuang, even if he was not as strong as the real invincible divine master, he was very close. But don't forget, the divine power aura emitted by Jian Wushuang was only that of a senior great divine master. A senior great divine master had almost the combat strength of an invincible divine master. Secret skills. His secret skills are very impressive. At the same time, he also has countless trump cards, Yin Suer praised in her heart. In this battle, Jian Wushuang had gone all out. He had indeed revealed too many tricks and trump cards. All kinds of tricks and trump cards were emerging one after another, which amazed many experts present. Many experts present were now curious about what kind of experience Jian Wushuang had had, or what kind of amazing opportunities he had obtained. They all knew that Jian Wushuang could not have had so many tricks and trump cards without a great opportunity. His combat strength would never have been so strong. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly in his heart when he noticed the strange gazes around him. After a long while, Jian Wushuang exhaled and said, "In any case, today's battle is finally over." Yes, it's over. The experts around them also heaved a sigh of relief, especially the remaining great divine masters of Yin Suer's camp, who were still smiling in surprise. We've won. We've won this battle. Not only have we won the internal battle within Crimson Rock Castle, we've also defeated the allied forces of the 4 great powers. Although Crimson Rock Castle has suffered heavy losses in this battle and many great divine paragons have fallen, it won't be long before we can reorganize and regroup. After today's battle, Our Crimson Rock Castle will definitely regain its prestige from many years ago. The Nangong Wugong, the Tower of Life and Death, the Divine Devil Sect, and the Dongfang family will once again submit to our Crimson Rock Castle. This is too good. Voices filled with pleasant surprise reverberated in the air. Beside them, Yun Shan and his two remaining high divine paragons had extremely complicated expressions on their faces. It was indeed gratifying that the alliance of the four great powers had been defeated. However, the faction they belonged to had similarly been defeated by Insuer. Yun Shan. Insuer's voice rang out. She gave Yun Shan a deep look. After a long while, she continued, "The reason why I suddenly attacked you before was because I sensed that Great Divine God Tian Mu had close contact with the Nangong Wugong. Great Divine God Tian Mu was your subordinate, and also your confidant. I subconsciously thought that you had fallen and wanted to collude with the Nangong Wugong to harm the Red Stone Castle. I didn't expect that Great Divine God Tian Mu had schemed against you. This time, I have misunderstood you. I apologize." Insuer's voice was extremely sincere. For so many years, she and Yun Shan had been fighting in the open and in the dark, and they were extremely fierce. But no matter how much they fought, Insuer recognized Yun Shan's strength and ability. In addition, Yun Shan had founded Crimson Rock Castle with Redstone Saint, and they had fought together to conquer the world. Crimson Rock Saint had 50% of the credit for Crimson Rock Fort's complete control of a realm, while Yun Shan had at least 30%. Insuer had never denied Yun Shan's achievements. Therefore, she still had a trace of respect for Yun Shan from the bottom of her heart. Previously, if she hadn't been schemed by Great Divine God Tian Mu and thought that Yun Shan had colluded with the South Wugong, she would never have directly launched a great war against Yun Shan in this manner. And just now, after being ambushed by her camp and being heavily injured, Yun Shan was still able to put the overall situation first and take the initiative to join hands with her to fight against the allied forces of the four major forces. This made Insuer extremely gratified and moved. So now that the Great War had ended, Insuer also took the initiative to apologize to Yun Shan. This old man does not know people well. Being schemed against by others is also this old man's own fault. Yun Shan said, "The winner takes all. This battle, this old man has lost. From today onwards, the Crimson Rock Castle will absolutely respect you, Lord Castle Lord. If Lord Castle Lord has any demolition in the future, I, Yun Shan, will not say a word of no." Yun Shan's voice was equally sincere. Previously, the reason why he was unconvinced of Insuer and fought with her was because he doubted her methods. He believed that Insuer lacked experience and wisdom, so she was not suitable to control this huge red stone castle. However, after all these years of competition, Yun Shan had witnessed Insuer's growth and her methods. Especially in this battle, he was completely convinced. The strength that Insuer had accumulated in a short period of time, and the fact that she had secretly recruited several other small factions, as well as bribed the experts from the White Cloud Mansion, the Demon Sealing Hall, and the Eclipse Gate, these three first-rate forces, as backup plans. Especially what shocked him was the relationship between Insuer and the Sword Union. He had never expected that the Sword Union and Insuer would actually have a cooperative relationship from the very beginning. Both sides had long reached an agreement, and in this battle, all sorts of changes were made. Insuer's methods had completely exceeded his expectations. He was also completely convinced by Insuer, not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of intelligence and tactics. He no longer had any doubts. Naturally, he was now willing to serve Insuer as his master. And Yun Shan's change in attitude made Insuer immediately overjoyed. "Uncle Yun Shan, from today onwards, you will still be the Grand Elder of our Crimson Rock Castle. In Crimson Rock Castle, other than me, you will be the most respected," Insuer said hurriedly. It's rare for Suer to still be willing to call me uncle." Yun Shan also revealed a trace of a smile. When the surrounding people saw this, they all heaved a sigh of relief. It was very obvious that Insuer and Yun Shan had completely reconciled. The past struggles, even the great battle this time, had already become the clouds of the past. And this was the best ending for Crimson Rock Castle. Well, although we won this battle, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Not only did many great divine masters die, but even those who survived were injured and consumed too much of each other's divine power. We should go back and recover our injuries and divine power. After we recover, we will think of ways to deal with those top forces, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Yes, restore good condition first, then go to those few families to settle accounts properly. In Suer's voice was ice cold. Chapter 2803. Aftermath of battle. After the battle was over, In Suer, Yun Shan, and the others returned to Crimson Rock Castle, while Jian Wushuang returned to the Sword Union with the experts of the Sword Union. After they returned, the experts began to recover their injuries and divine power. At the same time, the result of the earth-shaking battle, which affected the entire situation of the Pil Sun sacred world, spread throughout the entire Pil Sun continent. They won. In Suer's camp actually won? First, they defeated the Yunshan camp, then the Blood Thunder King camp, and finally, they clashed with the allied forces of the four major forces. They defeated the allied forces of the four major forces head-on, and even Palace Master Nan Wu died. Palace Master Nan Wu died? How is this possible? Could it be that the undying sage personally took action? After hearing this news, the entire Pil Sun continent was in a state of shock. Palace Master Nan Wu had been invincible on the Pil Sun continent for too long. The cultivators on the Pil Sun continent couldn't believe that Palace Master Nan Wu would actually die. If he really was going to die, most people thought that the undying sage personally took action. However, news quickly spread that the one who killed Palace Master Nan Wu wasn't the undying sage, but a senior great divine venerable. This senior great divine master was Su Han, the master of the Sword League. Su Han also had another name, Swordman. Swordman was a name that many people on the Pil Sun continent were familiar with. When the Divine Demon Sect and the Tower of Life and Death had wanted to kill Jian Wushuang, they had placed a bounty on Jian Wushuang in the entire Pil Sun sacred world and offered a sky-high price. At that time, Jian Yi was said to be only an Earth God Master. However, in less than 100 years, Jian Yi had established a huge sword league with Su Han's identity. Now, Jian Yi had killed Palace Master Nan Wu directly. The news was very clear. Jian Yi had killed Palace Master Nan Wu in a fair one-on-one battle. He had even killed the East God and Ba Xiong, who had reached the level of a peak Great God Master. He had killed 3 peak Great Divine Paragons in one go. This battle record shocked everyone. And since Palace Head Nan Wu had been killed by Sword One, it was only natural that Sword One would replace Palace Head Nan Wu and become the new strongest on the Pil Sun continent. And because of this, the experts on the Pil Sun continent were even more shocked. A high-level Great Divine Paragon actually became the strongest expert on the Pil Sun continent? Alliance Master Su Han? No, it's Jian Yi. He's really amazing. Genius. Alliance Master Su Han is definitely a real genius. I'm afraid there has never been such a genius in the Pil Sun sacred world since the creation of Crimson Rock Saint. Countless people were amazed. They were amazed by Jian Wushuang's strength and talent. Of course, many people were also talking about the battle. Good man. With the help of the Sword Union, In Suer has gathered the Cloud Mountain sect and defeated the Blood Thunder King sect. Even the Blood Thunder King died, and the Red Stone Castle fell into his hands. The 4 alliances formed by Palace Master Nan Wu, the Tower of Life and Death, the Divine Demon Sect, and the Dongfang family were also defeated. From today onwards, no one in the Pil Sun continent and the entire Pil Sun holy world can stop the Red Stone Castle. If nothing goes wrong, Crimson Rock Castle will probably regain its former dominance and control over the sacred Pil Sun world. Yeah, that's probably the case. Oh right, I heard that even external forces are participating in this battle. I think it's called the Heavenly Void Temple. I wonder what its background is. Heavenly Void Temple? That's the overlord of the Heavenly Void world. I heard that the Undying Sage is personally overseeing it. All sorts of discussions spread across the Pil Sun continent. However, these discussions ultimately came down to 3 points. First, Crimson Rock Castle would once again regain complete control over the Pill Sun sacred world. Second, the most powerful expert of the Pill Sun continent had changed masters. The name Sword One had already resounded throughout every corner of the Pill Sun continent. In terms of fame and prestige, it had completely surpassed that of Palace Master Nan Wu. After all, Palace Master Nan Wu had already reached the peak of the great reverent god realm. The chances of becoming an invincible divine lord were slim. The only possibility was to directly break through and become an undying sage. However, the difficulty was also incomparably difficult. However, Sword One was different. Sword One's battle prowess was already so tyrannical just because he was a high-level great divine lord. Once he broke through and reached the peak of the great divine lord realm in the future, he would definitely become even more terrifying. He would definitely become an invincible divine lord. The third point was that the experts from all the factions on the Pill Sun continent knew that if the Red Stone Castle survived this battle, then the four top factions that formed the Alliance army would be in trouble. Everyone knew that the Red Stone Castle would definitely settle their scores later. In the Dark Palace. This palace did not have the slightest bit of light, nor did it have any decorations. There was only a huge round table in the middle. This round table was where the leaders of the four top forces usually gathered. But now, the leaders of the four top forces, Palace Master Nan Wu and East God, had been killed. Only the Life and Death Tower Master and the Dongfang family head were still sitting there. There were also two figures next to them. But they were a senior great deity from the Nan Wu Palace and the Divine Demon Sect. At this moment, the four of them were gathered here, and all of their faces were extremely gloomy. What should we do? The Dongfang family head was the first to speak, but his voice was abnormally low. However, when they heard these three words, the three people next to him were all silent. After a long while, the Life and Death Tower Lord spoke again. I've already received news that the people of Crimson Rock Castle and the people of the Sword Union have already returned to their respective lairs. However, when they returned, they didn't just stop there. It was because the losses from the previous Great War were too great, and the divine powers of many experts were almost exhausted. They only returned to temporarily recover their states and replenish their divine powers. Once their states recover to the peak, Insur will definitely make a move against our four families. This is without a doubt. If Insur's family is the only one here, there's nothing to worry about. Crimson Rock Castle just went through a huge battle, and there aren't many experts left. The allied forces of the four powers can definitely fight them head-on, and our chances of winning are still very high. But the key point is, if Insur wants to make a move, she'll definitely call the Sword Alliance and that Sword One. Sword One. Upon hearing this name, the Dongfang clan head and the two senior great divine venerables beside him trembled, unable to calm down for a long time. This name was simply a nightmare to them now. They weren't afraid of Crimson Rock Castle, nor were they afraid of the Sword Alliance, but they were afraid of Sword One. In the previous battle, it was Sword One who had single-handedly turned the tides and completely changed the situation. Although he was only one person, his strength had completely exceeded their imagination. It was no exaggeration to say that Sword One alone was enough to completely slaughter their alliance army. That was because they were too afraid of Sword One. Chapter 2804. Settling Scores in the Autumn. It's the fifth watch today. If Jin Yi were to appear personally, the alliance army of the four forces would have no chance of resisting. We would only be slaughtered by him easily. Therefore, we only have two options now. First, we should take advantage of the fact that Insur and the Sword Alliance have yet to make a move and bring their own resources and subordinates to escape from the Pill Sun continent. We might even escape to another sacred world. The Dongfang clan head said in a low voice. Escape from the Pill Sun continent? The Life and Death Tower Master's expression changed, but he immediately shook his head. The Life and Death Tower has many trump cards. All of them are on the Pill Sun continent. How can we take them away in such a short time? Not to mention that the Crimson Rock Castle will definitely think of this in advance and take precautions. Even if we don't take any trump cards with us, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave the Pill Sun sacred world so easily. Indeed, under the current situation, it's already very difficult for us to retreat safely. Since that's the case, there's only one way left. We have to compromise. The Dongfang family head said. Compromise? How do we compromise? The Life and Death Tower had looked over. Our four great factions have deep foundations on the Pill Sun continent, and our influence is incomparably great. If the Crimson Rock Castle wants to uproot us, it definitely won't be so easy. Moreover, even if they really have the ability, they probably won't do so. After all, they have to think for the entire Pill Sun Sacred World and the situation of the Pill Sun Sacred World in the Golden Crow Nine Realms. Therefore, as long as we are willing to compromise, Sewer will most likely not continue attacking us, the Dongfang family head said. We just have to compromise? The senior great deity from the Fiend God sect immediately asked. Of course it's not that simple. The Dongfang family patriarch's face was cold. Right now, the four of us are fish on the chopping block. We are practically at the mercy of Crimson Rock Castle and the Sword Union. In such a situation, if we want to compromise, we have to be prepared to pay a huge price. The price might even be so great that we cannot accept it. But if we want to survive on the Pill Sun continent, we have no choice but to accept it. Although I don't know what the three of you are thinking, I have already made up my mind. Regardless of what conditions Sewer will come up with, even if it means reducing the overall strength of our Dongfang family by 70%. As long as we can continue to stay on the Pill Sun continent and gain a foothold, our Dongfang family will be able to accept it, the Dongfang family head said. Hearing these words, the Life and Death Tower Lord and the two senior great divine paragons had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. The Dongfang family was the most ancient family clan in the Pill Sun continent. Their foundations were so deep that other than the Nangong Wugong, the Life and Death Tower could not compare to the Fiend God sect. But now, the Dongfang family lord had said that he would rather lose 70% of his strength and was willing to compromise. What sort of great determination was this? I understand. All of you should disperse. It's fine as long as you are mentally prepared. The Life and Death Tower Lord waved his hand. Very quickly, the four figures slowly dispersed. Time flashed by. It had been 3 months since the end of the great battle. During these 3 months, whether it was Crimson Rock Castle or the Sword Alliance, they were all incomparably calm on the surface. However, in the dark, Sewer had already ordered people to keep a close eye on the movements of the four top forces. Once the four top forces made any movements, the Crimson Rock Castle and the Sword Union would immediately take action. Fortunately, the four top forces did not make any big movements during the past 3 months. They also did not want to give up their foundations. Many experts showed no signs of fleeing. After 3 months, the injuries and divine power of the experts of Crimson Rock Castle and the Sword Union had mostly recovered. Even those who were seriously injured had recovered 60 to 70% of their strength. As for full recovery, it was not something that could be completed in just 3 months. Not to mention 3 months, even 3 years or 30 years might not be enough to completely recover. Although they had not fully recovered their strength, it did not affect the next steps of the Crimson Rock Castle and the Sword Union. In the vast void, the experts of the Crimson Rock Castle and the Sword Union gathered together again. 3 months have passed. Now we can go to the four top forces to settle the score. Sewer's expression was cold. Lord Jin Wushuang was about to speak. Mr. Jin E, please stop calling me Lord. I can't afford it. If you don't mind, you can just call me by my name or Sewer, Sewer said, looking extremely humble. In front of her, Jin Wushuang was indeed just a little guy. His strength was like an ant, so she could not care less about him. At that time, she felt at ease when Jin Wushuang called her Lord. But now, Jin Wushuang's strength far exceeded her, and he controlled the huge Sword League. His strength and power were not weaker than hers. The battle 3 months ago was saved by Jin Wushuang alone. Under such circumstances, how could she dare to put on airs in front of Jin Wushuang, let alone allow Jin Wushuang to call her Lord? Castle Lord Sewer. Jin Wushuang smiled slightly. I must deal with the four top forces, but I don't know how to deal with them. Should I destroy them all, or? Sewer's eyes darkened slightly. After thinking for a long time, she said, "Not all. If possible, it's best if none of them are destroyed." Oh, Jin Wushuang was surprised. Mr. Jin E, you've only been wandering in the Pill Sun sacred world, so you don't know much about the outside world. Since my father died, our strength has been greatly reduced. Over the years, our Crimson Rock Castle has been engaged in civil war. This war may look like a great victory for our Crimson Rock Castle, but in fact, we've lost a lot of experts. To put it bluntly, the current situation of the Pill Sun sacred world isn't looking good. In the Golden Crow Nine Realms, our Pill Sun sacred world is definitely the weakest. In fact, we are already extremely weak. Under such circumstances, we should save as much as we can from unnecessary battles. For example, the top 4 powers like the Nanwu Palace, the Tower of Life and Death, the Divine Devil Sect, and the Dongfang family. Although they don't belong to our Crimson Rock Castle, they still belong to the Pill Sun sacred world. If we were to wipe out all 4 of these top powers in one go, not only would our Crimson Rock Castle lose a portion of our experts, but our Pill Sun sacred world's battle prowess would also be further weakened. If we are truly weakened to the extreme, then we will be under too much pressure from the outside world. For example, the appearance of the Heavenly Void Temple in this battle is already a sign. The Heavenly Void Temple has openly attacked our Crimson Rock Castle this time. This has never happened before. Yin Suer frowned tightly, but her heart was incomparably solemn. After that battle, the internal conflict between Crimson Rock Castle and the Pill Sun sacred world could be resolved, but the pressure from the outside world that the Pill Sun sacred world was weak was very frightening. Chapter 2805, Compromise. The first one is here. In other words, do you want the 4 top forces to submit? Jin Wushuang asked. Not only do you want them to submit, but you also need to make them pay a huge price and teach them a big lesson. You can squeeze their resources and the many territories and industries they control. In addition, we have to restrict their experts. Coincidentally, there are too many experts who have fallen during the war in our Crimson Rock Castle, especially the Crimson Rock Legion. They don't even have a commander at the level of a great divine master. Therefore, every force has to send some great divine masters to serve our Crimson Rock Castle so that we can allow them to continue living in the Pill Sun sacred world. Yin Suer said coldly. I understand. Jin Wushuang nodded slightly. He already knew what Yin Suer meant. Let's go directly to the 4 top forces. The Divine Demon Sect should be the weakest now, and the East God has been killed. In terms of battle strength, they are not much stronger than a first-rate force. However, they still have their heritage. How about we trouble Elder Tong of the Sword Union to visit the Divine Demon Sect? Yin Suer said. Sure. Jin Wushuang nodded. As for Elder Tong, he did not have any objections. Palace Master Nan Wu's greatest reliance has also fallen. I guess Nanwu Palace is now a pile of loose sand. Uncle Yun Shan, they'll let you take some people to go there in person. Yin Suer said. Yes. Yun Shan nodded slightly. The remaining Life and Death Tower and Dongfang family still have their strongest battle strength, and their overall strength is still well preserved. Therefore, you and I will go to them in person. But which one do you choose, Mr. Jianyi? Yin Suer looked at Jin Wushuang. Leave the Life and Death Tower to me, Jin Wushuang said. Well, in that case, let's do it. After saying that, Yin Suer and Yun Shan each led a group of experts to the Nangong and Dongfang families. Zhu Xian, follow Elder Tong to the Divine Demon Sect. As for the Life and Death Tower, I will go alone, Jin Wushuang said with a smile. Alone? Elder Tong and Great Divine Master Zhu Xian were stunned, but then they felt relieved. They did not dare to underestimate Jin Wushuang's strength alone. Elder Tong, Great Divine Master Zhu Xian, and the others immediately headed toward the Divine Demon Sect. Jin Wushuang, on the other hand, flew toward the nest of the Tower of Life and Death alone. The Tower of Life and Death, as one of the top forces in the Pill Sun continent, had accumulated an extraordinary foundation over countless years. Its nest was also magnificent and majestic. It was a giant city, which was the lair of the Tower of Life and Death. In the center of the city stood a towering tower that was hundreds of meters tall. The tower was hundreds of stories tall and extremely magnificent. Jian Wushuang appeared outside the giant city and looked down at everything inside the city through the heavy array around the city. Then, a huge surge of divine power swept up and directly covered the giant city in front of him. Rumble. The divine power was so strong that it crushed everything. Even the array around the city seemed to tremble under the pressure of the divine power. The experts of the Life and Death Tower in the city were immediately alarmed. At the top of the towering Tower of Life and Death, the Tower Lord, whose eyes were slightly closed, immediately sensed something and couldn't help but open his eyes. Tower Lord. A senior great deity walked in anxiously. Are they here? The Tower Lord's voice was low as he asked, are they from Crimson Rock Castle or the Sword Union? How many are there? There's only one person, the senior great deity said. One person? The Tower Master's expression changed. Although there's only one person, this person, he is Swordsman. The senior great divine master said with a trace of shock. The Tower Master could not help but be startled, but he also smiled bitterly. Let's go and see Swordsman together. The Tower Master sighed and immediately stood up and rushed out of the city, accompanied by the great divine masters of the Tower of Life and Death. Most of the great divine masters had participated in the previous battle and had witnessed Jian Wushuang defeating the allied forces of the four forces alone. Now, they followed the tower to the outside of the city. They were all shocked to see Jian Wushuang standing proudly in the void. It was true that Jian Wushuang was the only one standing in front of them. However, this one person had brought them unprecedented pressure. The pressure was so great that even if all the people of the Life and Death Tower worked together, they would not be able to withstand it. He alone could make the entire Tower of Life and Death suffocate. Moreover, they all knew that Jian Wushuang carried several corpse puppets with him. There were even golden-armored corpse puppets. Greetings, Mr. Jian Yi, the Tower Master said humbly. He stood in front of Jian Wushuang and bowed slightly. Tower Master, you should know the purpose of my trip, right? Jian Wushuang stared at the Tower Master coldly. I know. The Tower Master nodded, but his expression was a little sad. In a word, submit or die, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Mr. Jian Yi, the Tower of Life and Death is willing to submit and will follow the lead of Crimson Rock Castle from now on, the Life and Death Tower Master said directly. He had long been prepared to submit to Crimson Rock Castle. Not only him, but also the great divine masters behind him. Submission is not something that can be said with words, Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. I don't know what request Mr. Jian has, but I can't agree to anything that the Life and Death Tower can agree to, the Life and Death Tower Master said. With your attitude, I can save a lot of time on this trip. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, listen, 3 conditions. First, hand over 50,000 sacred elixirs. The first condition Jian Wushuang mentioned made the experts from the Tower of Life and Death gasp. 50,000 sacred elixirs? The average first-grade divine master on the Danyang continent was only worth about 1,000 to 2,000 sacred elixirs. 50,000 sacred elixirs were too much. The Tower of Life and Death has such a deep foundation and has been recuperating for a long time. Unlike Crimson Rock Castle, which is constantly fighting among itself, it should have plenty of resources. You should be able to afford 50,000 sacred elixirs, Jian Wushuang said. The Tower of Life and Death has agreed to provide 50,000 sacred elixirs, but they are too difficult to obtain. The Tower of Life and Death cannot provide 50,000 ready-made sacred elixirs. At most, we can only provide 30,000 sacred elixirs. The rest can only be replaced with treasures or resources of equal value. The Tower Master said directly, however, as he spoke. The corners of his mouth obviously twitched. The Tower of Life and Death could indeed provide 50,000 sacred elixirs, but that was about 80% of the resources of the Tower of Life and Death. Chapter 2806, Distribution, Second Update. The second condition, Jian Wushuang continued. 70% of the territory and properties under the control of the Tower of Life and Death. The Tower Master trembled. Behind him, the great divine masters from the Tower of Life and Death looked furious. Even though they were prepared, they still found it hard to accept Jian Wushuang's second condition. Hand over 70% of their territories and industries? After all, the Tower of Life and Death had spent a long time to manage these territories and industries. This was their true foundation. Losing 50,000 sacred elixirs and resources was nothing. As long as they were given time, they could slowly accumulate the industries under the Tower of Life and Death. But now that they lost their industries, they lost the capital to accumulate resources. This condition was much harsher than the previous one. The Tower of Life and Death, accept this condition. As the Tower Master said this, his teeth were chattering. He had no other choice. Otherwise, he would never agree to such a condition. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang smiled and said again, one last condition. Crimson Rock Castle has just been engaged in a war and does not have enough experts. Therefore, the Tower of Life and Death needs to send a few experts to follow our orders. I see that the Tower of Life and Death still has more than 10 great divine masters. How about this? Sending 8 great divine masters is not a lot. Jian Wushuang said casually, but in the ears of the great divine masters of the Tower of Life and Death, their expressions changed drastically. Some of them were even more furious after their deaths. You want the sacred elixirs, you want the property, and now you want the experts of the Tower of Life and Death? The experts of the Tower of Life and Death were all extremely shocked and furious. If they did not know the terrifying strength of Jian Wushuang, they would have rushed forward and cut him into pieces. They had no choice. Jian Wushuang's 3 conditions were indeed a little too excessive. They were so excessive that they could not accept it. The Life and Death Tower Master's body was trembling at the moment, and his heart was burning with anger, but he could only endure it. After a long while, he finally raised his head and looked at Jian Wushuang again. Mr. Jian Yi, the Life and Death Tower has agreed to the 3rd condition, but I wonder which 8 experts of the Life and Death Tower do you need to follow the orders of the Crimson Rock Castle? Tower Master. The great divine masters were all shocked. The Tower Master waved his hand, indicating that they should not say anything. Let me look at the 8 experts. Jian Wushuang smiled and pointed with his finger. This, and that. The great divine masters of the Tower of Life and Death were selected by Jian Wushuang one by one. The great divine masters he selected were all great divine masters with strong divine power and strength, leaving behind the weak. After selecting 8 great divine masters, there were 4 great divine masters left in the Tower of Life and Death. Apart from the Tower Master, there were only 3 junior great divine masters. One of them had just become a great divine master. It was obvious that Jian Wushuang wanted the Tower Master to become a commander without a leader. Even if he had the battle strength of a peak great divine master, he had no other great divine masters to command. He would not be able to do anything in the future even if he wanted to. After these people go to Crimson Rock Castle, the upper echelons of the Tower of Life and Death will be a little empty. However, don't worry, Tower Master. If there are other forces in the Danyang continent who dare to harbor ill intentions toward the Tower of Life and Death, the Crimson Rock Tower will not pretend not to see it. Jian Wushuang smiled. Now that the matter is settled, I can give you a month's time. I hope you can prepare everything in a month. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. With that, Jian Wushuang turned around and left. After Jian Wushuang left, the experts of the Tower of Life and Death immediately burst into an uproar. Tower Master, Jian Yi's conditions are so excessive. Why did you agree to them? A great divine master roared. The Tower Master shook his head with a bitter smile. So what if I don't agree? I'm not as strong as him. If I dared to say no just now, Jian Yi would immediately start a massacre. Who in the Tower of Life and Death can stop him? Now, although the Tower of Life and Death has paid a great price and lost 70% of its foundation, the Tower of Life and Death is still safe. It's enough that the Tower of Life and Death is safe. Hearing the words of the Tower Master, the surrounding great divine masters all fell silent. The Tower of Life and Death was carried out smoothly because of Jian Wushuang's intimidation. Although the other three forces were not as straightforward, they still submitted one by one and paid a huge price. The price was similar to that of the Life and Death Tower. Soon, Jian Wushuang and Yin Suer met again. Things are going very smoothly. The four forces are all willing to submit, and they have offered huge resources and 70% of their assets. They have also agreed to send a group of experts to follow the orders of our Crimson Rock Castle, Yin Suer said. Then she looked at Jian Wushuang. Mr. Jian Yi, the Sword Union is largely responsible for the victory of the war, including the results we have obtained. How do you want to distribute the things we have obtained from the four top forces? They had obtained great benefits, so they had to distribute them. After all, the Sword Union and the Crimson Rock Castle were just cooperating with each other, not a real family. I need sacred elixirs, Jian Wushuang said directly. I know. Yin Suer nodded slightly. How about this, Mr. Jian Yi? I will give you all the sacred elixirs I have obtained from the four top forces, including the Nangong Palace, the Life and Death Tower, the Divine Devil Sect, and the Dongfang family. As for the territories and properties of the four top forces, how about they belong to the Crimson Rock Castle? Hearing this, Jian Wushuang looked indifferent. Behind him, Elder Tong, Great Divine Master Zhu Xian, and the others all frowned. Sure. Jian Wushuang nodded and agreed. Agreed? Yin Suer was shocked. Yunshan, Palace Master Xizhen, and the others behind her were also surprised. The territories and properties controlled by the four top forces were obviously more valuable and much more valuable. This distribution was obviously unfair. Yin Suer had only said it casually and did not expect Jian Wushuang to agree. However, Jian Wushuang not only agreed, but also did not hesitate at all. Mr. Jian Yi, it's a deal, Yin Suer said. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. Chapter 2807. One mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, the third time. After both sides reached an agreement, they returned to their respective homes. In the Grand Hall of the Sword League, many high-level experts of the Sword League gathered together. They had learned that the four top forces had submitted and made great concessions. They also knew about the agreement between Jian Wushuang and Yin Suer. Young master, you shouldn't have promised Yin Suer so much. Xiao Tiexin stood beside Jian Wushuang. He frowned and said, this time, the four top forces have indeed forced them to hand over a lot of sacred elixirs. The four top forces together have about 200,000 sacred elixirs. It looks like a huge amount of money, but in fact, 200,000 sacred elixirs are nothing compared to 70% of the territory property of the four top forces. Because of you, the Sword Union has grown at an amazing speed. Each day is stronger than the last. If the Sword Union can accept enough territories and industries from the four top forces, we can become a colossus on the Pill Sun continent. By then, we can compete with the Crimson Rock Castle and even replace it as the new. Before Xiao Tiexin could finish her words, she suddenly stopped. This was because Xiao Tiexin had noticed Jian Wushuang's cold expression. She had been by Jian Wushuang's side for a long time, so she could also sense his emotions. It was obvious that Jian Wushuang was a little angry. Naturally, she did not dare to say anything more. Xiao, I can pretend that I didn't hear what you just said, but don't do it again, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Yes. Xiao Tiexin was shocked and immediately nodded obediently. Jian Wushuang glanced at Xiao Tiexin and then looked at the experts of the Sword Union, frowning slightly. He could see that most of the higher-ups of the Sword Union had the same idea as Xiao Tiexin. They all thought that the Sword Union was very powerful now, and because of him, the most powerful expert of the realm, the Sword Union could take a step forward and replace Crimson Rock Castle as the new overlord. In fact, it was true that people went higher and water flowed lower. Any cultivator who reached a certain level would naturally want to go one step further. It was the same for a force. However, Jian Wushuang had a different idea from them. To be exact, Jian Wushuang's vision was much higher than theirs. He did not care about the Pill Sun sacred world at all. He did not even care about the Golden Crow 9 world. The reason why he established the Sword League in the sacred world of the Pill Sun was to help Insur resolve the situation in the Pill Sun sacred world, and at the same time, make it easier for him to plunder cultivation resources. But now, he had basically achieved his goal, and the role of the Sword League had been fully played in his eyes. He did not want the Sword League to advance further, so when Insur proposed the distribution, he agreed without even considering it. However, he had high standards and did not take the Pill Sun sacred world to heart. However, the experts under the Sword Union did not think so. After all, the experts under the Sword Union would at most become great divine venerables in the future. To them, the Pill Sun sacred world, or the Golden Crow Nine Worlds, was already an incomparably huge stage. They were limited to this. If there was a chance, they would naturally do their best to fight for it. Now that the four top forces in the Pill Sun sacred world have submitted and handed over many resources and industries, there is no longer any need to worry. Next, the Pill Sun sacred world will be ruled by the Crimson Rock Castle and the Sword Union. Although the Sword Union and the Crimson Rock Castle have always been fighting together, it is only a cooperative relationship after all. There is no room for two tigers on the same mountain. Now that I'm here, neither the Sword Union nor the Crimson Rock Castle will dare to fall out with each other. However, if I leave the Pill Sun sacred world in the future, it's hard to say. It seems that I have to think of a better way to solve this problem. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. After a long while, he raised his head again and looked down at the experts of the Sword Union. Listen up. I have made an agreement with Insur, the Lord of Crimson Rock Castle. The territories and industries vacated by the four top forces are all owned by Crimson Rock Castle. If anyone from the Sword Union dares to object or do anything, don't blame me for turning hostile. Jian Wushuang's cold voice echoed throughout the hall. Then, Jian Wushuang turned around and left. After Jian Wushuang left, the high-level experts of the Sword Union looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Miss Xiao, what do you think? Dong Shui looked at Xiao Yixin. Since you have an order, we just need to follow it. Don't ask about anything else, Xiao Tixin said coldly. Yes, yes. The people of the Sword Union immediately nodded, not daring to have any objections. Jian Wushuang's position in the Sword Union was too high. Although he usually left many things to Xiao Tixin and the others, he rarely paid attention to them. But in the Sword Union, he still kept his word. No one dared to disobey his words. After all, Jian Wushuang was 99% the reason why the Sword Union had become what it was today. The reason why the Sword Union could compete with Crimson Rock Castle was purely because of Jian Wushuang's existence. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The four top forces also obediently gave up the promised sacred elixirs and the territorial properties. At the same time, the great divine masters went to Crimson Rock Castle and listened to their orders. According to the agreement, the sacred elixirs were also sent to Jian Wushuang. In the secret chamber, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged with a Qinkuan loan in his hand. The Qinkuan loan contained a large number of sacred elixirs. Some of the sacred elixirs were sent by the four top forces, and some were the spoils of war that Jian Wushuang had won in the previous battle. He had killed many experts in the previous battle. He had killed a total of 3 peak divine masters, including Palace Master Nan Wu and the East God, who were in charge of the 2 major forces, especially Palace Master Nan Wu. As the acknowledged #1 expert in the Pill Sun continent, Palace Master Nan Wu was extremely wealthy. Jian Wushuang had obtained 30,000 sacred elixirs and all kinds of precious treasures from him alone. Jian Wushuang had not dealt with these treasures yet, but he had a lot of sacred elixirs. I consumed about 60,000 sacred elixirs when I broke through from an advanced divine master to a peak divine master. Now, I need more sacred elixirs to break through from a peak divine master to an elementary divine master. The sacred elixirs I have now are enough to improve my divine power, but I'm afraid I need more to break through, Jian Wushuang thought. Chapter 2808. The Cold Man, 4th Update. As Jian Wushuang's realm increased, he needed more and more sacred elixirs. Even if he got more than 200,000 sacred pills, he would not be able to make another breakthrough. However, it was not a problem for him to increase his divine power. During my fight with Palace Master Nanwu, I created the ultimate skill, the 8th move of the space-time sword skill. When I created the sword skill, my understanding of sword principle and space-time rules improved greatly. Now that I have calmed down, I can study it and digest all the progress. Jian Wushuang murmured. Soon, he closed his eyes and began to refine the sacred elixirs. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 12 years had passed. During these 12 years, Crimson Rock Castle had completely controlled the territories that the 4 top forces had given up. It had also arranged the experts from the 4 top forces and made good use of them. The power of Crimson Rock Castle suddenly soared. It began to regain its former dominance over the Danyang continent. Over the past 12 years, all the forces in the vast Danyang continent had submitted to the Crimson Rock Castle. Of course, these forces did not include the Sword Union. During the past 12 years, the Sword Union did not continue to expand because of Jian Wushuang's restriction. It also did not have any disputes with the Crimson Rock Castle. Naturally, the Crimson Rock Castle was not stupid enough to provoke the Sword Union. In other words, both sides were trying their best to restrain themselves and maintain their alliance. They were at the edge of the Danyang continent. In a hidden valley, several figures were standing there waiting respectfully. These people were the people of the Heaven Void Palace led by Chen Kong. In the battle 12 years ago, the Heaven Void Palace and the Blood Thunder King faction had joined hands, but they were defeated by Yin Suer and Jian Wushuang. Several senior Great Divine Masters of the Heaven Void Palace had also died at the hands of Jian Wushuang. However, after the battle, the people of the Heaven Void Palace did not immediately leave the Pill Sun sacred world. Instead, they found a place to hide. Buzz, buzz. A burst of dazzling light suddenly lit up somewhere in the valley. This light was produced by the activation of a wormhole hidden in the valley. The light gradually faded, and a figure slowly appeared in front of Chen Kong and the others. This person was wearing a stone-green brocade robe. He had dark red hair and a pair of deep and wise peach blossom eyes. His body was quite handsome, but his expression was incomparably cold. The moment he appeared in front of Chen Kong's group, Chen Kong and the experts from the Heavenly Void Palace immediately bowed in unison. "Greetings, sir." This cold man did not glance at Chen Kong's group in front of him. Instead, he randomly looked around him. The Pill Sun sacred realm hasn't been here for quite some time. The last time I came to see that Crimson Rock Saint. But now, that Crimson Rock Saint is long dead. Chen Kong and the others listened to the cold-looking man muttering to himself, but they did not dare to interrupt him. Instead, they all lowered their heads. They were very clear about the cold-looking man in front of them. He was the most trusted person of their Lord Palace Master, and he was also his right-hand man. There were many things in the Golden Crow 9 realms that their Palace Lord could not handle personally. He had always sent this cold-looking man to handle them, and this time was no exception. After a long while, the cold-looking man finally turned his eyes to Chen Kong and the others. "Tell me, what exactly happened?" Chen Kong immediately spoke, recounting the scene of the great battle and the events that had happened in the Pill Sun sacred world. "My lord, I was indeed incompetent in this matter. I thought that after joining hands with the Blood Thunder King, we should be able to take control of the Crimson Rock Castle. I did not expect that the Crimson Rock Castle would actually invite the Sword Alliance as a helper. The current situation on the Pill Sun continent is completely different from before. The Crimson Rock Fort has already taken control of everything and respects Yin Suer completely. Under such circumstances, I really can't continue to complete the mission given by the Palace Master, so I can only ask for your help, my lord." Chen Kong was extremely respectful. Hearing Chen Kong's words, the cold man narrowed his eyes. "Are you saying that you lost because of one person, and that person is now publicly acknowledged as the #1 expert in the Pill Sun sacred world?" "Yes, that Sword One's strength is extremely terrifying. He killed Palace Head Nin Wu in that battle, and he killed 3 peak stage Great Divine Masters in one go. Killing ordinary high-level Great Divine Masters was like slaughtering chickens and dogs. His strength is too strong." Chen Kong said hurriedly. "Sword One and Yin Suer have always been on the same side. With him around, Even if I ask Palace Master to mobilize more people, I'm afraid I won't be able to do anything to Crimson Rock Castle. He killed Palace Master Nanwu in a head-on battle? The cold man's expression changed. Although I've never fought Palace Master Nanwu before, I've heard of him. His strength is indeed quite good, but Sword was able to kill him in a head-on battle. Could it be that he's already become an invincible divine master? I don't know if he's an invincible divine master or not, but he did create an ultimate technique in that battle. His true realm is only that of a senior great divine master, Chen Kong said. Senior great divine master? The cold man was startled. Haha, a senior great divine master actually killed Palace Master Nanwu directly and could easily kill a peak great divine master. This is interesting. Even I'm interested in him. Tell me, where is Sword now? He is in the Sword Union. If you want to go, I can lead the way, Chen Kong said. Lead the way. The cold man waved his hand. Chen Kong did not dare to be negligent and immediately led the way. Not long after, Chen Kong brought the cold man to the vicinity of the Sword Union's headquarters. Sir, that is where the Sword Union's headquarters is. Jenny is inside right now, Chen Kong said. The cold man nodded slightly. His figure slowly moved forward and arrived in the void above the headquarters of the Sword Union. Sword One. The cold voice came out of the cold man's mouth. It seemed to be a casual voice, but after being transmitted by divine power, the voice was like rolling thunder, echoing continuously in the world. Sword One. Sword One. Sword One. The echoes reverberated throughout the world and did not disappear for a long time. Many experts of the Sword Union were instantly alarmed. Who dares to be presumptuous in front of the gate of our Sword Union? How dare he call the name of the Alliance Master directly? How dare he? Even if the Lord of Crimson Rock Castle, Sewer, came here personally, he would still have to politely call our Alliance Master as Mr. Sword One. Now, where did this fool who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth come from? A series of shocked and angry voices sounded one after another. From the Sword Alliance's nest, figures rushed out one after another. At the same time, those top experts of the Sword Alliance, such as Elder Tong, Great Divine Master Ju Xian, and others had also appeared in the void. Chapter 2809. Marquis of 3 Mini. Experts of the Sword Alliance glared at the cold man standing there. Only Elder Tong, Great Divine Master Ju Xian, Elder Snake, and the others could sense that this person's strength seemed to be extraordinary, so their expressions were somewhat solemn. Who are you? Elder Tong stared at the cold man. Marquis of 3 The cold man spoke slowly. Marquis of 3 Upon hearing this name, many experts of the Sword Alliance felt that this name was extremely unfamiliar. Elder Tong had been in the Pill Sun continent for so many years. He should know which experts there were in the Pill Sun continent, but he had never heard of an expert called Marquis of 3 May I know why you have come to our Sword Alliance? Elder Tong asked. I'm here to see Sword One. Are you Sword One? The cold man, Marquis of 3 looked at Elder Tong. No, I'm not. Elder Tong shook his head. Then I have nothing to say to you. Just hand over Sword One and tell me, said Marquis of 3 My League Master is in closed-door cultivation. Just no one can see him. So please leave, said Elder Snake. Oh, you are not willing to show yourself? Marquis of 3 smiled indifferently. Since I have come here personally to meet him, I will have to meet him even if he doesn't want to. Sir, you have a big mouth. Elder Tong's expression sank. The aura of a peak great deity erupted from his body in an instant and directly pressed toward the Marquis of 3 Sir, it is best for you to leave quickly. Otherwise, this old man will not be courteous. Elder Tong said in a deep voice. You won't be polite? With just you? The Marquis of 3 glanced at Elder Tong, a hint of contempt flashing across his face. You're courting death. Elder Tong naturally saw the change in the Marquis of 3's expression and immediately became furious. In an instant, Elder Tong directly turned into a bolt of lightning and charged toward the Marquis of 3 with endless power. But the moment he appeared in front of the Marquis of 3 the Marquis of 3's body slightly swayed. Before Elder Tong and many experts of the Sword Alliance could react, they discovered a palm had already slapped onto Elder Tong's divine body. What? Elder Tong's face turned pale with fright. The terrifying power from that palm also caused his divine body to tremble crazily. Pooh! A large mouthful of blood directly spurted out of Elder Tong's mouth, and his body shot backward like a cannonball. When he regained his balance, Elder Tong's face had turned pale, and the aura on his body had been greatly weakened. He widened his eyes and stared at the Marquis of 3 in shock. The surrounding experts of the Sword Alliance also waited quietly. Elder Tong was a peak Great Divine Master, but he was heavily injured by the Marquis of 3 in just the blink of an eye. What kind of strength was this? Swordsman. Marquis of 3's voice rang out again. His voice reverberated in the world. Are you still not coming out? If you don't come out, your subordinates will die. The echoes continued to echo for a long time. Jian Wushuang had been cultivating in a secret chamber in the deepest part of the underground of the Sword Alliance's base. Finally, he had reached the pinnacle of his understanding of sword principle and space-time rules. He had already reached this step when he created the ultimate skill. He was trying to master it, but at this moment, Marquis of 3's voice was heard. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly and slowly opened his eyes. Then he moved and disappeared from the secret chamber. In the void above the Sword Alliance's lair, Jian Wushuang appeared out of thin air. As soon as he appeared, he saw the Marquis of 3 standing not far in front of him. Looking at the Marquis of 3 Jian Wushuang could not help but narrow his eyes. Although the Marquis of 3 did not exude any aura and seemed ordinary, Jian Wushuang could feel tremendous pressure from him. The pressure was so great. It was even greater than when he faced Palace Master Nanwu. Since when did such a powerful expert appear in the Pill Sun sacred world? Jian Wushuang frowned. Then he noticed Elder Tong, whose aura was weak. What's going on? Jian Wushuang asked. Alliance Master, this expert called Marquis of 3 suddenly came here and called you by your name. He wanted to see you. We knew you were in seclusion, so we wanted him to leave. But he didn't want to, so Elder Tong attacked him. Of course, we didn't expect the Marquis of 3 to injure Elder Tong in one move seriously, Snake Elder said respectfully. You seriously injured Elder Tong in one move? Jian Wushuang's face darkened. He also knew Elder Tong's strength. If it were him, he would have to use all of his trump cards in order to seriously injure or kill Elder Tong. However, the Marquis of 3 did not use his full strength at all. It was just an understatement, but he still managed to do it. The strength of the Marquis of 3. Who are you? Why are you here? Jian Wushuang looked at the Marquis of 3 with his hands behind his back. Although the Marquis of 3 was very powerful and gave him a lot of pressure, Jian Wushuang was not afraid. Are you Swordsman? The Marquis of 3 glanced at Jian Wushuang and said, Sure enough, you are just an advanced divine master. He praised the Marquis of 3 and said seriously, I came here today because I heard that a great genius expert appeared in the Pill Sun sacred world. He was just an advanced great divine master, but he killed Palace Master Nanwu. I was curious about you, so I came here to meet you. Just meet me? Jian Wushuang asked in a deep voice. Of course not. If possible, I would like to kill you, a genius. The Marquis of 3 grinned. Hearing this, the experts of the Sword Alliance narrowed their eyes and became extremely vigilant. They looked at Marquis of 3 with anger. Even Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes slightly. If you want to kill me, let's see if you have the ability to do so, Jian Wushuang said. Why don't you give it a try? The Marquis of 3 sneered, and his ordinary aura finally began to erupt. Rumble. This aura was earth-shaking. Although it was still at the Divine Master level, it was several times stronger than ordinary Divine Masters, or even peak Great Divine Masters. The aura stirred up the wind and clouds, and even Jian Wushuang's face became more serious. Without a doubt, this aura was the strongest Divine Master's aura that Jian Wushuang had ever seen. Jian Wushuang instantly recognized the identity of the person in front of him. Invincible Divine Master. Marquis of 3 is a real invincible divine master. Chapter 28:10. Invincible Divine Master. The Invincible Divine Master had not appeared in the Pill Sun's sacred world for a long time. But now that the Marquis of 3 had appeared in front of him, Jin Wushuang immediately understood that the Marquis of 3 must have come from the outside world. After seeing the Marquis of 3's strength, Jin Wushuang naturally became more vigilant. Rumble. Majestic divine power swept out from his body. Jin Wushuang had already used all of his divine punishment, 9 luminary star armor, and 7-star secret skill. His aura suddenly soared. Oh, although he's only an advanced divine master, can his strength rise to the level of a peak divine master in a short time after using the secret skill? The Marquis of 3 looked at the change in Jin Wushuang's divine power aura and smiled indifferently. Then, he directly attacked. He stretched out a hand, and his slender palm was suffused with a trace of green light. The green light surged out, and in an instant, a cyan cyclops giant that was 300 meters tall appeared in the void in front of him. This cyclops giant was covered in cyan armor and emitted a shocking murderous aura. Most importantly, when this cyan cyclops giant appeared, Jin Wushuang also felt an extremely strong rule power from the giant. A giant formed entirely from divine power and raw power. This power is amazing. Jin Wushuang's eyes focused. Go! The Marquis of 3 pointed with one hand. Roar! The cyan cyclops giant roared toward the sky, which formed a terrifying sound wave. The cyclops jumped up high, clenched his right hand into a fist, and fiercely rushed toward Jin Wushuang. Before the fist arrived, the sound of the air being compressed and exploded had already made Jin Wushuang extremely solemn. The Blood Mountain sword appeared in Jin Wushuang's hand. His body flashed in a strange manner, but the long sword slashed out directly from the top down. A beautiful sword light appeared out of thin air. The sword light had a trace of confusion and was intoxicating. It was the 7th move of the space-time swordsmanship, infatuation. Jin Wushuang did not use the ultimate skill, 1000 Squares Residual Light, which he had created. However, because he had created the ultimate skill, he had made a huge breakthrough in the space-time rule. Now, his comprehension of the space-time rule had reached the limit of a divine master. With this comprehension, he once again used the intoxication move, which was much more powerful than before. The beautiful sword light collided with the cyan cyclops fist. Crash! The cyclops fist was immediately torn apart, and a large amount of cyan divine power spread wildly in all directions. The cyclops' entire arm was cut open by the sword light, but the power of the sword light had also dissipated. Space-time blades break? Jin Wushuang's eyes turned cold. In an instant, a dense number of space-time blades burst out, nearly 100 of them. Nearly 100 space-time blades was the limit of a divine master's ability. Each of these space-time blades was extremely huge and carried an astonishing strangling power. In a short while, they had directly crushed the Cyclops' huge body. The cyan Cyclops had completely collapsed. Not bad, you have some tricks. Marquis of 3 stood in the void and let Jin Wushuang crush the cyan Cyclops, but a faint smile appeared on his face. Jin Wushuang's face darkened slightly. Although he had neutralized the Marquis of 3's attack, he knew clearly that the cyan Cyclops was just a casual move of the Marquis of 3. He had not used his full strength, let alone his full strength. He was not really serious. But now, under Jin Wushuang's gaze, the Marquis of 3 flipped his palm and a pair of scarlet claw gloves appeared in his hand. Marquis of 3 put on the claw gloves. There were 5 sharp claws on the scarlet claw gloves, which were as long as the claws of a fierce beast. They were extremely sharp and cold. Sword One, I heard that you are very good at speed? The Marquis of 3 stared at Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang's face was cold, and he did not answer. It just so happens that I am also good at speed. Since we have met today, let's compete and see who is faster. Marquis of Three sneered, but his body suddenly moved. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Jian Wushuang only saw a series of afterimages flashing in the void in front of him. Each flash was extremely short. In just a few flashes, Marquis of Three had already appeared in front of him, and his ice-cold sharp claws had already swung out. Hiss! The space seemed to be torn apart by this claw. So fast! Jian Wushuang was shocked. The speed that Marquis of Three burst out in an instant, including the speed of his claws, was unbelievably fast. Even Jian Wushuang, who had an extremely high comprehension of the space-time rules, could not help being a little shocked. He immediately moved to block it. Clang! The Blood Mountain sword blocked the sharp claws, and Jian Wushuang immediately retreated. However, Marquis of Three did not give up. In a flash, he could easily catch up with Jian Wushuang. Humph! Jian Wushuang's face darkened, and a vast golden divine power immediately burst out. Jian Wushuang directly used his realm skill. Golden Light Realm, Star Armor Realm, Punishment Prison, and Jian Wushuang's Sword World. The four suppression skills burst out at the same time and instantly pressed on Marquis of Three's body. This was the realm that Jian Wushuang had used all four realms to suppress only one person. Even Marquis of Three's body could not help but tremble when he used all his divine power. This domain suppression technique is indeed impressive. Marquis of Three nodded secretly, but he continued to rush forward. Although his speed and strength were limited by the domain suppression, it was still very small. His speed was still astonishingly fast. In a series of flashes, he appeared in front of Jian Wushuang again, and then his two sharp claws, whoosh, 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 like two streams of light. They continued to attack Jian Wushuang from all directions. Jian Wushuang also exerted his comprehension of the space-time rules to the maximum. He completely unleashed his speed and brandished his Blood Mountain sword to block the attacks. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal colliding rang out continuously. In just a short while, Jian Wushuang and the Marquis of Three had exchanged over 100 head-on blows. He's too fast. He's even slightly faster than me under the suppression of my domain. Jian Wushuang was a little shocked. His comprehension of the space-time rules had reached the limit of a divine master. Logically speaking, unless his opponent's comprehension of the rules reached the level of an immortal saint, no one should be able to match his speed. But in fact, Marquis of Three was indeed faster than him. It's a secret skill. The secret skill he used has greatly improved his speed, Jian Wushuang thought. Chapter 2811, Blood Solidification, Second Update. There were countless secret techniques in the absolute beginning divine realm. There were those that could increase one's strength and power, and those that could increase one's protective ability. Naturally, there were also secret techniques that could increase one's speed. The Marquis of Three in front of him should have cultivated a very powerful secret technique that could increase one's speed. With the help of the secret skill, his speed and his attack speed were greatly improved. Otherwise, his speed would not be so fast. Damn it! He is so fast that even I can't resist him. Jian Wushuang frowned. He had fought with Marquis of Three hundreds of times, so Marquis of Three was faster than him. Under such circumstances, he was under more and more pressure and could not hold on any longer. Clang! There was another sound of metal colliding. Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword was forced to move to the side. A flaw. Marquis of Three's eyes narrowed. He waved his right hand, and a sharp scarlet claw tore through the air and directly attacked Jian Wushuang's divine body. Jian Wushuang could not defend against this claw with his Blood Mountain sword. However, just as the scarlet claw was about to touch his divine body, a hazy purple light suddenly burst out from Jian Wushuang's body. The purple light continued to expand, forming a layer of purple barrier in an instant. At the same time, a faint ancient bell sound echoed. It was Jian Wushuang's protective treasure, the Purple Emperor Bell. The claw grabbed the purple bell, causing it to emit a clear bell sound. The color of the bell dimmed slightly, but the power of the claw was completely blocked by him. Huh. Marquis of Three Ean's face darkened. He quickly retreated and pulled away from Jian Wushuang. Standing in the void far away, the Marquis of Three Ean looked at Jian Wushuang again. A protective treasure? And it seems to be quite powerful? The Marquis of Three Ean murmured. He did not know that the Purple Emperor Bell was obtained by Jian Wushuang after he killed Saber Master in the Secret Realm. It came from that secret realm. The secret realm was left behind by the Rule Master, so any treasure that appeared from there was nothing special. The Purple Emperor Bell's protective ability was, of course, very strong. With such a protective treasure in hand, I'm afraid such an attack can't do anything to you. In that case, I'll have to use my killing move. The Marquis of Three Ean's eyes were filled with a fierce light, and there was a layer of blood-red mist surrounding his body. Without any warning, the Marquis of Three Ean appeared directly in front of Jian Wushuang. He waved the sharp claw in his right hand again. It looked no different than before, and Jian Wushuang subconsciously waved his Blood Mountain sword to block it. However, just as the Blood Mountain sword was about to collide with the sharp claw disappeared in front of him. Is this a phantom? Jian Wushuang's face changed. Marquis of Three Ean sneered and condensed the divine power in his hand. Divine heart-gouging claw. Chi! The blood-red claw grabbed Jian Wushuang's heart with blood-red power. The barrier formed by the Purple Emperor Bell was still in front of the blood-red claw. However, as soon as the blood-red claw touched the Purple Emperor Bell, it opened its 5 fingers. The 5 streams of light were like 5 sharp sword rays, and a terrifying power burst out. Crack! Cracks appeared in the place where the blood-red claw touched the previously indestructible barrier of the Purple Emperor Bell. Then the entire barrier of the Purple Emperor Bell was completely broken. It broke my Purple Emperor Bell in one strike? Jian Wushuang was shocked. He immediately understood that this claw was the ultimate skill created by the Marquis of Three Ean. It was extremely powerful and extremely ghostly. Die! The blood-red claw broke the barrier of the Purple Emperor Bell and continued to attack Jian Wushuang's divine body. However, Jian Wushuang's body protection ability was not limited to the Purple Emperor Bell. His own body protection ability was extremely powerful. The claw had already used up about 80% of the Purple Emperor Bell's power, leaving only 20% of its power. It was only enough to break through the dark golden armor formed by the 9 luminaries' star armor. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang was still sent flying heavily, but he soon regained his footing. He stood in the void and stared at Marquis of Three Ean with a grave expression. As expected of the invincible divine master. He's really strong. Jian Wushuang sighed inwardly. Just this claw alone can't hurt him? The Marquis of Three Ean looked at Jian Wushuang and frowned slightly. That claw was indeed one of the ultimate skills he had created, but it obviously could not hurt Jian Wushuang. It had only broken the Purple Emperor Bell on his body. It seems that I have to use my last move. Marquis of Three Ean murmured, but his expression became extremely cold. Swordsman, you can only be proud of being able to force me to use my strongest move, even if you die on the spot. The Marquis of Three Ean's voice echoed throughout the world. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang's face could not help but darken. This guy actually has some tricks up his sleeve? I thought that claw just now was his strongest move, but he actually has an even stronger move? If I'm not mistaken, that claw just now should be the ultimate skill, and now he has an even stronger move. In other words, he created 2 ultimate skills at the same time? The experts of the Sword Alliance were also trembling in fear. From the beginning of this battle, they knew that this battle was not something they could interfere with. Even Elder Tong was not qualified to participate in such a big battle. They could only stand in the distance and watch quietly. The Marquis of Three Ean did not say any more nonsense. His expression was cold, and the vast blood-colored fog on his body swept out crazily. The blood-colored fog began to become extremely dense, like blood clouds that covered half of the world. In the blink of an eye, the blood-colored fog that filled the sky formed a huge creature in the void. It was a blood-colored giant wolf that was hundreds of meters tall and awe-inspiring. This blood-colored giant wolf had scarlet fur, scarlet eyes, and scarlet fangs. The most eye-catching part was its 4 sharp claws. Each of the 4 sharp claws was several meters long. Under the illumination of the light, they looked extremely cold and frightening. The giant blood-red wolf appeared in front of Jian Wushuang and stared at him with its scarlet eyes. Jian Wushuang stood there and could not help feeling a little frightened when being stared at by the giant blood-red wolf. At this moment, the Marquis of 3 who was covered by the giant blood-red wolf, suddenly had a cold look in his eyes. Swish! The giant blood-red wolf rushed forward and raised one of its 4 sharp claws high up in the air. A scarlet claw shadow, which seemed to be condensed from blood, kept enlarging in the depths of Jian Wushuang's eyes. Blood-condensed claw. The Marquis of 3 also spoke coldly. Chapter 28:12. Nothing could be done. Third update. Whoosh! The giant blood-red wolf's sharp scarlet claws swept down. This claw seemed to tear heaven and earth in half, and the sound of air being torn apart was extremely loud. Seeing this claw coming, Jian Wushuang's face was also unusually solemn. Buzz, buzz, a large amount of divine power swept up crazily. The Blood Mountain sword was also trembling crazily. The next moment, Jian Wushuang made his move. He just casually swung his sword. It looked like an ordinary person swinging a wooden sword. However, as soon as he swung his long sword, a sword light immediately lit up. This sword light was extremely weak, dim, and incomplete. It was a broken light, a remnant light. However, as soon as the remnant light appeared, there were at least hundreds and thousands of remnant lights everywhere. Under the gaze of many experts present, the original Jian Wushuang who displayed the sword skill suddenly turned into hundreds and thousands of people. It was the 8th move of the space-time sword skill, Thousand-Sided Remnant Light. It was also an ultimate skill. In the blink of an eye, the 2 ultimate skills collided head-on. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Endless divine power collided with each other crazily. It was obvious that Jian Wushuang's sword light was at an absolute disadvantage. This was very normal. The power of the ultimate skill also varied. Jian Wushuang had created the space-time swordsmanship by combining the power of the space-time rules. The most terrifying part of this sword was its unparalleled speed, but when it came to the collision of power and power, this sword was at most similar to the Marquis 3's heart-gouging divine claw. But compared to the blood-congealed divine claw, it was far inferior. Boom! The giant blood-red wolf's sharp claw only paused for a moment before it crushed down with a crushing force. The void where Jian Wushuang was completely covered by a large amount of blood-red divine power, which was crazily annihilating everything. Marquis of 3 had stopped what he was doing and stood in the void quietly watching. Blood-condensing claw was his most powerful move. It was much more powerful than the heart-gouging claw. He was very confident in this move. In his opinion, if Jian Wushuang still had the purple bell barrier, he might have been able to resist this move. But now, the purple emperor bell barrier had been defeated by him. With his own protective ability, he would at least be seriously injured by this claw. But at this moment, whoosh! A towering sword shadow appeared out of thin air. The sword shadow swept across everything with great power, completely dispersing the blood-red divine power in front of him. After the blood-red divine power faded, a figure slowly stepped out of the void. It was Jian Wushuang. At this moment, although he was in a sorry state, his face did not change at all, and his aura was still very strong. Marquis of 3 do you have any more powerful skills? Jian Wushuang stood there and sneered. He is not injured? The Marquis of 3 frowned and stared at Jian Wushuang. His perception was also very strong. Under his perception, Jian Wushuang was not injured at all. Moreover, Jian Wushuang's aura was still at the peak level, so it could not be faked. He was indeed not injured. I can't even hurt him with my strongest move. It would be wishful thinking to kill him. I'd better leave first and think about it later. The Marquis of 3 had made up his mind. Sword One, your protective ability is beyond my imagination. You're lucky today, but it won't end like this. Soon, we'll fight again. The Marquis of Threein sneered, then he turned around and left. He was very calm. He was not worried that Jian Wushuang or the experts of the Sword Alliance would keep him. Jian Wushuang had no intention of keeping him. After all, his strength was above everyone else's. After the Marquis of Threein had walked away, many high-level experts of the Sword Alliance immediately surrounded him. Alliance Master, are you okay? Snake Elder asked. I'm fine. Jian Wushuang shook his head, but his face was very serious. Marquis of Threein, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. Although the Marquis of Threein could not do anything to him in this battle, Jian Wushuang knew very well that the Marquis of Threein was stronger than him in terms of real strength. Although he did not use his full strength in this battle, he did not use the mountain and river map. However, Jian Wushuang knew that even if he used the mountain and river map and the Thousand Treasures Great World with his full strength, he would still not be able to defeat the Marquis of Threein. He could be considered the best and strongest among the peak Divine Masters, but there was still a gap between him and the real invincible Divine Master. He did not know this gap before, but today, when he fought with the Marquis of Threein, he completely understood it. What is the background of the Marquis of Threein? Why did he come to fight with me? Jian Wushuang frowned for a long time. You stay in the Sword Alliance. They'll go to Crimson Rock Castle. Jian Wushuang instructed and immediately headed to Crimson Rock Castle. In the void far away from the Sword Alliance's nest, the Marquis of Threein, who had just left the Sword Alliance, stopped here. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Several figures appeared around the Marquis of Threein. They were the people from the Heaven Void Palace led by Chen Kong. Sir, that Sword One, Chen Kong asked carefully. He's still alive. I didn't manage to kill him, the Marquis of Threein said. Didn't manage to kill him? Chen Kong and the others could not help but be startled. Although this Sword One's strength is not bad, he is still a distance away from the invincible Reverent God. I can easily suppress him in a head-on battle. However, his protective ability is extremely formidable. It can even be considered abnormal. I have already used many methods, including my strongest ultimate move, but in the end, I was unable to injure him. With such a terrifying protective ability, unless the Palace Master personally acts, no one in our Heavenly Void Temple, including the entire Heavenly Void Realm, can kill him, the Marquis of Threein said. Chen Kong's expression changed. He was very clear about the Marquis of Threein's methods. Since the Marquis of Threein had said so, then Sword One's protective ability was really strong. If the Sword One doesn't die, then it will be extremely difficult for us to conquer the Pill Sun Sacred World, Chen Kong said. Yes, this Sword One is very difficult to deal with. Even if I use my full strength, I won't be able to do anything to him. On the other hand, he can rely on his domain methods and his protective ability to tangle with me. With his strength, if he is determined to tangle with me, I might not have the chance to free up my hands. Without me, it would be impossible for you people to conquer the Pill Sun Sacred World, the Marquis of Threein said. That how to do? Should we give up on this? Chen Kong could not help looking over. Chapter 28:13. Determined give up? The Marquis of Threein shook his head. The Palace Master has been eyeing the Pill Sun Sacred World for a long time. Previously, it was because the Dragon God World was watching from the side that the Palace Master did not dare to do anything to the Pill Sun Sacred World. He could only secretly send a part of his forces to infiltrate the world. But now, the Dragon God World was fighting with the other world not long ago, and the two sides are now in a heated battle. They have no time to care about what is happening here. How can we miss such a rare opportunity? My lord, you mean? Chen Kong looked at the Marquis of Threein. The sacred Pill Sun world must be conquered, but my lord, because of the agreement and comfort of the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, you can't come here personally. It's definitely not enough for you to conquer the sacred Pill Sun world, But if the heavenly void army under my lord can be mobilized, it doesn't need to be all of them. Half of them should be enough to sweep the sacred Pill Sun world, the Marquis of Threein said. Heavenly void army. Chun Kong could not help but be startled. The Heavenly Void Army was the strongest army under the control of that Palace Master of the Heavenly Void Palace. That Heavenly Void Palace Master had once relied on the Heavenly Void Army to expand his territory. This was definitely one of the top armies of the Golden Crow Nine Realms. If the Heavenly Void Army were to be mobilized, then with the current strength of the Sacred Pill Sun world, they definitely would not be able to withstand it. They'll send a message to Palace Master now. Marquis of Threein made up his mind and immediately took out his token to send a message to the Palace Master. On the other side, after Jian Wushuang fought with the Marquis of Threein, he immediately went to Crimson Rock Castle. Soon, he met Yin Suer. In the towering palace, besides Yin Suer who sat on the highest throne, Yun Shan and Palace Master Si Jin stood on both sides. Swordman, have a seat. Yin Suer was still very polite to Jian Wushuang and did not put on any airs. She directly ordered someone to bring a throne to sit in the palace. I wonder why you are here today, Swordman? Yin Suer asked. Doesn't Castle Master Suer know why I'm here? Haven't you received any news? Jian Wushuang asked in puzzlement. Many experts in the Sword Alliance, including those outside the Sword Alliance, knew about the battle between him and the Marquis of Threein in the nest of the Sword Alliance. If Yin Suer had planted spies in the Sword Alliance, she should have received the news at once. But it seemed that Yin Suer did not. I really don't know why you're here, Swordman, and I haven't received any news. Yin Suer was telling the truth. She did not place any spies in the Sword Alliance. In fact, Palace Master Si Jin and Yun Shan both minded her doing so, but she rejected them. She did not want Jian Wushuang to have any grudges against her. At present, Crimson Rock Castle still needed the Sword Alliance, and specifically, Jian Wushuang's help. It's like this. Just now, an expert came to the Sword Alliance and fought with me. I lost this battle, Jian Wushuang said. What? Yin Suer, Yun Shan, and Palace Master Si Jin were all shocked. Jian Wushuang had killed Palace Master Nan Wu in a head-on fight, and he was widely recognized as the #1 expert in the Pill Sun continent. He was even very close to the legendary Invincible Divine Master. How could he lose in a one-on-one fight? Is it because of the Invincible Divine Master? Yin Suer immediately looked over. Yes, he is a real Invincible Divine Master, and he is very powerful. His name is the Marquis of Threein. Do you know him, Castle Lord Suer? Jian Wushuang looked at Yin Suer. He had never left the Pill Sun sacred world, but he did not know about the background of the Marquis of Threein. However, Yin Suer was different. She was the fort master of Crimson Rock Castle and had been the ruler of the Pill Sun sacred world for many years. She often traveled in the outside world, so she must know more about the experts than Jian Wushuang. That was why Jian Wushuang came to ask. Marquis of Threein? Upon hearing the name, Yin Suer's expression became extremely solemn. Yun Shan, who was beside her, immediately frowned. It was obvious that he had heard of the Marquis of Threein. It seems that Castle Lord Suer knows of Marquis of Threein? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Yes, I know of him. Yin Suer nodded slightly. Marquis of Threein is a very famous expert in the 9 realms of the Golden Crow. He is also a genuine Invincible Divine Master. Most of the ordinary Invincible Divine Masters have only created one ultimate skill, but he has created 2 at the same time. Moreover, the second skill is exceptionally powerful. It is much more powerful than the ordinary ultimate skill. Because of this, Marquis of Threein can do whatever he wants in the Golden Crow 9 realms. As long as he is not stupid enough to provoke the immortal saint, no one can do anything to him. If an ordinary divine realm expert met him in the outside world, he would respectfully call him Sir. Why would such an expert come to our Pill Sun sacred world and take the initiative to look for me? Jian Wushuang asked. It's easy to understand. The Marquis of Threein came from the Heaven Void world. He is a member of the Heaven Void Palace and the most trusted person of the Master. He is the real arm of the Master. When the Master of the Heaven Void Palace is not convenient to handle many things in the Golden Crow 9 realms, He is usually the one to handle them, Insur said. People from the Heaven Void Palace? Jin Wushuang immediately understood. The Heaven Void Palace had participated in the previous battle. It was obvious that the Heaven Void Palace was targeting the Pill Sun Sacred World. The master of the Heaven Void Palace wanted to attack the Pill Sun Sacred World. Unfortunately, because of Jin Wushuang, the Heaven Void Palace was defeated and their people escaped. Now that the Marquis of 3 had come in person, it was obvious that the Heaven Void Palace did not intend to stop there. Marquis of 3 came to him because he wanted to kill him, the strongest expert in the Pill Sun continent, and then he could easily wipe out the Sword Alliance and Crimson Rock Castle. At that time, the Heavenly Void World did not need to send too many forces to easily occupy the Pill Sun Sacred World. However, the Marquis of 3 had not been able to kill him. If the Heavenly Void Palace wanted to occupy the Pill Sun Sacred World, they would need to use even more methods. Previously, they sent Chen Kong and the others to infiltrate and even colluded with the Blood Thunder King. Now that the Marquis of 3 has come in person, it seems that the Heavenly Void Palace Master is determined to annex the Pill Sun Sacred World. Yun Shan said coldly, "Hmph, swallow our sacred Pill Sun world? Doesn't he think that his appetite is too big?" Palace Master Sijin said in a low voice, "No, if the Heavenly Void Realm is really determined to take action against our sacred Pill Sun world, then with our current strength, I'm afraid we won't be able to resist." Insur frowned. Chapter 28:14. Heavenly Void Army. The Heavenly Void Realm was originally larger and more powerful than our Pill Sun Sacred World. Insur's voice echoed throughout the entire hall. When Father was still alive, our Pill Sun Sacred World was at its peak. Compared to the Heavenly Void Realm, our Pill Sun Sacred World was slightly weaker. Moreover, the strength of the Heavenly Void Palace Master was also slightly stronger than Father. Since my father died, our Pill Sun Sacred World's overall strength has plummeted. In recent years, we have been engaged in internal battles. During the internal strife, our Crimson Rock Castle has even lost control of the entire sacred world. It can be said that our sacred world has suffered a great loss, although the internal strife has subsided and our sacred world has regained its absolute control. Our sacred world's strength has not recovered. It is still at its lowest point. If the Heaven Void World takes the opportunity to attack us, our sacred world will have a hard time contending against it. Hearing this, Jin Wushuang, Yun Shan, and Palace Master Si Jin's faces darkened. Don't the 9 realms of the Golden Crow have some potential agreements? Does the Heaven Void Palace really dare to invade our Saint Realm? Palace Master Si Jin asked. It's true that there are agreements between the 9 realms of the Golden Crow, but most of them only restrict the immortal saints of each realm. As for the forces under their control, there are no restrictions. Therefore, as long as the Heaven Void Palace Master doesn't show himself, he will let his experts fight to expand the territory. This is not a violation of the agreement, Insur said. At this moment, Insur's expression suddenly changed. Oh no! What's wrong? Jin Wushuang, Yun Shan, and Palace Master Si Jin immediately looked over. I just received a message from a good friend, Insur said in a low voice. I met this good friend when I was adventuring in the outside world. He's from the Heavenly Void World, but he's not from the Heavenly Void Palace. He just learned that the Master of the Heavenly Void Palace has personally issued an order and has begun to gather the Heavenly Void Army. It seems that he's making a big move. The Heavenly Void Army? Jin Wushuang was puzzled. It is the strongest army under the control of the Heavenly Void Palace, just like the Crimson Rock Army in our Crimson Rock Castle. But the Heavenly Void Army is even stronger than the Crimson Rock Army. Insur said solemnly, as far as I know, the Heavenly Void Army has always maintained the size of 2,000 people and has many experts. Even if it is just an ordinary soldier, he is usually an advanced Divine Master, or even a peak Divine Master. The captain of the 10-man team is usually a great Divine Master. What? Jin Wushuang was also shocked. In a 2,000-man army, the weakest ordinary soldier was an advanced divine master. The captain of the Tin Man team was a great divine master? Did that mean that there were 200 great divine masters in the 2,000-man Heavenly Void Army? How is it possible that there are so many great divine masters and divine masters under the command of the Heavenly Void Palace? Jian Wushuang exclaimed. Of course it's possible, Yin Suer said directly. The Heavenly Void Palace has always been the leader of the Heavenly Void world. The master of the Heavenly Void Palace controls everything, and the territory of the Heavenly Void world is much larger than that of our Pill Sun sacred world. Naturally, more than 80% of the experts are under the command of the master of the Heavenly Void world. There are also various forces in the Heavenly Void world, but the experts of these forces follow the lead of the Heavenly Void Palace. Many experts in the Heavenly Void Army come from these forces. It can be said that the Heavenly Void Army is formed by gathering the power of the entire Heavenly Void realm. It's not difficult to find 200 great divine masters in such a huge Heavenly Void realm. Jian Wushuang nodded secretly. Indeed, take the current Pill Sun sacred world for example. Even though it had been in internal strife for many years and its vitality had been greatly damaged, the great divine masters in the Pill Sun sacred world, Crimson Rock Castle, Sword Alliance, the four top forces, as well as many first-rate forces on the Pill Sun continent, and even a large number of solitary experts. Adding them all up, there were still quite a number of them. It was just that these forces were currently unable to be completely controlled by the Crimson Rock Castle. However, in the Heavenly Void world, many great divine masters were mostly under the command of the Heavenly Void Temple Master. He had formed such a tyrannical Heavenly Void Army, so it naturally became a reality. The Heavenly Void Army's combat strength is extremely tyrannical, Yin Suer continued. Even at its peak, there is still a huge gap between the Crimson Rock Army formed by thousands of elite divine masters and dozens of advanced divine masters and the Heavenly Void Army. Now, the combat strength of the Crimson Rock Army is not as good as before. Let's not talk about the advanced divine masters. Just the divine masters. There are still a few people in the Crimson Rock Army formed by peak divine masters. They can't compare to the Heavenly Void Army at all. The Heavenly Void Army rarely makes a move in the Heavenly Void realm, even on a small scale. However, according to the information I got this time, the Heavenly Void Army has made a huge ruckus. Half of the 2,000-man army seems to have gathered. A 1,000-man Heavenly Void Army can't be here to deal with the internal changes in the Heavenly Void realm. It must be for a war. Considering the arrival of Marquis of 3 the Heavenly Void Army is most likely coming for our Pill Sun sacred world. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang and Palace Master Si Zhan's expressions became unusually heavy. The Heavenly Void Army's combat strength was too terrifying. Even if half of the 2,000-man army had come, there would still be over 100 great divine masters. If such an army came to the Pill Sun sacred world and was personally led by the Marquis of 3 it would be impossible to wipe out the current Pill Sun sacred world. It was not impossible. What should we do? Palace Master Si Zhan was extremely anxious and immediately thought of a countermeasure. What should come will come, and there's nothing we can do to change it. Now, we can only think of a way to deal with the Heavenly Void Army. Yun Shan narrowed his eyes. Right. Yin Suer nodded. Actually, we are already considered lucky. Fortunately, Mr. Swordsman was strong enough to get rid of the Marquis of 3 The Marquis of 3 probably knows that he can't do anything to Swordsman. Once he attacks, Swordsman can completely stop him, which is why he asked the Heavenly Void Palace Master to gather the Heavenly Void Army. If Swordsman did not stop the Marquis of 3 the Marquis of 3 would have killed all the higher-ups of our Crimson Rock Castle with his own strength. However, he only needed to bring people to take over the territory of our Pill Sun sacred world. And now, even though the Heavenly Void Army is extremely powerful, it will still take some time to gather them. Our Pill Sun sacred world still has some time to prepare. As long as we think of a way to unite all the factions and experts of the Pill Sun sacred world, we might have a chance of winning even if we fight the Heavenly Void Army head-on. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.